Welcome, fellow truth seekers. If you have an insatiable appetite for the paranormal, you're in for a treat. Join the Paranormal M family by subscribing and hitting that notification bell and get ready for a constant stream of spine-chilling stories. Story number 1. Silly Naughty Ghost Box. I've always found the realm of ghost hunting to be a fascinating and thrilling pursuit. My wife and I, in our spare time, like to dabble in this intriguing activity. It was only recently that we began acquiring various devices to enhance our ghost hunting experiences. Among our newest acquisitions was a peculiar gadget known as a ghost box. Having previously relied on smartphone apps and other similar tools, we found the ghost box to be an interesting addition to our paranormal investigations. It was back in the chilly month of January when we received the eagerly anticipated package containing our brand new ghost box. This device operates by rapidly flipping through radio stations, with the belief that spirits or entities can harness their ethereal energy to pluck out words or sentences, enabling them to respond to our inquiries or engage in conversations with us, the investigators. During that particular week, my wife had a morning appointment at the hospital, so we made the practical decision to book a hotel nearby. Given that both of us finished work at the late hour of 2:30 a.m., and considering the hospital's distance of about an hour from our home, it made sense to secure a place of rest that was conveniently located. Thus, we found ourselves settling into the hotel room close to 3 a.m., eagerly anticipating the few precious hours of sleep that awaited us. As we entered the room, still buzzing with residual energy from our long night of work, my wife eagerly retrieved the ghost box from our belongings. She excitedly began tinkering with the device while I commenced my nightly routine of brushing my teeth. Observing her enthusiasm, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of intrigue and caution. Although I relished in exploring the supernatural, I couldn't deny that I had reservations about stirring up too much paranormal activity within the confines of our own home. Thus, being away in a hotel room provided a sense of comfort in experimenting with this ghost box. As I stood at the sink brushing away the remnants of the day from my pearly whites, my wife commenced the ghost box operation. She set it upon the bed and let it oscillate through the various radio frequencies. The device emitted a symphony of fleeting words and snippets of music, yet nothing truly caught our attention or seemed out of the ordinary. However, fate had an unexpected surprise in store for us. In a hilarious twist of events, as my wife proceeded to change into her comfortable night clothes, removing her shirt and bra, the ghost box suddenly blurted out loud and clear, "Boobs! Nice!" The sheer absurdity of the situation caused both of us to freeze momentarily, our gazes locking in mutual astonishment. But in an instant, the absurdity transformed into an uproarious laughter that echoed throughout the hotel room. We couldn't contain ourselves, the infectious mirth consuming every inch of our beings. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for any neighboring hotel guests who may have been roused from their slumber by our uncontrollable laughter. But in that moment, the hilarity of the situation outweighed any concern for our surroundings. Our ghost hunting adventures had taken an unexpected turn, diverging from the realm of spirits and otherworldly encounters to a light-hearted and amusing interlude. The ghost box's unexpected and comical response became an unforgettable memory, a cherished moment shared between my wife and me. And as we eventually settled into bed, still chuckling at the unexpected twist, we realized that sometimes, even in the midst of seeking the unknown, laughter and joy can be found in the most unexpected places. Story number 2. My old house was haunted. In 2018, right after graduating from high school, my family and I made the decision to relocate to Georgia. Excitement filled the air as my dad purchased a stunning house in the picturesque town of Forsyth. It seemed like a dream come true, and we were eager to settle into our new home and create wonderful memories together. At first, the strange occurrences were subtle and easily dismissed. Objects would mysteriously shift from one place to another, doors would inexplicably open on their own, and faint knocks would occasionally echo through the house. We brushed it off as mere coincidences or maybe the house settling into its new surroundings. After all, it was a new environment, and unfamiliar noises were to be expected. However, as time went on, the incidents became increasingly peculiar. One night, about 2 weeks after moving in, I was fast asleep when I abruptly awoke to the distinct sound of footsteps echoing across the upstairs hallway. Curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously opened my bedroom door to investigate, expecting to find a family member awake and wandering the house. Yet, to my surprise, there was no one in sight. This eerie phenomenon persisted, and each time I ventured out to explore, I found myself alone in the silent corridor. I tried to dismiss it, attributing the sounds to the house settling or perhaps my imagination playing tricks on me, and I retreated to bed, hoping to find solace in sleep. However, the tranquility was short-lived. One fateful night around 3 a.m., I was suddenly jolted awake by a loud bang resonating through my room. Still groggy from sleep, I strained my ears and discerned what seems like the sound of something crawling beside my bed. As I sat up, the crawling intensified, growing harder and faster, causing my heart to race with fear. It circled around my bed, and in that moment, a guttural growl pierced my left ear, chilling me to the core. Fear engulfed my senses, and without hesitation, I bolted out of my room, seeking refuge in my brother's bedroom. Breathless and trembling, I entered my brother's room, desperate for reassurance and safety. To my surprise, I discovered him laying in bed, covered halfway by his blanket. He asked me if it was me who had been walking back and forth, completely oblivious to the terrifying ordeal I had just experienced. I recounted the events to him, and we both decided it was best to sleep in his room for the next few nights, seeking comfort in each other's presence. As days turned into weeks, we continued to encounter inexplicable phenomena within the confines of our new home. On one occasion, I had invited 2 friends over, and we were enjoying a casual evening in the basement, sipping drinks and engaging in lighthearted conversations. Suddenly, without warning, the speakers in the room erupted with the haunting melodies of Russian music. The perplexing part was that the TV was turned off, and there seemed to be no logical explanation for the music to begin playing. We attempted to turn off the TV using the remote, but it refused to respond, leaving us baffled and unsettled. It wasn't until later that we discovered the chilling truth about our house. It came to our attention that a Russian woman had tragically lost her life within the very walls of our home. Prior to our arrival, the house had been rented out to a group of individuals who were rumored to practice witchcraft and host peculiar gatherings in the basement. They had even set up stages for their enigmatic rituals. As we explored the nooks and crannies of our home, we stumbled upon bizarre games hidden within the walls, and stumbled upon candy wrappers tucked away in obscure crawl spaces. These findings were beyond anything we could have anticipated, and the strangeness of it all was deeply unsettling. The list of supernatural encounters and unexplainable events within our house grew longer with each passing day. These encounters were not confined to just me. My friends and family also bore witness to the inexplicable. Even my father, once a staunch skeptic, had his beliefs shaken by the unexplainable occurrences within our home. The atmosphere became oppressive, and a sense of foreboding that permeated every corner of the house began to be suffocating. Sleep paralysis plagued me relentlessly, leaving me afraid to close my eyes, terrified of what might transpire in that darkness. Desperate to regain some semblance of normalcy, I embarked on a quest to cleanse the house of the malevolent energy that seemed to linger within its walls. I tried various methods, including burning dragon's blood incense, hoping it would drive away the sinister presence. However, instead of banishing the entity, it seemed to aggravate it, intensifying the hauntings and subjecting me to further torment. My efforts to free our home from the clutches of darkness had backfired, leaving me feeling helpless and more vulnerable than ever. As a child, I'd experienced my fair share of supernatural occurrences, but nothing compared to the malevolence I encountered in that house. It was far more sinister, and it robbed me of sleep and filled my waking moments with dread at the same time. The fear of the unknown consumed me, leaving me on edge and perpetually on guard. Eventually, my family made the difficult decision to leave that ominous house behind. We relocated to another city, hoping to leave the lingering spirits and oppressive energy in the past. The contrast between our new home and the one that we had left behind was remarkable. The atmosphere felt lighter, devoid of the oppressive weight that had plagued us for so long. It was as if a dark cloud had been lifted, and we were finally free from the clutches of that malevolent force. Remarkably, since our departure, I found solace in restful sleep once again. The sleep paralysis that had plagued me in that haunted house is now a distant memory. The supernatural encounters that once cast a pall over our lives have diminished, allowing us to breathe freely and find peace. It's important to note that despite my previous encounters with the supernatural, nothing could have prepared me for the sheer malevolence that permeated that house. It was an experience that left an indelible mark on me, forever reminding me of the power and darkness that can exist beyond the veil of the physical world. It taught me the importance of cherishing the light and finding sanctuary in the places that uplift and protect our spirits. That haunting memory of our time in that house will forever serve as a reminder of the unseen forces that can shape our lives, and the resilience and strength that we possess to overcome even the most terrifying of trials. Story number 3. Naked Running Ghost. As I reflect on my childhood, a peculiar memory resurfaces, one that has always perplexed me. I vividly recall a moment when I was lying in bed, with the door ajar, allowing a sliver of light from the hallway to seep into my room. It was during this tranquil evening that something utterly bizarre occurred, an incident that still lingers in the recesses of my mind. Out of nowhere, in a frenzy of motion, a naked man sprinted past my partially open door. Yes, I've realized how utterly peculiar this may sound, but it's the truth. What remains etched in my memory is not only the visual image of the man's naked form, but the distinct sound his feet made as they connected with the floor. Strangely enough, the sound of his footsteps resembled that of bare feet pounding against cold, unforgiving kitchen tiles. Yet in stark contrast, our hallway boasted a carpeted floor. How could I forget such a peculiar detail? It defied all logic and reason, leaving me perplexed and questioning the very nature of that inexplicable event. Upon further contemplation, I find myself grappling with the inconsistencies of that peculiar night. You see, adjacent to my room lay the toilet, a cramped space that allowed for no significant room to maneuver, let alone embark on a full sprint. How, then, could this enigmatic figure have dashed past my door in such a reckless manner? Curiously enough, my recollection fails me after the fleeting sound of rapid footsteps. There's no memory of a door opening or closing, nor any subsequent commotion. It is possible that the passage of time has distorted the events of that evening, obscuring certain details and leaving behind only fragments of this enigmatic puzzle. Intriguingly, my quest for answers took an unexpected turn when I stumbled upon a video titled Naked Running Ghost. This footage depicted a shaky camera recorded within a living room, capturing an abrupt apparition of a naked man dashing across the screen. The moment my eyes beheld this unexpected visual, a surge of familiarity coursed through my veins. It was as if the past had collided with the present, reigniting the long-lost memory of that surreal encounter from my childhood. The revelation was astounding, prompting a peculiar query to surface within my thoughts. Did I, in fact, bear witness to a ghostly apparition all those years ago? Am I acutely aware of how preposterous such a notion may seem, but an unshakable feeling gnaws at my core, telling me that something's amiss? Could it be that I was granted a fleeting glimpse into a realm beyond our understanding? Was that fleeting, naked figure a specter of the supernatural, crossing over from the ethereal plane into my earthly abode? The possibility seems both enthralling and terrifying, leaving me with an undeniable sense of unease. My mind continues to wrestle with the enigma presented by that vivid childhood memory. Though I cannot offer concrete answers, nor can I dismiss it as mere figments of an overactive imagination, the lingering curiosity and sense of disquiet remain. Perhaps one day, the truth will unveil itself, and the strange puzzle of that fateful night will finally find its missing pieces. Until then, I'm left to ponder the mysteries that lie hidden within the recesses of my past, forever questioning the nature of that otherworldly encounter. Story number 4. Something grabbing your foot as you fall asleep. Let me tell you about the incident that occurred the other night, which left me bewildered and unsettled. It all began when my phone buzzed with a text message from my mom, piercing through the late-night silence. It was well past 1 a.m., and I wondered what could be so urgent at such an hour. Curiosity was piqued. I unlocked the phone and read the message that would set the stage for a chilling tale. In her text, my mom queried whether I ever experienced the unnerving sensation of someone grabbing my foot while peacefully slumbering in bed. You see, my mom's husband had fallen ill, and as a result, she had temporarily moved into my old room for the past few months. Evidently, something insidious had been disturbing her sleep by grabbing her foot in the dead of night. Now, my mother's not one to exaggerate or indulge in theatrics. For her to reach out and ask me this, I knew she must be genuinely frightened. What made the situation even more disconcerting was that as soon as she mentioned it, a wave of forgotten memories flooded my mind. Recollections of nights spent in that very room where I too had experienced peculiar encounters came rushing back. At the time, I had dismissed those incidents as mere figments of my imagination or perhaps vivid dreams. I wanted desperately to believe that it was all confined to the recesses of my mind. Allow me to elaborate on one such occurrence that now stands out in vivid detail. I recall lying on my bed, my preferred sleeping position being on my stomach, and due to my height, my feet often dangled over the edge. On this particular night, I suddenly felt a jolt of forceful pressure gripping my ankle, as if an unseen hand had seized it with purpose. The force applied was undeniable, yanking my leg with unexpected strength. At the time, I shrugged it off, attributing it to a bizarre dream or an overactive imagination. Now, with my mother's unsettling revelation, all the dismissals and rationalizations seemed futile. She appeared deeply disturbed by these nocturnal intrusions, and considering her already burdened state of mind, caring for her ailing husband, I knew that she couldn't afford any additional stress. The puzzle deepened, and my mind swirled with unanswered questions. What sinister presence lurked in that room, targeting our feet in the dead of night? Was it a malevolent spirit, a mischievous entity, or something else altogether? Perhaps it was an inexplicable phenomenon beyond our comprehension. Whatever the case, it was evident that this uninvited visitor was wreaking havoc on our peace of mind. Filled with a mix of curiosity, apprehension, and a strong desire to protect my mother, I decided to embark on a quest for answers, determined to confront this enigma head-on. I delved into research, exploring accounts of paranormal encounters, supernatural disturbances, and unexplained phenomena. As I embarked on this journey, my understanding of the inexplicable deepened. I discovered a wealth of testimonies from people who had encountered similar experiences, bizarre encounters with unseen forces that defied logic and rattled their very core. it became evident that they were not alone in our nocturnal trials. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I resolved to unravel the mysteries shrouding our old room. I sought the guidance of paranormal experts, delving into their advice, methods, and experiences. Together, we ventured into the realm of the unknown, conducting investigations, setting up cameras, and even employing various spiritual and metaphysical practices to repel or communicate with the mysterious entity. Days turned into weeks, and the nights became a battleground between the ethereal and the corporeal. We experienced instances of inexplicable temperature drops, objects moving on their own, and even faint whispers echoing through the room's hollowed silence. It was a constant dance between fear and determination as we persisted in our pursuit of truth. Finally, after an arduous and intense period of investigation, we stumbled upon a breakthrough, a faded diary, tucked away in a dusty corner of the attic, awaiting discovery. Its weathered pages revealed the tale of a former resident, who, unbeknownst to us, had encountered the same spectral torment we now faced. According to the diary entries, a tragic incident had occurred in that very room many decades ago. A young woman plagued by a restless spirit seeking solace or perhaps retribution had fallen victim to an untimely demise. Her presence lingered, perpetuating a cycle of unease and spectral unrest. With this newfound understanding, we endeavored to bring peace to this tormented soul, consulting spiritual experts. We performed ceremonies of cleansing and purification, aiming to release the trapped energy and provide closure to the lingering spirit. We lit incense, recited ancient chants, and infused the atmosphere with love and compassion. Gradually, the air grew lighter, the tension dissipated, and the room began to regain its tranquility. The once malevolent presence that had tormented us night after night gradually receded into the depths of the unknown, leaving us with a sense of relief mingled with a touch of sorrow. Reflecting on this extraordinary journey, I find solace in the fact that my mother and I were able to confront and conquer the inexplicable forces that had haunted our nights. Our shared experience brought us closer together, fostering a bond fortified by courage, resilience, and a deep appreciation for the unfathomable mysteries of the universe. As I gaze upon that room now, bathed in the soft glow of daylight, I can't help but marvel at the intricate tapestry of life, the hidden dimensions that exist beyond the realm of our perception. Though the scars of that haunting experience may never fully fade, they serve as a reminder of our strength, our ability to face the unknown, and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of the supernatural. Story number 5. Saw and felt something, but we were alone. In the year 2015, when I was 33 years old, I found myself deeply involved in a romantic relationship with my now husband, Andrew. At that time, I resided in a different city, but during one particular weekend, I decided to pay Andrew a visit in Houston, where he lived. He shared a ranch-style home reminiscent of the 1960s with 2 other individuals, whom I shall refer to as Gary and Gary's girlfriend. It was our routine to spend our weekends together, exploring various activities, but on this specific evening, each couple had chosen to pursue separate plans. After Andrew and I returned home from a lovely dinner, we thought it prudent to check in with his roommates to ascertain their whereabouts. Gary informed us that they were still dining and would return after a few more hours. With this knowledge in mind, Andrew and I settled in front of the television, intending to enjoy some leisurely entertainment before retiring early for the night. Since we had the house to ourselves, I decided to utilize Andrew's shower while he opted for the guest room down the hallway. My shower lasted approximately 10 minutes, and as I emerged from the steam-filled bathroom, I contemplated the lack of necessity in closing the door. Considering it was just Andrew and me in the house for the foreseeable future, I reasoned that there is no potential for anyone else to inadvertently witness my awe-neutral state. Completing my usual bedtime routine, with changing into my pajamas as the final step, I began brushing my teeth. While hunched over the sink, completely exposed, an unexpected sight caught my attention. An individual swiftly passed by the door, down the hallway. Moreover, the unmistakable sensation of a presence permeated the atmosphere, including its fleeting encounter with the bathroom. Alarmed and utterly flabbergasted, I hastily wrapped myself up in a towel and hastened toward the guest room where Andrew had been preparing for the evening. He was in the process of getting dressed as I divulged my distressing revelation. Gary had inadvertently caught sight of me in my vulnerable state, which left me feeling deeply upset and mortified. Andrew, wearing a perplexed expression, vehemently denied the plausibility of my account, revealing that he had received a text message from their friends, notifying him that they were concluding their dinner and would be soon returning home. As Andrew's words reached my ears, it felt as if the blood drained from my face. His remark, suggesting a resemblance to a person encountering a ghost, failed to capture my sentiments at the time. I didn't consider the paranormal as a possible explanation. Instead, my immediate assumption revolved around the notion that an intruder had breached our sanctuary, and now roamed freely within its confines. Filled with trepidation, I implored Andrew to conduct a thorough search of the entire house, and even the garage while I sought refuge in the safety of the guest room. However, much to our relief, his inspection yielded no intruders or signs of unauthorized entry. Until that moment, my beliefs concerning the paranormal had remained somewhat neutral. I neither adamantly denied its existence nor actively sought validation for such phenomena, as I had never experienced any first-hand encounters. Nevertheless, that fateful night remains etched in my memory as vividly as it had occurred yesterday. I am certain of what I saw and the distinct sensations that coursed through me. While I lack the expertise to unravel the mysteries of the supernatural, I cannot explain why this peculiar incident represented the sole manifestation throughout the 2 years Andrew resided in that house. As far as my knowledge extends, the property lacks any sinister or macabre history. Perhaps this occurrence was an isolated event, or perchance my imagination had played tricks on me. Regardless, from that point forward, I became an unwavering believer in the existence of paranormal phenomenon. Story number 6. Ask Reddit. Once upon a time, in a distant land, there lived a woman who possessed extraordinary powers in the field of medicine. Although it's been ages since I last heard this tale, I vaguely remembered that she had a rather questionable reputation. To my recollection, this woman had recently given birth to a litter of adorable puppies, but to her dismay, she felt ashamed of them. She decided to keep them confined within a sack, hidden away from the world. During the day, when the woman would venture out of her tent, the mischievous puppies would manage to escape the confines of the sack and play gleefully inside her dwelling. Curiously enough, every time she approached her tent, she could hear the joyful sounds of children emanating from within. However, no matter how swiftly she moved, by the time she reached into the entrance of her tent, she could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the last puppy scurrying back into the sack. Driven by intrigue and desire to unravel this mysterious phenomenon, the woman devised a plan to outwit the playful puppies. Instead of leaving her tent as usual, she decided to linger outside, pretending to be absent while secretly observing their activities. This time, her strategy bore fruit, and she managed to catch the puppies red-handed, or so she thought. To her astonishment, as she approached them, she realized that they were not puppies at all, but actual children. Despite her attempts to contain them, most of the children transformed back into puppies and grew into adult dogs. However, there were 2 exceptional children who she had successfully apprehended, and their unique transformation set them apart. These true extraordinary beings remained human as they grew older, and they would eventually become known as the first Tli-Cho people, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of history. Now let me regale you with another tale, a captivating story that weaves together elements of orphaned children, a malevolent witch, and a colossal giant guarding a bridge of great significance. However, I must preface this narrative by stating that I do not believe it holds any profound life lessons or historical significance. It is simply a story that has been passed down through the generations, shared by our elder of our community. Many moons ago, there lived a brother and sister of the Tli-Cho tribe, who one fateful day ventured away from the safety of their camp to indulge in playful escapades. As the sun began its descent, casting a dark shroud over the land, they realized it was time to return home. Little did they know that a devastating tragedy had befallen their camp, as a neighboring tribe had mercilessly attacked and massacred everyone in their absence. Upon their return, the heart-wrenching sight of their decimated camp greeted the two children, leaving them stranded and devoid of hope. Days passed and their hunger gnawed at their bellies, leaving them desperate and unsure of what to do next. It was during this dire moment that an evil medicine woman appeared before them, attempting to lure them into her clutches. However, their instincts warned them of her wickedness, and they mustered the strength to escape her clutches. With fear propelling their steps, the siblings fled through the treacherous wilderness until they reached a deep chasm, with a raging river coursing through its depths. To their astonishment, they discovered a colossal giant positioned on the other side of the chasm, serving as an unexpected guardian of the passage. The giant, extending an act of kindness amidst the darkness, offered to create a bridge by laying across the chasm, allowing the children to cross to safety. However, he posed an unusual condition. Before granting them passage, they had to consume a peculiar substance, the giant's own sizable snot, extracted meticulously from his cavernous nostrils. Overwhelmed by their desperate circumstances, the children found themselves at a crossroads. Consuming the giant's repulsive offering was their only ticket to survival, and they reluctantly obliged. Miraculously, their compliance resulted in the giant fulfilling his promise, and they were granted safe passage across the bridge. As fate would have it, the evil medicine woman, undeterred by the children's escape, arrived at the chasm, determined to pursue them. Presented with the same peculiar condition, she arrogantly scoffed at the giant's offer, refusing to entertain the notion of consuming his repugnant offering. Mocking the giant and underestimating his power, she relentlessly berated him, demanding him that he lay down across the chasm for her convenience. However, the giant's patience wore thin, and in a swift turn of events, he executed a remarkable act of retribution. Just as the witch was halfway across the bridge, he suddenly rolled over, causing the treacherous pathway to crumble beneath her feet. With a blood-curdling shriek, the witch plummeted into the depths of the chasm, meeting her tragic demise. Meanwhile, the children, now devoid of guidance and protection, were discovered by the very tribe responsible for their annihilation of their parents and kin. Taking them in, the tribe raised the orphans as their own, enveloping them in a newfound sense of belonging. Thus, the tale of the Tli-Cho brother and sister, intertwined with the elements of the witch and the giant, came to an unexpected and poignant conclusion. As with all stories, the truth may have been embellished over time, transforming into legends that capture our imaginations. Nevertheless, these narratives serve as a testament to the power of storytelling and its ability to bridge the gap between generations, preserving our cultural heritage and capturing our hearts with each retelling. Story number 7. I must admit that within the vast repertoire of oral tradition tales passed down through generations, I have yet to encounter any that revolve around the enigmatic Naga. However, the stories I'm about to recount are not products of whimsical imagination, but rather narratives shared with me by individuals who have had the rare privilege of personal experiences with these elusive beings. Let us embark on a journey through time, for it was approximately 4 to 5 decades ago when the Naga, in an audacious act, abducted a young boy from the tranquil town of Edzo. Astonishingly, the reverberations of this event continue to ripple through the annals of history, as his family, bound by an unyielding love and hope, still traverse to an enigmatic island. It is on this sacred isle that they offer humble tributes of clothes and sustenance to appease the Naga, ever hopeful for the safe return of their beloved child. The passage of time could not conceal the lingering glimmers of truth. 4 years later, this very boy emerged from the depths of obscurity. However, the passage of time had wrought a profound transformation upon him, for he was no longer a mere mortal boy. Instead, he stood as a testament to the mystifying power of the Naga, clad in attire incongruous to their kind, donning a shirt and a baseball cap. Through the mystical arts of the Dini magic, they had transmuted an ordinary lad into a creature of their own ilk. In the realm of extraordinary encounters, I once had the privilege of listening to a tale shared by a colleague. This individual, seeking to satiate his curiosity, had procured an illicit firearm and ventured deep into the untamed wilderness. Far removed from the constraints of civilization, he stumbled upon a peculiar locale, where nature itself seemed to have been magnified in scale. The trees towered above him, and the grass beneath his feet swayed with an almost preternatural vigor. A disconcerting sense of awe permeated the air, compelling him to promptly depart from his extraordinary realm. Upon his return, accompanied by a friend, a grisly sight awaited them. In a horrifying display of primal violence, a grizzly bear lay dismembered, its once majestic form cruelly divided into 5 distinct parts: the head, body, arms, and legs. Astonishingly, no traces of feasting could be discerned, no telltale signs of scratches or missing flesh. Filled with a primal instinct for self-preservation, they promptly recoiled from this gruesome scene, an ominous harbinger of the forbidden domain they unwittingly trespassed upon. Seeking solace and guidance, he confided in his grandmother, only to be met with an unequivocal slap across his cheek, a resounding reminder to never venture into that sacred territory ever again. It became unequivocally clear that the land upon which they had unwittingly trespassed belonged to the Naga, a place where mortals were not meant to tread. Lastly, allow me to regale you with the tale of another colleague, who in his formative years had an encounter with the Naga that would forever sear itself into his consciousness. As a young child, he found himself nestled within the confines of a tent while partaking in a hunting expedition. The tent, adorned with a plastic window, offered a fragile barrier between him and the night. In the midst of his slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of distress emanating from his 4 canine companions who lay just beyond the confines of his temporary abode. Curiosity piqued, he cast his gaze upward, only to be confronted by a sight that defied reason. There, peering into the vulnerable sanctuary, stood a Naga, its eyes fixed upon him with an intensity that chilled him to the core. Petrified by fear, he dared not make a single movement, remaining frozen in place until his brother stirred from his own slumber. Emboldened by the presence of another soul, they mustered the courage to venture outside, only to discover that the ordinarily fierce and protective canines were huddled together within their shelter, their mournful cries permeating the air. It was then, as he glanced toward the glistening expanse of the lake, that he witnessed a spectacle that defied the very laws of nature. The Naga, propelled by an otherworldly agility, traversed the shore with an almost ethereal swiftness, gliding upon the ground while mimicking the motions of walking. its arms and legs moving in perfect synchronization. When its gaze fell upon the young witness, the creature abruptly halted its locomotion, and with a disconcerting fluidity began retracing its steps, receding into the veil of darkness. Filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, he rushed to awaken his slumbering parents, seeking solace in their protective embrace. Yet, despite this terrifying encounter, he would never again bear witness to the ethereal presence of the Naga. Thus, dear listener, I share these accounts with you, rendered in the vibrant tapestry of the first-person narrative, in an effort to evoke the ineffable and the mysterious nature of these encounters. The tale of the Naga, intertwined with the magic and the forbidden, serve as a reminder that there are realms beyond our comprehension, where forces beyond our mortal ken reside, awaiting their chance to intrude upon our world. May these stories serve as a testament to the enduring power of myth and the enduring mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows of our collective consciousness. Story number 8. Strange Times at My Old House. So let me begin by sharing the unsettling experiences I encountered during the time I resided in 2 different houses with my late mother. It's been 5 years since these incidents occurred, and I moved out a year ago after her passing. The first house we lived in was, without a doubt, the worst of the 2, and oddly enough, the second house was just 2 houses down from the first one, on the same plot of land. I mentioned this because I believe there may be some connection to the land itself, which is why it strikes me as significant. Recently, I came across a comment on a post that discussed how living near train tracks could potentially lead to paranormal encounters and the presence of black mold. This particular remark triggered a train of thought within me, as both of the houses I lived in were plagued by black mold. Although they were old trailers, the first one suffered the most severely. Living there, I consistently felt an eerie sensation of being watched. It reached a point where at times, around 3 in the afternoon, I would become overwhelmed by fear, sensing an impending threat. I would hastily flee the premises, abandoning my shoes in the process, only to put them on and outside, and seek refuge at my mother's workplace for a grueling 8 hours, anxiously awaiting her shift to conclude. I suppose I should clarify that I was already in my late 20s at the time, so it wasn't simply a case of youthful fright. The overwhelming sense of dread I experienced was truly overpowering. During this period, I also had manic episodes that fueled my belief that there were individuals in the living room plotting my demise, planning to bury me somewhere in the yard. Furthermore, vivid images would materialize in my mind's eye, depicting an enormous ancient demon, devoid of any discernible gender, residing within the open closet positioned right behind my head. Impish creatures would manifest in the hallway as well, and astonishingly, I could actually see them. However, I must emphasize that these mischievous entities never made any direct physical contact with me, even though their presence was undeniably unsettling. I do apologize if I appear to be rushing through this account. There's simply so much to convey and my thoughts are jumbled. Please pardon any grammar errors as well. I'm merely hoping to find solace in knowing whether anyone else has encountered similar things. Interestingly, after my mother moved to the second house, the one that was just 2 houses away, I began experiencing seizures there as well, following a series of manic episodes wherein I perceived and sensed spirits dwelling within the house. In an attempt to capture evidence of these ethereal beings, I would often take photographs of the hallway at night, and to my shock, I would discover apparitions captured in the images. Even my family members corroborated my claims of seeing these spirits in the photographs. Unfortunately, I no longer possess those photos as the phone containing them is no longer in my possession. However, I do have one image on my current phone, although the spirit within it is barely discernible unless you scrutinize it closely. Yet upon careful examination, one can observe pointed ears, a mouth, eyes, a body, and 2 slender legs, An imp, captured on camera. I truly wish I still possessed the other pictures, particularly one depicting a malevolent hellhound standing in front of my bedroom door, as well as a photograph revealing the presence of two towering shadow-like figures. These images would have served as compelling evidence. Regrettably, I have no means to prove the hardships I endured during that period, despite even my skeptical aunt bearing witness to the hellhound and the apparitions present in those photos. It's an overwhelming desire of mine to find a way to substantiate the reality of what I had experienced. In retrospect, I ponder whether the combination of black mold and the peculiar land upon which I resided played a significant role in instigating these harrowing encounters. Certainly, stress was a contributing factor as well, and I acknowledge that. However, the intense feeling of dread that permeated my being was undeniably real. If only I possessed the photographs, I could present them as tangible evidence to support my claims. Alas, they are lost to me now, leaving me with a lingering sense of longing for validation. Story number 9. I remember a paranormal activity from my childhood. When I was between the ages of 4 and 5, I had a small room all to myself. It was a cozy space with a table that held an old-style television and a comfortable mattress placed on the floor. On this particular day, my mother and aunt joined me in my room as we settled down to watch TV together, sitting on the mattress. Being a young child, I wasn't particularly interested in adult shows. My eyes were fixed on the colorful and entertaining world of cartoons. As I sat there engrossed in the animated characters, my attention gradually shifted towards the environment surrounding me. That's when it happened. I froze. It felt as if time stood still, and I was rendered motionless in that moment. Through the window, I caught a glimpse of a man, standing outside with a peculiar smile on his face. His eyes were fixated on me, and it sent shivers down my spine. Panic overcame me, and I desperately tried to alert my mother about the presence of this man. I stammered and stumbled over my words, attempting to convey that there was someone outside the window. But to my dismay, my mother reassured me that no one was there, yet I could clearly see him, his eerie smile haunting my thoughts. He wore a blue shirt and had a white beard that contrasted sharply against his pale complexion. What troubled me the most were his eyes, deep red, almost glowing with an unsettling intensity. Then, as abruptly as he had appeared, the man vanished into thin air. The memory of that moment still lingers vividly in my mind, etched into my consciousness. The image of his strange smile and those piercing red eyes continue to haunt me. Even as I recall this story now, it remains a perplexing mystery, a chilling encounter from my childhood that I can never forget. Story number 10. So I found big handprints on my fridge? So this morning, I woke up feeling groggy and disoriented. As I slowly regained consciousness, I realized it was time to let my dogs out. With a yawn and a stretch, I stumbled out of bed and made my way toward the back door. As I reached the kitchen, something caught my eye. The side of my fridge, which usually faced the wall, was now positioned towards the back door. It was an odd sight, but I didn't pay much attention to it at first. I opened the door to let my dogs out, and as I turned around to close it, I was met with a startling discovery. Right there on the fridge was a fresh handprint. It was as if someone had just touched the surface moments ago. The steamy imprint reminded me of the fogged-up mirror in the bathroom after a hot shower, only this handprint was much larger than my own. To validate my astonishment, I quickly snapped some comparison pictures. Living with just my girlfriend and me in the house, this mysterious handprint sent chills down my spine. We hadn't touched the side of the fridge in ages, let alone with both hands like that. It was undeniably eerie and left me pondering over its origins. Seeking some clarity, I decided to seek unbiased opinions. I shared the peculiar incident with a few friends and family members, hoping they could shed some light on the matter. Unsurprisingly, they were just as perplexed as I was. None of them could come up with a logical explanation for the sudden appearance of the handprint. As I delved deeper into recent history, I realized that strange occurrences were becoming a recurring theme in my life. It wasn't just the handprint on the fridge that unsettled me. There's been other bizarre incidents that left me questioning my sanity. One night, as I prepared to retire for the day, I turned off the main light in my bedroom. I climbed into bed, reached over to turn on my bedside lamp, but to my astonishment, it refused to illuminate. No matter how many times I flicked the switch, the light remained stubbornly off. Frustrated, I eventually gave up and resigned myself to sleep in the darkness. However, just as I began to relax, I felt something peculiar underneath my pillow. It was an unmistakable shape of a light bulb. Confused, I pulled it out and realized that it was the light bulb from my malfunctioning lamp. How it ended up beneath my pillow, I had no clue. Instances like these were not isolated. I would frequently discover clothes missing from my wardrobe, only to find them days later in unexpected places. It was as if my belongings had a mind of their own, playing hide and seek with me. I couldn't help but wonder if these occurrences were somehow connected to the mysterious handprint on the fridge. As I recounted these incidents, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was as if there was an invisible presence in our home, toying with our belongings and leaving behind perplexing clues. The logical part of my mind desperately searched for rational explanations, but the inexplicable nature of these events continued to baffle me. Was there a logical explanation for all of this? Or was there something supernatural at play? The handprint on the fridge remained an enigma, leaving me with more questions than answers. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this story than met the eye. So here I am, sharing my experiences and seeking any insight or guidance from those willing to offer it. Perhaps someone out there has encountered similar phenomena or possessed the knowledge to unravel this perplexing mystery. Any thoughts or theories would be greatly appreciated as I continue to navigate this strange and unsettling journey of unexplained occurrences in my home. Story number 11. Why does it only happen when it rains? I, a 20-year-old male, hail from what appears to be a lineage of seers or some kind of mystical heritage. It's a peculiar generational phenomenon that's been passed down through my biological father's side of the family, granting us the ability to perceive and receive things that elude the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, I must confess that my understanding of this inherited gift remains rather murky. Not too long ago, I made the decision to relocate to a new apartment complex, believing it would offer a more favorable environment for me. You see, no matter where I've resided in the past, I've always encountered auditory or visual manifestations of people who, upon closer inspection, turn out to be figments of my unique perception. Surprisingly, I never experienced any foreboding sensations about the area I now call home until something peculiar transpired that shifted my perspective. Whenever rainfall graced the vicinity, an extraordinary phenomenon would unfold. I could distinctly hear agonized screams and the forceful pounding of fists against walls, seemingly emanating from directions leading outdoors. A truly perplexing situation considering I dwell on the top floor of the building. It was a disconcerting occurrence that compelled me to share my experiences here. I've been a resident of this complex for a mere 2 months, and rain showers have graced our vicinity on only a dozen occasions, including tonight. As I write this, the clock strikes 1:30 in the morning, a time that often finds me grappling with sleep troubles, a lifelong struggle of mine. It was during this late hour that I suddenly perceived what appeared to be a series of agonized screams right outside my apartment door. Intrigued yet apprehensive, I cautiously peered through the window, only to find an empty corridor devoid of any human presence. Determined to uncover the source of these perplexing sounds, I gingerly resumed my seat on the sofa, hastily finishing the remnants of my soda. To my dismay, a resounding bang reverberated from the vicinity of the sliding glass door adjacent to the main entrance. My heart pounding, I promptly examined the area, scanning for any signs of life, whether it be an animal or a wayward branch. But to my bewilderment, there was naught to be found, save for an expansive patch of parched cement, soaked by the relentless downpour. This peculiar turn of events marks the first occasion in which I felt compelled to venture outside or investigate matters concerning the enigmatic screams that echo throughout the rain-soaked air. As you can imagine, the sheer weight of these experiences and the implications they hold have proven rather overwhelming, particularly since I now have a child in my care. Consequently, I find it increasingly challenging to dismiss these occurrences as mere flights of fancy. Thus, I implore you to shed some light on this conundrum that has been perplexing me. Why does this inexplicable phenomenon exclusively manifest itself during rainfall? Story number 12. Experience with terminal patient with ghost sighting before and after her death. During my 17 years as a hospice RN, I encountered countless spiritual experiences that left an indelible mark on my soul. One particular incident stands out vividly in my memory, which took place during my time at the hospice inpatient unit, where we cared for 10 patients in their final stages of life. On that fateful day, I was attending to a woman who was actively nearing the end of her journey. As I walked past her room, I couldn't resist stealing a glance inside. To my surprise, there she was, sitting upright on the edge of her bed, adorned with a warm, gentle smile. It struck me as odd since just a few seconds prior, she had been lying in bed with both legs intact. Initially, I continued on my way, but something compelled me to stop and reflect. The realization hit me that she had not been faring well lately. Furthermore, the sight of her missing leg, which had been present in my previous encounter, added an additional layer of perplexity to the situation. Curiosity and a deep sense of compassion urged me to retrace my steps and peek into the room once more. To my astonishment, she was still lying in bed, just as I had left her moments ago. A thought crossed my mind, like a whisper from the ethereal realm. Could it be that what I had witnessed was her soul preparing to embark on its journey beyond the physical realm? In that moment she appeared so content, so blissful. It was as if she had caught a glimpse of the purest form of happiness that awaits us all. As my shift came to an end, I made my way home, carrying the weight of the extraordinary encounter with me. Little did I know that the extraordinary was about to follow me right through my front door. As I stepped into the familiar comfort of my house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Standing there in my hallway was the very woman I had attended to earlier that day. She stood tall and radiant, possessing both of her legs and appearing to be at least half her age. Her smile radiated a brilliance that could light up even the darkest of rooms. Caught between awe and disbelief, I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from her enchanting presence. Time seemed to stand still as we exchanged a silent acknowledgement, an unspoken connection that transcended the boundaries of our physical existence. Gratitude welled up within me, and I mustered a smile, expressing my profound appreciation for her decision to grace me with this visitation. In a fleeting moment, as though fading into a realm beyond mortal comprehension, she vanished from my sight. The ethereal encounter left me trembling with a mixture of emotions, wonder, humility, and an overwhelming sense of blessing. I knew deep within my heart that this extraordinary event was not a mere figment of my imagination or a trick of the light. It was a profound experience that affirmed the existence of a world beyond our own. Without hesitation, I dialed the number for my workplace, my voice trembling with excitement and a touch of trepidation, urging them to check on the patient I had encountered. I anxiously awaited their confirmation. The nurse at the other end of the line returned, her voice filled with solemnity, as she affirmed that the patient had indeed passed away. A profound sense of gratitude washed over me, intertwining with a profound sorrow. The knowledge that this remarkable woman had chosen to touch my life, even for a brief moment, filled me with an immense sense of purpose. I had been granted the privilege of witnessing her transition and sharing in the joy that accompanied her departure from this earthly plane. In the years that followed, I continued to care for countless patients, offering them comfort and solace during their final moments. However, that encounter with the woman who defied the boundaries of time and space remained etched in my consciousness. It served as a constant reminder that there is a realm of existence beyond what our mortal senses can perceive, a realm filled with joy and love and profound connections. As I reflect upon my journey as a hospice RN, I am humbled by the privilege bestowed upon me to witness the delicate dance between life and death. Each encounter, every spiritual experience, has left an indelible mark on my being, shaping me into the compassionate, empathetic nurse I am today, and for that, I will be forever grateful. Story number 13. Street with Bad Vibes. As I reminisce about that memorable night, I can't help but recall the eerie experience I had while driving home from the prom with my companions. Picture this, a car filled with laughter and youthful exuberance, traversing a street nestled amidst the scenic countryside, belonging to the Portland-Vancouver area. Little did we know that our journey would take an unexpected turn, and the events that unfolded would etch themselves indelibly into my memory. It all began when my gaze inadvertently fell upon a house situated along that very road. In an instant, an inexplicable sensation of unease gripped my being, sending chills down my spine. I couldn't shake off the strange aura that enveloped that particular house. Intriguingly enough, I found myself unable to articulate this discomfort to my friends, and an unspoken agreement seemed to exist, silently acknowledging the palpable shift in the atmosphere. As we continued our drive, it became evident that this peculiarity I initially sensed was not confined to that lone residence. No, dear reader, the enigmatic ambiance seemed to extend its insidious tendrils, casting an unsettling pallor over the entire stretch of houses lining that road. Each house, with its distinct ranch-style architecture, appeared foreboding in its own right, evoking an amalgamation of curiosity and trepidation within me. I couldn't help but notice these homes possessed an uncanny similarity in their appearance. Their front yards, like open invitations, extended towards the road, seemingly beckoning passerbys into their enigmatic domains. And there, amidst those elongated spaces, were meticulously curated gardens, adorned with an abundance of diminutive pine trees. The juxtaposition of nature's beauty against the backdrop of an inexplicable disquietude created an unsettling tableau that defied rational explanation. In an attempt to make sense of this disconcerting episode, I confided in one of my close friends, a person endowed with the exceptional gift, the ability to perceive and comprehend emotions on an extraordinary level, a fellow empath. Their understanding of the human psyche far surpassed my own, and to my astonishment, their response mirrored my own sentiments precisely. We shared an unspoken bond, forged through our mutual recognition of the oppressive air that hung heavily in the wake of that peculiar road. The sheer weight of those emotions, combined with the unending mystery of what lay beyond those seemingly innocuous facades, weighed heavily on my mind. What was it about those houses, their architecture, or perhaps some intangible force that emanated from within, that elicited such an intense reaction? The query gnawed at the corners of my consciousness, refusing to relinquish its hold on my thoughts. It was only when we finally escaped the clutches of that ominous street, leaving its indistinct specters behind, that a sense of relief washed over me. Like a prisoner released from their shackles, I could breathe freely once more. The lingering sense of dread dissipated, replaced by a newfound tranquility that settled deep within my soul. Yet, despite this respite, my mind remained ensnared in a ceaseless cycle of contemplation, relentlessly dissecting the events of that fateful night. As I recount this tale, dear listener, know that the enigma of that road, the inexplicable sensations, and the haunting beauty of those houses remained etched within the deepest recesses of my consciousness. The tendrils of curiosity, ever tenacious, continue to wrap themselves around my thoughts, refusing to relinquish their grip. It is a puzzle that persists unresolved, a testament to the enduring power of the unknown and the indelible impact it can have on our lives. And so, as the wheels of time continue to turn, I find myself drawn back to that road, that night, and the enigmatic houses that seem to hold a myriad of secrets. The questions linger, suspended in the realm of the unanswered, waiting patiently for their day of revelation. Until then, I wander through the corridors of my mind, seeking solace in the untold stories and the unexplored depths of the human existence, forever captivated by that single moment of time that left an indelible mark on my journey. Story number 14. I work at a hospital and had a paranormal encounter when I used to work on evenings and nights. Before I began my tenure at the hospital, where I've devoted a significant portion of my life for the past decade, I was already aware of the haunting reputation of the significantly older hospital within the same trust. Little did I know the one I worked at has its own eerie secrets as well. The discovery of this fact was rather unsettling, to say the least. It was a day like any other, as my colleagues and I completed our duties within the hospital. Exhausted, we decided to gather in the kitchen for a brief respite before bidding farewell to the premises. This particular kitchen was situated in a section of the hospital that housed the research laboratories, conveniently located on the same floor as the wards, but entirely separated from them. We were fully aware that everyone else had already departed for the day, leaving only the three of us remaining. However, as soon as the two staff members accompanying me exited the kitchen, I was confronted with a palpable sense of solitude. Approximately 5 minutes after their departure, a mysterious occurrence seized my attention. Footsteps, unmistakable in their distinct rhythm, began emanating from the corridor adjacent to the kitchen, the very same corridor guarded by a magnetic locked door. It wasn't possible for anyone to have entered undetected, yet the sounds persisted, finally halting just outside the kitchen door. Driven by an instinctual curiosity, I felt compelled to investigate, hoping to uncover the source of this spectral disturbance. Much to my bewilderment, my inspection revealed an empty area, void of any presence other than my own. The rooms at my disposal beckoned me to explore further, and dutifully, I inspected each one, meticulously confirming their vacancy. Not a soul could be found. Perturbed by these inexplicable events, I decided it was best to retreat from the enigmatic realm that had seemingly invaded my workplace. While waiting for a lift, an experience transpired that would forever linger in my memory. I could swear with unwavering certainty that a shadowy figure materialized from the far end of the corridor I had just traversed. Its silhouette manifested amidst the dimly lit hallway, and for a fleeting moment our eyes met. A shiver traveled down my spine as an entity dissolved into thin air, leaving me pondering the nature of what I had just witnessed. Determined to seek solace and comprehend the peculiar happenings, I sought out my fellow staff members, eager to glean insights from their own encounters. One colleague recounted an eerie encounter within a ward, an apparition of an elderly individual, aimlessly wandering through the area, only to be inexplicably vanished. Another shared a chilling tale of phantom screams that reverberated throughout the hospital, despite the conspicuous absence of any living being. Yet another individual divulged an experience of hearing an ethereal melody, a haunting melody that resonated through the corridors, evoking both fascination and trepidation. It was clear that these eerie episodes were not confined to my own encounters, but had touched the lives of others within our shared workspace. That fateful day, wrought with the enigmatic and uncanny, transpired nearly 8 years ago. Although I have since moved on from that particular section of the hospital, the memories of those inexplicable incidents continue to linger within the recesses of my mind. The whispered stories and shared accounts of apparitions, inexplicable sounds, and ghostly figures have become an integral part of the hospital's legacy, a chilling testament to the paranormal mysteries that shroud its walls. Are you ready to explore the hidden corners of our existence? At Paranormal M, we bring you real accounts of the paranormal that will leave you questioning everything. Subscribe and turn on notifications for an unforgettable journey. Story number 1. A weird laugh I heard in rural Minnesota. I used to live alone in northern rural Minnesota, nestled near the Canadian border, in a cozy little cabin. Being a seasonal employee, my days were filled with serenity and solitude. However, one winter night, an eerie incident occurred that left me questioning the tranquility of my surroundings. It was a particularly cold evening, and as I lay in bed, desperately seeking sleep, the clock struck 2 a.m., just as I was about to drift off into Dreamland. A sound invaded the silence, shattering the peace that I had come to cherish. It was a laugh unlike any other I'd ever heard before. This wasn't an ordinary laugh. It was a haunting, malevolent chuckle straight out of a horror movie. The sinister laughter reverberated through the air, echoing off the walls of my humble abode. It seemed to stretch on for an eternity, lasting a whole minute before gradually fading away into the night. My heart raced and a shiver ran down my spine as I tried to make sense of what had just transpired. In a state of disbelief, I considered the possibility that the sound had emanated from my phone. I reached over, grabbed my device, and inspected it carefully. To my relief, or perhaps disappointment, it wasn't the source of the chilling laugh. The realization hit me like a gust of icy wind. I was certain that the sound had originated from outside. Momentarily, I entertained the idea that someone was playing a cruel prank on me. However, my logical mind quickly dismissed this notion. There was a raging snowstorm outside, and it was far too late for anyone from the company to venture out here, as they, resided about an hour away. That seems unlikely. Moreover, I had been living alone in this cabin for quite some time, and I didn't have any roommates. It seemed impossible for any other human presence to be responsible for this hair-raising laughter. Driven by curiosity and perhaps a touch of fear, I mustered the courage to rise from my bed. With trepidation, I made my way to the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of anything that could provide an explanation. I peered out into the darkness, straining my eyes to penetrate the swirling snowflakes. However, my efforts were in vain. There was nothing to be seen, no figure, no movement, just an expanse of desolate whiteness. As I stood there, gazing into the wintry abyss, a series of perplexing questions flooded my mind. How was it possible for a laugh to cut through the howling wind and blizzard? And why does it possess such a chilling and malevolent quality? The laugh's slow fade, lingering like a ghostly whisper, only intensified the sense of dread that had enveloped me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but the memory of that disturbing laughter refused to fade. It continued to haunt my thoughts and cast a shadow of unease over my peaceful existence. Eventually, the company I'd worked for reached out to me, inquiring if I'd be interested in returning for another season. The mere mention of going back to that isolated, eerie environment sent shivers down my spine. In my response to the company's offer, I politely declined, though deep down, the reason for my refusal remained unspoken. It was that haunting laugh, the enigmatic sound that had pierced the tranquility of my nights. It had left an indelible mark on my psyche, forever altering my perception of solitude. So I bid farewell to this northern reach of Minnesota, where the borders blurred between civilization and untamed wilderness. I sought solace in the familiarity of my hometown, longing for the hustle and bustle that would drown out the echoes of that malevolent laugh. The decision to sever my ties with the secluded cabin was a choice made out of self-preservation, a quest to protect my fragile sense of peace. As I settled back into the rhythm of everyday life, surrounded by the comforting noise of the city, I couldn't help but wonder about the enigma that had disrupted my solitude. Was it a figment of my imagination, born out of the isolation of harsh winter nights? Or did that laughter carry with it a hidden truth, a message from the unknown depths of the wilderness? While the answer to that question may forever elude me, one thing remains certain. The memory of that night and the bone-chilling laughter that pierced through the snowy landscape will forever remain etched in the deepest recesses of my mind. Story number 2. Had a coworker that passed away, and I saw his spirit and I dreamt about him. Back in 2016, I found myself employed at a local supermarket. The working grave shift alongside 3 coworkers and a supervisor. Among them was a certain individual named Kev, although we didn't quite connect on a personal level. Many times, our supervisor assigned me to assist Kev because he often fell behind on stocking the shelves. One day, our supervisor instructed me to lend a hand to Kev, so I made my way to his aisle. As I approached, our supervisor informed him of my presence, but Kev remained silent, simply continuing with his work. While I focused on restocking the shelves, I couldn't help but sense that Kev's gaze was fixed on me. Curiosity compelled me to turn my head, confirming my suspicion that he was indeed staring at me. In that brief moment, we locked eyes and engaged in an intense stare-down, as if trying to communicate something unspoken. I couldn't shake off the strange melancholy that emanated from Kev's gaze, and it seemed as though he harbored an unspoken message. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Resuming my work, I shifted my attention back to the products, leaving the enigmatic encounter behind. Some time later, as I walked into the store's warehouse, I caught sight of someone in the distance. It appeared to be Kev making his way toward me. Coincidentally, it was my time for break, so I exited the warehouse and I headed for the lunchroom. While enjoying my lunch break, I witnessed something inexplicable. The office door swung open on its own accord, despite no one being present. Initially, I brushed it off as a mere malfunction or possible damage, failing to attach any significance to the incident in the process. A day after that peculiar encounter, upon arriving at work, my supervisor wasted no time in informing me that Kev would no longer be working at the company. Intrigued, I couldn't help but inquire about the reason behind his sudden departure. My supervisor revealed that Kev's mother had called earlier that day to deliver the devastating news. Kev had tragically passed away the morning before. It was then that the pieces began to fit together, and a chilling realization washed over me. I had encountered the spirit of Kev, lingering within the confines of the supermarket, even after his untimely demise. But the story doesn't conclude there, for there was more to come. 2 weeks later, a dream invaded my slumber. In this vivid vision, I found myself standing within a grand 2-story home. Suddenly, a lady approached me, seemingly appearing out of thin air. Her voice resonated with an otherworldly quality as she urgently spoke. "Hurry up and say goodbye to him, because he's departing very soon." I was intrigued, so I complied with her request, and I ascended the stairs. As I entered the room on the upper floor, there stood Kev, his presence as real as in life. He approached me, and without hesitation, we embraced. The warmth of his hug enveloped me, and I reciprocated, holding on tightly. In that poignant moment, I managed to utter a heartfelt goodbye. Suddenly my eyes fluttered open, and I found myself back in the realm of wakefulness, the remnants of the dream clinging to my consciousness. The enigmatic encounter with Kev, both in the waking world and in the realm of dreams, left an indelible mark on me. I couldn't help but ponder the mysteries that surrounds life and death, the thin veil that separates our physical existence from the ethereal realms. To this day, the memory of those haunting moments in the supermarket and the bittersweet farewell in the dream remains etched in my mind, a testament to the profound and enigmatic nature of the human experience. Story number 3. Thought I'd share one of my many paranormal encounters experienced within my family. Let me take you back to that eerie evening filled with inexplicable mystery and an unsettling encounter. As I reminisce about the events that unfolded in my adolescence, I can vividly recall the setting that surrounded my bedroom window, granting me a view into our serene and picturesque back garden. It was a haven of tranquility, a place where one could revel in the wonders of nature, and an escape from the complexities of the world. At the far end of the garden, tucked away amidst the blossoming foliage, stood our trusty storage room, or as we would affectionately call it, the shed. Its robust structure boasted a large window on the right side, while the door to the left flaunted an array of 9 small, humble little windows. Little did I know that on that fateful night these windows would become the gateway to an inexplicable enigma. It was during the twilight hours, as the sun's dying rays cast a golden hue upon the land, that I felt an inexplicable urge to gaze out of my bedroom window. Little did I know that this simple act would initiate a sequence of events that would forever leave an indelible mark. As I peered out into the garden, my eyes fixated upon the shed. It was then that I noticed an unmistakable figure inside, near the door, engrossed in the task of sorting through various items. My heart skipped a beat, for it was my sister, completely absorbed in her undertaking. Yet the sight that lay beyond the shed's window would shake me to my core. Gazing through that pane of glass, I beheld a dark silhouette, haunting in its presence. The figure stood there, motionless, its eyes fixated upon my sister with an intensity that sent shivers cascading down my spine. Despite the dwindling light, the details of this ethereal being were eerily distinct. It was a woman, gaunt and skeletal, her lustrous hair cascading just below her shoulders. She stood, an apparition frozen in time, unblinking, unwavering. In that moment, my mind raced to rationalize what I had witnessed. The only thin, slender woman in her household was my beloved aunt. And in my naivety, I concluded that it must have been her. Without dwelling on the matter much further, I casually descended the stairs, joining the occupants of our home. Someone whose identity eludes me posed the question of my aunt's whereabouts, and with an air of nonchalance I replied, "Oh, she's with Joe in the shed." Little did I know the depth of the mystery that awaited. To my astonishment, my aunt, as if summoned by the conversation, emerged from her room, her presence contradicting my previous assumption. Baffled, I approached her, desperately seeking an explanation. "Were you with my sister in the shed?" I inquired, to which she responded with a resolute no. She clarified that she had been confined to her room throughout the duration of the entire evening. Confusion washed over me, mingled with a sense of trepidation. If it wasn't my aunt, then who or what had I witnessed through that fateful window? With my curiosity aflame, I awaited my sister's return to the safety of our house. Upon her arrival, I wasted no time in interrogating her, eager to discern the truth that lay hidden in the shadows. Her response struck a chord of eerie resonance within me, as she confirmed that she had been alone in the shed. Unaccompanied by any other living soul, the mystery deepened, leaving us pondering the identity and purpose of the enigmatic figure we had all unwittingly encountered. As time wore on, this inexplicable occurrence became a recurring motif in our lives. Both my sister and my mother would go on to experience their own unsettling encounters with this ethereal woman on separate occasions. It was only recently, as fate would have it, that our paths converged, and we shared our respective tales of the enigmatic figure that had haunted us for years. To our astonishment, we discovered that the descriptions we each provided matched with uncanny precision. The significance of that peculiar event in 2015, when I was but a 14-year-old adolescent, began to unravel its enigma in the tapestry of our shared experiences. It became a testament to the inexplicable, a testament to the notion that there exists realms beyond our comprehension, where the boundaries of reality and the supernatural intertwine. Even now, as the years have passed, the memory of that skinny, spectral woman lingers within the recesses of our minds. It serves as a constant reminder that the world we inhabit is replete with enigmas waiting to be unraveled, with mysteries eager to be deciphered. As we continue our journey through life, we remain forever humbled by the inexplicable, forever captivated by the unknown, and forever haunted by the woman we glimpsed through that haunting window, a specter that defies explanation. Story number 4. Grandma woke out of a coma speaking a strange language. My grandmother and I shared a bond that was unique, characterized by a deep connection that transcended physical displays of affection. She was what some might call a stiff upper lip Irish English. And when my parents were going through a tumultuous divorce, she graciously took me in. I often joked that she and my pop rescued me from the chaos, as my parents were too consumed by their own battles to notice my struggles. Throughout my college years, I made a conscious decision to attend a school near my grandmother. Unfortunately, the details of what led her to be hospitalized and slip into a coma have escaped my memory. However, I vividly remember the sight of her lying there, so small and vulnerable in that massive bed, surrounded by an assortment of machines. It was unusual to see her hooked up to so many devices. She had always been averse to excessive medical intervention. I believe she had only a breathing mask for oxygen, in addition to the standard monitoring equipment for blood rate and heart pressure. I remained faithfully by her side for over 2 weeks, forsaking all other obligations. I even summoned the courage to contact my literary professor, beseeching for an extension to present my final report. The paper was completed, but I felt emotionally drained, incapable of standing before an audience without succumbing to tears or exhaustion. My professor granted me the option to either present or accept a failing grade. With high honors and an imminent graduation in sight, I mustered the strength to deliver the presentation, although it was far from my best work. As soon as I finished, I rushed back to the hospital and resumed my position by her bedside, where she remained in the intensive care unit throughout her stay. On one particular day, while holding her delicate hand and pouring my heart out, I observed her head slowly turning in my direction. Instead of the expected joy or confusion upon awakening, Her expression transformed into one of absolute anger and possibly even hatred. I had never witnessed her eyes shift in such a manner, nor had I ever heard her voice resonate with such furious intensity. The shock of the situation left me momentarily paralyzed, questioning whether my senses were deceiving me. I strained to comprehend the inexplicable gibberish that emanated from her. Yet, it possessed a peculiar semblance of organization. Despite the language being entirely foreign to me, I detected an unwavering gaze fixed upon me as she continued screaming. Regrettably, in my state of bewilderment, I failed to document the particular sound that she produced. Still in a daze, I stumbled out of the room, my expression somewhat smug, thinking, "See? She did come out of the coma." Approaching the nurse's station, I murmured softly. My grandmother woke up. The two nurses exchanged bewildered glances before hastily responding. Panic ensued as buttons were frantically pressed, codes were urgently announced, and I found myself forcefully escorted away from the room. The curtain was abruptly drawn, shielding my view from the ensuing commotion. Once the chaos subsided, I mustered the courage to inquire about the cause of my grandmother's rage and the content of her vehement tirade. The doctor's response only added to the mystery. Apparently, such outbursts were occasionally observed when individuals emerged from comatose states. Yet the medical community remained uncertain of their origins. The following day, my grandmother awoke, her face beaming with a warm smile as she eagerly grasped my hand. "I heard you the whole time. Thank you for staying with me," she expressed gratefully. Contemplating everything I now understand about the vastness of the universe, I'm compelled to pose a thought-provoking question to all who may read, or in this case hear this. Have any of you experienced anything similar, or known someone who has? What do you think could have triggered my grandmother's inexplicable anger during that moment of awakening? The enigmatic nature of her outburst continues to linger in my thoughts, urging me to explore the depths of human consciousness and the intricacies of my own mind. Story number 5. Hat Man, I Have a Theory. Throughout my life, I've constantly found myself utterly bewildered by the perplexing presence of what has come to be known as the enigmatic Hat Man. This mysterious figure clad in a hat and coat, reminiscent of the 20th century, would occasionally materialize before my very eyes, his appearance sometimes obscured by an impenetrable darkness. Last night, while engrossed in the hazy depths of some television program whose title eludes me, there was a passing mention of the CIA and FBI. It was during this fleeting moment of casual dialogue that a sudden realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that this elusive Hat Man is in fact an integral part of a clandestine government experiment involving the manipulation of time and astral realms? Perhaps he's a time traveler, effortlessly traversing the aeons, or an astral traveler capable of transcending physical confines and journeying to any realm his ethereal soul desires. Intriguingly enough, there is a lingering knowledge that the powers that be did engage in perplexing endeavors during the mid-20th century, particularly between the 1950s and 70s. I vaguely recall snippets of information alluding to such covert operations conducted on innocent children, though the specific names of the program and the harrowing events that unfolded within its confines elude me. Curiously, popular television series such as Stranger Things and Ghost Whisperer have seemed to draw an inspiration from these murky historical episodes, incorporating elements thereof into their enthralling narratives. Moreover, the veracity of the Hat Man's existence has been irrefutably confirmed by the unwavering witness accounts of my own children. Their genuine encounters with this spectral being lend an indisputable credence to this reality. Yet, it is the perplexing choice of attire, the distinctly anachronistic 20th century clothing comprising his ensemble that has persistently perplexed and occupied my thoughts. It serves as an unmistakable symbol, an undeniable clue to unravel the enigma surrounding his presence. This sartorial choice undoubtedly signifies a specific era, effectively evoking a deep-seated curiosity at the same time, urging me to scrutinize his origin and his purpose. Alas, the answers to these profoundly perplexing questions continue to elude my grasp, their elusive nature only deepening the enigma that shrouds the Hat Man. For now, I'm left to ponder the implications of his peculiar choice of temporal attire, while my mind wanders through the vast corridors of speculation and wonder. The enigmatic Hat Man, draped in his resolute silence, stands as a symbol of the great unknown, an ethereal enigma that beckons further exploration into the realms of time and space and the intricacies of the human soul. Story number 6. Possible experience with something more than my mind can fathom. Now let me recount the events of last night, starting with the peculiar incident a couple of nights ago. I was lying in bed, accompanied by my dog, who is usually calm and never barks. To my surprise, he suddenly stood up and fixated his gaze on my doorway, letting out a series of loud barks. I found it highly unusual and speculated that perhaps he had heard a family member walking downstairs, or some other innocuous sound. Fast forward to last night, and I found myself ensnared in a perplexing dream. In this dream, I was seemingly asleep in my bed, but periodically I would jolt awake. Each time I regained consciousness, I found myself capable of surveying my surroundings, observing every detail in the room. I could see my faithful dog lying beside me, yet an unsettling realization dawned upon me. I was unable to move. It was as if an invisible force held me captive, rendering me immobile. Undeterred, I drifted back into sleep, however. The dream continued its enigmatic course, and once again I found myself seemingly asleep in my bed, only to awaken with a renewed determination. This time, as I roused from sleep, I made an attempt to retrieve my phone, only to discover that my attempts were in vain. My physical faculties seemed to have abandoned me. It felt as though an immense weight, akin to 1,000 pounds, burdened my chest. In that disconcerting moment, I couldn't help but acknowledge that something peculiar and unprecedented was transpiring. My mind delved into the realm of the inexplicable, questioning the boundaries of belief itself. The notion of the extraordinary crept into my consciousness, a phenomenon I had never previously entertained, let alone experienced. As the night wore on, I once again succumbed to the realm of dreams. In this iteration of the dream, I found myself back in my bed, rousing from slumber yet again. However, this time I mustered the courage to defy the invisible restraints that confined me. Although I sensed an unseen presence weighing me down, I pressed on, determined to escape the clutches of this mysterious force. I maneuvered my way to the edge of the bed, inch by inch crawling alongside it. But as I reached the precipice, a chilling sensation enveloped my neck, a vice-like grip that tightened relentlessly, constricting my airflow. My vision dimmed progressively, and I could not help but acknowledge the impending doom creeping closer. In those harrowing moments, as my breath grew scarce, I grappled with the realization that my life teetered on the edge. I succumbed to the abyss, my consciousness relinquished, and darkness descended. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in the safety of my bed, yet the unnerving events of the night had left an indelible mark on my psyche. It was then that the chilling realization struck me. I was not alone in that room. The presence I had felt, the inexplicable force that tormented me, lingered still. I resolved not to venture back into the realm of slumber, fearing a repetition of the terror I had experienced. With vigilant eyes, I guarded my surroundings for the remainder of the night, unyielding in my resolve. Subsequently, I confided in my father about the disturbing dream that had unfolded. Tentatively, he probed me, questioning whether I believed an entity had manifested within the room. Reluctant to be deemed insane, I initially hesitated to admit the truth, but the weight of my experiences compelled me to disclose my burgeoning belief in the presence of something paranormal. To my surprise, my father shared an anecdote and relayed to me by one of his employees, which bore striking similarities to my own encounter. You see, this employee and his wife had experienced the disconcerting sensation of an otherworldly presence while they slept, accompanied by a heavy pressure that bore down upon them. Their distress was so profound that they ultimately chose to vacate their residence altogether, never to return or venture near it ever again. While I had encountered vivid dreams in the past, this occurrence felt markedly distinct. The level of detail and the intensity of the experience blurred the boundaries between reality and the realm of dreams. Doubts began to assail my mind, leaving me questioning whether those awakenings within my dream were in fact genuine awakenings. A lingering sense of bewilderment and unease pervaded my being, pushing the boundaries of my sanity. The aftermath of that fateful night left me gripped with genuine fear. The mere thought of sleeping in the same room tonight fills me with trepidation, for I dread the possibility of reliving the horrors I had endured. Contemplating the course of action, I find myself mulling over the idea of abandoning my current abode entirely. So profoundly has this experience impacted my life. The very fabric of my existence has been shaken, and I yearn for respite from the torment that has unsettled me to my core. Story number 7. Ouija board, unanswered and unspoken question without my touch. Looking for insight. This extraordinary incident occurred during my younger days, approximately 14 years ago. Reflecting on my adolescence, I vividly remember finding myself at the residence of my dear friend, who happened to be part of a remarkable Wiccan family. These extraordinary individuals, including my friend's 2 sisters and their wise mother, regularly engaged in the mystical practice of communing with spirits through the enigmatic Ouija board. Curiosity piqued, I agreed to spend the night at their bewitching abode, unknowingly embarking on an unforgettable journey. That fateful evening, as the moon cast an ethereal glow upon us, my companions broached the subject of employing the enigmatic Ouija board for a shared amusement. Initially, I remained skeptical, harboring doubts in my mind. Nevertheless, captivated by the allure of the unknown, I mustered the courage to partake in this enigmatic endeavor. Gathering around the Ouija board, we gingerly placed our fingers on the planchette, ready to delve into the enigmatic realms beyond. A sense of trepidation mingled with anticipation coursed through my veins as we initiated our otherworldly rendezvous. Greeting the spirits, we commenced our dialogue, venturing into uncharted territories of the supernatural. Gradually, the planchette began to move, guided by an invisible force. A sense of wonderment washed over me as I watched the words unfold before my eyes. The name Benny materialized on the board, leaving me dumbfounded. You see, a mere month prior to this extraordinary encounter, my family had bid farewell to a cherished figure in our lives, my mother's dearest friend, and an individual my sisters and I regarded as an aunt, Benny. Her untimely demise from the clutches of cancer had left an indelible void within our hearts. The mention of her name sent shivers down my spine, igniting an inexplicable sense of connection and intrigue. As the session progressed, a mixture of awe and fear coursed through my being, for the Ouija board began to unveil secrets that transcended the boundaries of rational comprehension. Lost in the mists of time, some details have faded from my memory, but one moment remains etched in my mind. The moment I daringly withdrew my hand from the planchette, embarking on an experiment of the mind. Deep within my thoughts, I silently posed a question. What is my middle sister's middle name? And to my bewilderment, the board spelled out K-I-P, Kip. The significance of this revelation cannot be understated. I had not uttered a single syllable aloud, nor did my friends possess any knowledge of my sister's middle name, as we had yet to cross paths. So at this juncture, a profound unease settled within me, shaking the very foundations of my skepticism. The inexplicable messages transmitted through the board defied the confines of logic and plunged me headlong into an enigmatic abyss. With trepidation intensifying, we pressed on, determined to quell the lingering doubts that hung in the air. Seeking a final message from the ethereal entity, we posed the question, "Do you have any parting words before we conclude?" The planchette hesitated momentarily before gliding across the board, spelling out 3 simple words that pierced through the veil of uncertainty. "Tell Mom hi." The sheer gravity of it sent a chill response cascading down my spine. It was as if an unseen force had pierced the veil of reality, transcending the boundaries of the physical realm to offer a message from beyond. To this day, recounting this experience elicits bewildered gazes from those who I share it with, as if they question the very fabric of my sanity. Yet, I can attest with utmost certainty that this inexplicable encounter transpired, and it was an experience that shook me to the core. In the aftermath of this remarkable escapade, my perception of the world underwent a profound shift. The boundaries of the tangible and intangible became blurred, as I grappled with the notion that forces beyond our comprehension may exist. The skepticism that once governed my beliefs was irrevocably shattered, replaced by an insatiable curiosity and a newfound respect for the mysteries of the unseen. As the years passed, I delved deeper into the realm of spirituality and the arcane, seeking answers to the questions that continue to linger within my soul. Though I may never fully grasp the intricacies of that mystical encounter from my youth, its impact remains etched upon the tapestry of my being. It serves as a constant reminder that our existence is far more enigmatic than we dare to comprehend, and that the boundaries of our world extend far beyond the realm of the visible and the tangible. And so, the tale of that haunting night when I stood on the precipice of the unknown continues to be retold, each telling lengthening its thread and further solidifying its place in my personal chronicle. It is a story that will forever carry with me, an enduring testament to the depths of the inexplicable, and a testament to the mysterious forces that lie beyond the veil of our understanding. Story number 8. That evil entity wanted me dead. It was a time of great upheaval in my life when my parents, in their relentless concern for my well-being, managed to convince, or rather force me, to relocate to a different town and attend a new university. Their worries primarily stemmed from my toxic relationship with my boyfriend at the time, which they believed was detrimental to my emotional and mental health. Reluctantly, I acquiesced to their persuasions, bidding farewell to the familiar and embarking on a journey into the unknown. Accompanied by my mother, I found myself tirelessly scouring the town for a suitable apartment or room to rent, hoping to secure a safe haven in this unfamiliar environment. For 2 arduous weeks, we tirelessly explored every nook and cranny of the town, nearly succumbing to despair in our quest. However, just as hope was dwindling, fate intervened. While we aimlessly wandered through the streets, my mother's eyes fell upon an elderly woman affixing a sign to the front of a door. It boldly proclaimed, "For rental." Intrigued, we hastened toward her, unaware of the profound impact this encounter would have on our lives. The old lady, as it turned out, was the owner of the place, and she graciously extended an invitation for us to explore the house. As we crossed the threshold into the dwelling, an inexplicable unease settled upon me, an unsettling aura permeating the air. Gently leaning toward my mother, I whispered my trepidation, likening the place to that of a witch's house. Indeed, it was the first thought that it did invade my mind, and an instinctual aversion grew within me, nourished by an indescribable sense of dread. During our conversation with the old lady, we learned that a young couple had resided within those walls for several years. Tragically, their stay came to an abrupt end due to the untimely demise of the girl's father, which compelled them to vacate the premises urgently. Consequently, remnants of their life together lingered within, their possessions still occupying the space as they hastily relocated on the very day my mother engaged the owner in conversation. It was a whirlwind of circumstances and a serendipitous alignment of our needs and their departure. In a matter of mere days, I found myself settling into my new house, acclimating to the peculiarities of it. Its construction possessed an awkwardness that mirrored my own unease, and an incessant fear crept into my being. To counteract the eerie ambiance, I resorted to leaving the lights on throughout the night, a futile attempt to banish the encroaching darkness that seemed to seep through the cracks of this peculiar dwelling. The house itself boasted a long, winding staircase leading to a narrow hallway. On either side, doors beckoned one into the kitchen and bedroom, respectively, while a third granted access to the bathroom, nestled in the middle of the passageway. As for the small attic perched atop the bathroom ceiling, I hesitated to even glance toward it, hidden from view save for some rusty remnants peering through the cracks. It resembled a tiny storage space, seemingly accessible to those brave enough to venture inside. Needless to say, I never dared to tread into that mysterious attic. On the first night, I made the ill-fated decision to leave my bedroom door ajar, unknowingly inviting an onslaught of horrors into my life. In the realm of dreams, I traversed the dimly lit hallway by the sight of all three doors wide open, their darkness beckoning me with sinister intent. As I passed the bathroom door, a ghastly apparition confronted me, a pair of piercing, luminous yellow eyes fixated upon my trembling form. Overwhelmed by terror, I raced back to the bedroom, hurling myself onto the bed, only to be ensnared by an ethereal figure that tightly gripped my neck, suffocating me with an unyielding grasp. Desperately, I struggled to awake from this nightmare. As I consciously reclaimed me, I found myself coughing and grasping for air, my neck throbbing as though I had endured a real-life strangulation. Uncertainty plagued me, for I questioned whether I had indeed been dreaming, or had I crossed a blurred threshold into a realm where reality and nightmares converged, the spectral eyes lingering even after the figure had dissipated. With a newfound resolve, I promptly shut and locked the door, immersing the room in the sanctuary of light. Seeking solace beneath the refuge of a blanket, prayers flowed from my trembling lips as I surrendered myself to an uneasy slumber, grappling with the disconcerting notion that perhaps this was no mere dream, but an encounter with forces beyond our mortal realm. Throughout my life, I possessed the uncanny ability to distinguish between dreams and reality, a heightened awareness that accompanied both pleasant and dreadful nocturnal visions. Yet at that moment, an insidious doubt emerged, casting its shadow over my fragile grasp on the distinction between the two realms. Weeks turned into months, and gradually, I grew accustomed to the nocturnal terrors that plagued me. My relentless studies became a welcome distraction, consuming my waking hours and providing a semblance of stability amidst the ever-present unease. It was during this period that a fellow student, drawn to my presence, approached me after a lecture, mustering the courage to ask for a date. Intrigued, I accepted, and what initially began as a defiant act to flaunt my newfound freedom from the clutches of my toxic ex-boyfriend soon took on a turn towards intimacy. Regrettably, I manipulated this connection to spite my former flame, reveling in the twisted satisfaction of revenge. Consequently, after our second encounter, I abruptly severed the blossoming bond, casting aside this unwitting accomplice in my quest for emotional vindication. And then it happened, on that fateful night as I surrendered myself to sleep, unsuspecting and vulnerable. Awakened abruptly, I found myself immersed in a flurry of sensations, countless phantom hands caressing every inch of my quivering form. A voice, low and ominous, reverberated through the darkness, chilling me to my very core. Seemingly materializing out of thin air, an insidious figure enveloped me in its unholy embrace, emanating a malevolence that set my blood ablaze with anger. In the depths of my soul, a fierce determination took hold, an unyielding declaration that this would be the final straw, the ultimate confrontation with an actual demon, audacious enough to possess my very being. In a defiant roar, I demanded answers. My voice pierced through the suffocating silence. "What is your name? Who are you?" I implored, only to receive an unintelligible response in a twisted demonic tongue that clawed at my sanity. As swiftly as it had materialized, the figure dissipated into the abyss, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts. Simultaneously, my television flickered to life, displaying a program previously unbeknownst to me. A young girl bound to a chair within a dimly lit room, caught in the precarious dance between nefarious and virtuous forces. A cryptic ultimatum hung in the air, uttered by one of the characters. "You have to choose. Are you on the good side or the bad side?" Abruptly, the television screen plunged into darkness once more, leaving me disoriented and shaken to the core. Fueled by the harrowing experience, I reached out to a trusted friend, dialed the numbers despite the late hour, and recounted the events that had unfolded. Their shock and concern mirrored my own, offering a semblance of solace in a world teetering on the edge of inexplicable forces. Somehow I managed to find slumber after that, my friend's unwavering presence lending a comforting aura that assuaged my restless mind. Thus, I continued to inhabit that peculiar house, enduring its enigmatic anomalies for nearly 4 arduous years. Nightmares and midnight anxieties became an unwelcome companion, leading me to keep the doors locked and the lights ablaze in a futile attempt to banish the encroaching shadows. The reflection in the mirror twisted and contorted, mirroring my own spiraling descent into depression and insanity. In the depths of despair, I even contemplated self-inflicted harm, seeking solace in the cold embrace of a bathtub, convinced that this torment was insurmountable. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged from the depths of my despair. Through perseverance and a stroke of fortune, I managed to extricate myself from the clutches of my toxic ex-boyfriend and found solace in the arms of a new partner. Their presence provided a shield, a respite from the oppressive energies that plagued the house. Nights passed serenely as my newfound love sought refuge within those walls, bringing a sense of security and protection, shielding me from the intangible specters that once haunted me in my every waking moment. But as fate would have it, my newfound source of strength departed to pursue opportunities abroad, leaving me alone once more within the confines of that enigmatic abode. And that's when the cat appeared, an ethereal white feline, its gaze seemingly imbued with wisdom, boasting one emerald eye and another sapphire blue. It would perch upon the tree adjacent to my window, skillfully maneuvering its way into my sanctuary whenever I had inadvertently left the window ajar. Curiously, this otherworldly visitor did not provoke the expected paranormal disturbances. Though the circumstances struck me as peculiar, I found solace in its presence, as if the cat itself held the key to dispelling the inexplicable unease that had plagued me for far too long. Alone in the silence of the night, I no longer felt the weight of malevolent energies bearing down upon me. finding solace in the presence of this mysterious feline companion. During a visit from my parents, I confided in my father about this enigmatic cat that had graced my life. His reaction was one of deep concern and intrigue, as he immediately embarked on a quest to uncover the truth behind this ethereal creature. Strangely enough, my father, despite our close bond, chose to keep me in the dark regarding his findings, a veil of secrecy that piqued my curiosity and ignited suspicions of his own encounters with the supernatural. While he remained tight-lipped, I couldn't help but surmise that he, too, had traversed the shadowy realms of the inexplicable, yet chose to shield me from the haunting realities that he had witnessed. As time wore on, life seemed to regain a semblance of normalcy. It became apparent that the energy within the house thrived on my depression and anxiety, its potency gradually diminishing as I mustered the strength to rebuild my shattered self. With each passing day, as I rose above the ashes of my past, the entity grew weaker, its influence waning in the face of my newfound resilience. Yet I couldn't deny the lingering question that haunted my thoughts. Had I truly conquered the malevolent forces that once held sway over my life, or was this merely a respite, a deceptive calm before the storm? Now, as I recount my turbulent journey within the confounding house, I find myself standing at a crossroads. The mysteries remained unsolved. The supernatural forces that held me captive continued to elude comprehension. It is in this precarious state, teetering between the realm of reality and the supernatural, that I stand on the precipice of an uncertain future. The memories and encounters, both harrowing and illuminating, will forever be etched within the fabric of my being, a testament to the indomitable spirit that carried me through the darkest of nights. And so, with trepidation and a newfound resilience, I brace myself for what lies ahead, a life that will forever be intertwined with the enigmatic and the inexplicable as I continue to navigate the intricate dance between the mortal and the ethereal, forever haunted by the memories of the house that held secrets beyond my comprehension. Story number 9. Previous Encounters, Good and Evil. From my earliest years as a child, I have been fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, enough to have had a series of experiences that have shaped my perception of the world. These encounters, though sporadic and unpredictable, have left an indelible mark on my memory, and I feel compelled to share them with you. However, I must warn you that they don't really follow a linear chronology, so I'm going to recount them as they come to mind. The first remarkable incident occurred when I was approximately 5 years old. It was a moment that remained etched in my consciousness to this day. I was standing alongside my mother when I informed her that I could hear a voice coming from the radio. This voice, which identified itself as the Holy Spirit, possessed a depth and authority that was awe-inspiring. Yet, despite its power, it emanated an overwhelming and incomprehensibly profound love that defied description. About a year later, I had the privilege of hearing the voice of my guardian angel, who introduced himself as Gabriel. Although he could not manifest himself in a visible form, he assured me that he would always be by my side. What struck me most about his voice was its peculiar combination of masculinity and high pitch, bordering on the feminine quality. It was a unique blend that added an air of mystery to our encounters. The third experience I wish to recount was another gift bestowed upon me by the Holy Spirit. This time, however, it took a completely different form from which I had previously encountered. It transpired during a school mass when I was in 8th grade. As we recited the Lord's Prayer, I felt an extraordinary sensation, a warmth, a lightness, and softness, as if a dove were unfurling its wings within my chest. This inexplicable feeling persisted for nearly half an hour after the prayer had concluded, and I desperately wished it to remain forever, for I had never before experienced such a profound and encompassing peace. I must emphasize that throughout all of these encounters, I never experienced fear. On the contrary, they exuded an aura of utmost goodness. However, the next incident I wish to share marked the first time I felt a sense of terror during such an encounter. During my 6th grade years, I would often find myself being the first to arrive home after school, leaving me alone for a couple of hours. At that time, I had a pet rabbit, and its cage was situated on a small hutch along my TV, positioned against the door sidewall. As a matter of privacy, I always kept my bedroom door closed. One particular day, while sitting on my bed and watching TV, my rabbit suddenly went into a frenzy inside of its cage. Curiously, I observed my doorknob slowly turning, much slower than usual. After completing a full rotation, the latch disengaged, and the door swung open. Unnaturally, but not violently. To my astonishment, I beheld a yellowish, sparkly mist hovering in the doorway. Acting instinctively, I grabbed the rabbit's cage by its handle and bolted out of the house as fast as I could. It took my mother approximately 20 minutes to return home, and only then did I feel safe enough to re-enter. That incident was a singular occurrence, and I have never encountered anything of the nature since. Fast forward to the year 1995, when I was living with my father in a condominium that would be my home for over 2 decades. It was within these walls that the majority of the paranormal phenomena I experienced took place. The first encounter in this dwelling was quite pleasant. One evening, as I was idling away in my room, I glanced at the strip of wood on the hinge side of the door. There I witnessed an awe-inspiring sight. A brilliant white ball of light, approximately the size of a baseball, hovering in midair. I blinked several times to ensure it wasn't a mere illusion, and to my amazement, it persisted, despite the presence of ambient light seeping in from the hallway above and below the ball. Its whiteness was so pure that the hallway illumination appeared yellow by comparison. Moreover, gazing upon this intense brightness did not cause any discomfort. It was as if the light itself was gentle and inviting. The ball of light remained motionless for a few minutes before gradually ascending a couple of inches and then vanishing at an astonishing speed, ascending upwards. Following its departure, my room became suffused with a sense of lightness and tranquility that I loathed to see dissipate. For the subsequent 6 years or so, nothing extraordinary occurred. However, around 2002, the paranormal activity resumed. On several occasions, as I concluded my prayers before sleep, I had the distinct sensation of being visited by 3 different spirits. Although these spirits did not reveal themselves in a visible form, I could discern their unique essences. The first spirit exuded warmth, the second emanated a pleasant energy, while the third possessed an aura of coldness. It always felt as if the first 2 were engaged in a constant battle, attempting to ward off the third, though their efforts proved futile. Not only was this third spirit chilling, but its presence alone evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. This unsettling period persisted for several months before gradually subsiding, after which another 2 or 3 years passed without any unusual occurrences. However, the subsequent phase of heightened activity was by far the most frightening. In my quest for a peaceful night's rest, I'd installed a blackout curtain over my bedroom window. Consequently, the room became enveloped in darkness at night, barely penetrated even during daylight hours too. It was during this period that I had encountered with what can only be described as demonic entities. One particular entity appeared before me on 3 separate occasions, each time revealing itself in its full form. The darkness of my room paled in comparison to the inky blackness that shrouded this entity. Its physical manifestation, though not well defined, resembled a flickering flame, albeit darker than the deepest abyss. Even the undulating top of its head seemed to mimic the movements of a dancing flame. but it was the entity's eyes that seared themselves into my memory with an indelible intensity. Bright, glowing, red cherry orbs. I could discern its mouth as well, black and ominously menacing, with sharp teeth that defied the imagination. Curiously, its mouth appeared closed, and yet these razor-sharp teeth were clearly visible on the outside. The fear I experienced during these encounters remains unparalleled to this day. I should also note that this malevolent entity would stand in front of my closet door, a space that had always filled me with unease. It's important to mention that I had no qualms about using the actual closet. It was the area in front of it that provoked an unsettling sensation. Consequently, I kept the closet door closed at all times, regardless of this underlying sense of disquietude. The first 2 encounters with this entity were relatively uneventful, though its presence alone was enough to provoke fear. However, the third and final encounter was the most harrowing. In that moment, it seemed as if the entity harbored intentions of carrying out some nefarious act. Though I can't explain how, I somehow sensed its malevolence. Reacting swiftly, I reached behind me and retrieved a bottle of holy water. Flipping open the spout, holding the vessel in front of me, I braced myself for the entity's charge. But before I could release the blessed water upon it, the entity vanished without a trace, never to return. Or so I thought. Later in 2005, a friend accompanied by his girlfriend visited me at my home. Initially, their visits had been pleasant and kind of uneventful, but during one particular visit, his girlfriend confessed to feeling an unexplainable unease and fear. To investigate further, I requested my friend to take some photographs of my room using his cell phone camera. To our astonishment, one of the pictures revealed a shadowy figure crouching in one corner. Sensing a growing sense of urgency, I armed myself with the holy water once again and proceeded to bless every entranceway, window, wall, closet, reciting the sign of the cross fervently on both sides of each surface. The house was plunged into darkness, with only the faint glow from my bedroom lamp and television providing any illumination. As I traversed the hallway, a bone-chilling sensation crept up from behind, a ghostly hand snaking its way beneath my neck and hoisting me off the ground, as if by an unseen force. With a jarring impact, I was flung against the hallway closet door. Summoning every ounce of courage, I raised my right hand to make the sign of the cross, at which point I was abruptly released, dropping to the floor as if discarded. As I retreated back into my bedroom where my friend and his girlfriend anxiously awaited, an overwhelming heaviness and coldness pervaded the house. Swiftly, I administered the sign of the cross on our foreheads, and miraculously, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, giving way to a radiant warmth. A flood of light and an overwhelming sense of peace, love, and joy that suffused every corner of the house. In conclusion, these are the extraordinary experiences I've had throughout my life. While they have not been consistent, each encounter has left an indelible mark on my soul. From the voice of the Holy Spirit resonating through the radio during my childhood, to the visitations of my guardian angel Gabriel, I have been touched by forces beyond comprehension. The warm, ethereal feeling during a school mass, the chilling presence of malevolent entities, and the battles between benevolent and maleficent spirits have all shaped my perception of the supernatural. Through moments of profound fear and awe, I've glimpsed the extraordinary and the divine, forever altering my understanding of the world around me. Story number 10. Ask Reddit. Let me tell you a fascinating story that was recounted to me by a fellow airman that I had the privilege of working with during my time in the Air Force. It was back in 2003 when I was stationed in Osan, AB in South Korea. This airman, whom I'll refer to as John, shared an eerie experience that occurred during his first duty station in Germany, nearly a decade before our conversation. The tale unfolded in a small basement apartment where John and another airman found themselves as roommates, residing just off the base. One fateful night, as John peacefully slumbered in his tiny room, he suddenly found himself jolted awake. To his astonishment, a mysterious figure shrouded in darkness stood ominously in front of his window. With a rush of adrenaline, John's senses heightened, and in an instant, the figure vanished into thin air. Curiously, what perplexed him even more was the fact that his bed was positioned right up against the window, leaving no space for a person to stand. Initially, he dismissed the encounter as a mere product of his dreams, but the experience had rattled him all the way to the core, rendering him unable to fall back asleep. Frustrated after hours of tossing and turning, John surrendered to the wakefulness and decided to rise from his restless bed. To his surprise, the following night brought forth a similar occurrence. John's eyes fluttered open, and there before him stood the enigmatic shadowy figure once again. Determined to uncover the truth behind these strange encounters, John mustered the courage to confront his roommate the next day. With trepidation, he inquired whether his companion had entered his room the previous night, specifically around the bewitching hour of 3 a.m. Much to his chagrin, his roommate responded with a resounding no, accompanied by a dose of ridicule that stung his already troubled psyche. Nights turned into weeks, and every evening like clockwork the dark specter materialized at 3 a.m. John grew accustomed to the presence, albeit begrudgingly. Each time the figure manifested, he strained to focus his attention upon it, yet it always vanished, leaving him perplexed and yearning for answers. Aware that sleep was a futile pursuit, John resigned himself to the fact that he would be sleepless into the early hours of the morning. Around 3:15 a.m., he would resign himself to his sleepless fate, brewing a pot of coffee to invigorate his weary mind and passing the hours by engrossing himself in the glow of a television screen until it was time to report for duty. Then, one fateful morning, as John went about his usual routine, his life took a chilling turn. He found himself seated comfortably on the couch, clutching his steaming cup of coffee, when suddenly out of nowhere, a blazing fireball erupted from the stove responsible for heating the apartment. The fiery projectile swiftly ignited a dried-up houseplant, which happened to be situated only a few feet away. Reacting swiftly, fueled by adrenaline and a heightened sense of urgency, John sprang into action. He swiftly rose from the couch, snatching the blazing plant, and hurled it into the safety of the bathtub, extinguishing the flames that threatened to consume their house. In a bewildered state, John realized that from that moment onward, the dark, shadowy figure that had haunted his nights seemed to vanish as abruptly as the flames had been so valiantly quelled. The inexplicable encounters ceased, leaving John both relieved and perplexed. While the mysterious shadow never reappeared, John couldn't help but wonder about the connection between the ethereal figure and the fiery ordeal that had unfolded before him. To this day, the story lingers in my mind as a testament to the enigmatic and often unexplainable phenomenon that exists within our world. John's experience serves as a reminder that sometimes the answers we seek lie hidden in the realm of the inexplicable, waiting to be discovered through unexpected twists of fate and inexplicable events. Story number 11. Ask Reddit 2. I have a story to share, a bone-chilling experience that unfolded in an orphanage, a place where my own childhood memories were etched. Situated in the heart of Goldburn, there stood an abandoned orphanage that had become an emblem of mystery and curiosity. Many dared to venture inside its dilapidated walls, considering it a rite of passage, a test of courage. However, fate had a different plan for this place, as it was ravaged by fires, leaving its structural integrity in question. The once daring escapades had come to a halt. Nevertheless, the allure of the abandoned building persisted, and I found myself accompanied by some close friends on an evening that would be forever etched into my mind. These friends, seasoned explorers of the orphanage, reassured me that it was a mere venture into a cool abandoned structure, devoid of any paranormal presence or imminent danger. They promised that we wouldn't get caught, and their confidence eased my initial trepidation. As we entered the orphanage, I couldn't help but notice that the entrance was unusually open and unlocked, just as my friends had expected. With a sense of adventure and a hint of apprehension, we began our exploration, marveling at the remnants of a forgotten past. However, the atmosphere swiftly transformed into a sudden drop. It was like the whole temperature surrounding us plummeted. It was as if the summer's night right before the commencement of school had been instantaneously replaced by the biting chill of winter. Our breath materialized before us, evident of the supernatural coldness that had gripped the air. Footsteps echoed through the hallways, captivating our attention. Some members of our group had veered off in different directions, so we convinced ourselves that it was merely their presence that we were hearing. Yet to our surprise, they didn't respond when we called out to them. The sound of footsteps persisted, growing closer and seemingly following our every move. With each passing moment, our unease intensified, and a sense of foreboding settled in our hearts. We glanced behind us, inspecting the vacant rooms, but no one was there. The invisible pursuer lurked in the shadows, eluding our desperate attempts to catch a glimpse. To add to our growing anxiety, we heard the unmistakable sound of someone walking on the roof. Although this was a trick our friends would often play, our nerves were now on edge. The boundary between reality and the supernatural seemed blurred, and our minds couldn't dismiss the possibility of a spectral presence. The combination of inexplicable occurrences and eerie sounds began to unnerve us all. Eventually, our courage wavered, and we made the collective decision to leave. I quickly sent a text to our absent friends, informing them of our departure and cautioning them against taking unnecessary risks, especially climbing the roof. We descended the stairs, our hearts pounding in our chests, when suddenly, one of the girls let out an ear-piercing scream and bolted out of the orphanage. Fear had taken hold of her, and she ran all the way home, leaving us bewildered and concerned. Later that night, her frantic mother contacted us, desperate for answers. Her daughter's tearful and incoherent recounting of events left her shaken and confused. Amidst the anguish, we pieced together the fragments of her terrifying encounter. According to her, she had spotted a young boy, a spectral figure, waving at her from a distance. The sheer terror of that encounter had forever scarred her, and she vowed never to return to that forsaken place. Curiously, the friends who had broken off from our group didn't experience anything out of the ordinary during their exploration. They assured us that they hadn't followed us or set foot on the roof until after receiving the text message challenging them to do so. The inexplicable events seemed to have selectively chosen their victims, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and lingering unease. This harrowing experience at the orphanage served as a stark reminder of the thin veil that separates the realm of the living and the dead. It left an indelible mark on my soul, a testament to the existence of forces beyond our comprehension. The abandoned orphanage, once a symbol of adventure, had become a haunting reminder of the unknown, and a price we pay for delving too deep into mysteries that lie hidden within the shadows. Story number 12. Ask Reddit 3. I used to live in this enchanting old farmstead house, a rustic abode that had stood the test of time for about 150 years. Nestled in the heart of the countryside, it was a serene oasis, surrounded by sprawling fields and rolling hills. The closest neighboring house belonged to my parents, a few hundred yards away, providing a sense of comfort and familiarity. One day as I returned home during the middle of a bright afternoon, an eerie phenomenon greeted me. My stereo, which also served as my trusty surround sound system, emitted a disconcerting static noise from its speakers. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, merely dismissing it as a fleeting peculiarity. Weeks passed, and the incident had long escaped my memory. Then one fateful night, the tranquility of my slumber was abruptly shattered. Startled awake at 3 a.m., my heart pounding within my chest, I found myself in a state of high alert, a primal instinct urging me to either flee or confront an unknown threat. As my mind attempted to make sense of the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I suddenly became aware that the stereo was once again blaring a cacophony of static. Only this time, it was amplified to its maximum volume, a deafening roar that reverberated through the small confines of my beloved dwelling. Such an ear-splitting level of sound was utterly foreign to me, as I had never dared to subject myself to such a sensory assault within the cozy walls of my humble home. Filled with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, I embarked on a thorough investigation, methodically scouring every nook and cranny of the house. Alas, no intruder was found, no hidden presence lurking within the shadows. As I finally managed to silence the stereo and bring an end to the disconcerting symphony, I decided to commence my daily routine prematurely, seeking solace in the familiarity of my workplace, longing to escape the inexplicable phenomenon that had shaken me to my core. What perplexed me the most was the naturalness, I guess you'd call it that, of this bizarre occurrence. You see, the stereo itself wasn't an enigma, for it required manual operation, necessitating the physical act of pressing buttons to switch between different settings. The remote control had vanished into the annals of time long before these strange events unfolded, and yet to my bewilderment, the setting on the stereo had been tampered with, altering from the auxiliary input to the cassette player, then to the CD player, and eventually settling on the radio, continuously changing stations. As if that wasn't bewildering enough, the volume knob had been twisted mercilessly to the right, unleashing a torrent of sound that threatened to shatter the tranquility of my humble dwelling. The unnerving thought of an unseen hand manipulating the stereo haunted my every waking moment. However, this unsettling incident was not an isolated occurrence in the tapestry of my experiences with this ancient farmhouse. On another memorable night, while engrossed in watching movies at my computer, I suddenly struck by an inexplicable presence. In the periphery of my vision, I caught sight of what appeared to be my son, standing silently beside me, seemingly curious about my activities. Naturally, my initial response was to acknowledge him and engage in conversation. Yet, as I turned to face him, the realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. My son was spending the weekend with his mother, far away from the confines of our shared home. The shock of this revelation sent shivers cascading down my spine, leaving me unnerved and questioning the very fabric of reality. It's essential to note that the house I occupied was nestled within a short distance of centuries-old cemeteries dedicated to children and infants. Its weathered tombstones bore witness to the countless souls who had departed this earthly realm far too soon. An undeniable connection began to form within my mind, linking these inexplicable occurrences to the somber energy emanating from the hallowed ground. The supernatural forces that seemed to pervade my home appeared to be tethered to the restless spirits of those who had long departed. The enigmatic incidents persisted, casting a shadow of unease over my daily existence. However, fate had a peculiar way of interceding in my life. As if guided by a cosmic hand, I found myself welcoming a furry companion into my humble abode, a mischievous feline companion who had become my steadfast confidant. Remarkably, the moment my new feline friend crossed the threshold of my home, the malevolent phenomena that had plagued my nights and unsettled my days came to an abrupt halt. The inexplicable sounds, the eerie visions, and the chilling sensations dissipated into the ether, leaving behind a newfound tranquility that had long eluded me. Eventually, life took me on a different path, leading me away from that timeless farmhouse and into the bustling center of a town. I bid farewell to the creaking floorboards and the whispers of the wind that had accompanied me during my time in that historic dwelling. Now, The walls of my new abode are adorned with a sense of modernity, free from the weight of supernatural mysteries that had once plagued my existence. Reflecting back on those inexplicable incidents, I'm left with a profound appreciation for the unseen forces that shape our lives. The ethereal veil that separates the mortal realm from the realm of spirits can at times grow thin, allowing glimpses into the enigmatic beyond. While the mysteries of that old farmhouse may forever remain unsolved, I carry with me the memories, the thrills, and the lessons learned within its ancient walls, forever grateful for the unforeseen journey it bestowed upon me. Story number 13, Ask Reddit 4. During my days as a security guard, I had the daunting task of patrolling a boat manufacturing factory throughout the night. It was a grueling routine, 4 times a night from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., navigating through 2 massive buildings and a sprawling courtyard. For some inexplicable reason, the place always sent shivers down my spine. You weren't allowed to turn on the lights, but fortunately, the main factory had emergency lighting that illuminated the area quite well. The second building, where they painted the boats, was a different story altogether. It lacked any form of lighting, forcing me to rely on a feeble flashlight to navigate through the maze of boats and debris just to reach the back door. To make matters worse, the building had a persistent leak resulting in a constant drip of water, and a pervasive smell of heavy fumes hung in the air. One particular night, during my final patrol around 3 a.m., my nerves were already on edge from the 3 previous visits. I can't recall precisely what had happened during those rounds. It was likely just eerie noises echoing through the factory. As I cautiously made my way into the second building, aiming for the back door, an unexpected occurrence sent my heart racing. Suddenly, the PA system crackled to life, flooding the entire building with ear-piercing static. The sheer intensity of the sound startled me so much that I'm convinced I jumped high enough to touch the roof. Without even reaching the back door, I bolted out into the courtyard, only to have a cat unexpectedly pounce on me from one of the boats. In that moment, the feline's sudden appearance managed to divert my attention from the unnerving incident with the speakers, and I burst into laughter, berating myself for being such a scaredy cat of a security guard. Shrugging off the strange encounter, I decided to abandon the rest of my patrol and headed back to the main building, still chuckling to myself about the feline surprise. As I made a quick pit stop at the bathroom, enjoying a brief moment of respite, an unexpected sound filled the air. Faint music emanating from the radio connected to the plant's speakers. Justin Bieber's voice wafted through the air, and I couldn't help but curse underneath my breath. So would I. My sudden burst of panic propelled me out of the bathroom and into the hallway, where, to my disbelief, I distinctly heard a voice saying, "Hello, are you there?" The voice seemed genderless and distorted, enough to assure me it wasn't a potential intruder. Without wasting another second, I sprinted out of the building, reaching my car, and hastily dialed my supervisor's number. When I finally connected with her, all she did was burst into laughter on the other end. Apparently, these occurrences were not uncommon, and some guards outright refused to enter that particular building. She admitted that she hadn't informed me beforehand to spare me the unnecessary fear. There's another incident that comes to mind, the time when I was training a new guard. It was our 4th and final visit together, and nature called, demanding a visit to the restroom. Instructing my trainee to continue the patrol alone and locate all the designated checkpoints, I hurriedly made my way to the facilities. As I emerged from the restroom, I overheard my trainee's voice outside the hallway responding, "Yeah?" And of course. Confused, I approached him and inquired about his actions. He explained that he had heard a voice asking, "Hello, are you here?" and had assumed that it was me calling out to him. I was taken aback, realizing that I had never shared my ghostly encounter with him, making his experience all the more unsettling. In fact, I had encountered inexplicable phenomenon even during my time as a security guard at the hospital, particularly on the top floor of the administration building. Although not in the vicinity of the morgue or any other areas associated with death, strange occurrences still managed to manifest. There were instances where objects appeared to move on their own, defying the laws of physics, leaving me puzzled and questioning the nature of reality itself. All these unnerving incidents have taught me to expect the unexpected and to always remain vigilant, even in seemingly mundane environments. Whether it's the eerie stillness of a boat factory at night or the mysterious happenings within the walls of a hospital, there are forces beyond our comprehension that may stir and awaken when darkness descends. As for me, I continue to carry those memories with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, wondering what other secrets lie hidden in the shadows of the night. Story number 14. Ask Reddit 5. More than a decade ago, I found myself working as a security guard for a brief period of time. During my tenure, there were 2 stories that left a lasting impression on me, each adding to the mysterious and eerie nature of my job. In one of my assignments, I was working at a hotel consisting of 2 wings with elevators situated at the center. As part of my routine, I would take the elevator to the top floor and commence my patrol towards one of the stairwells located at the end of the wing. After reaching that floor, I would then walk down to the next level and proceed in the opposite end of the stairwell. However, on one particular floor, as I strolled past a specific room, I couldn't help but sense a set of footsteps mimicking my every move, seemingly locked in step behind me. Yet, as I continued past the elevators in the central area, this strange sensation would gradually fade away. It was a perplexing occurrence that left me with more questions than answers. In another intriguing incident, I was assigned a facility that was undergoing expansion and upgrades. As a result, the fenced-off area of the site had been temporarily taken down, necessitating overnight security. My responsibility primarily involved patrolling the premises, but apart from those rounds, I would remain stationed in my vehicle. It was during one such night that I had completed a patrol and settled back into my vehicle. As time passed, a whispering voice abruptly pierced the silence, repeating the words, "Go away, go away, go away." Naturally, this unexpected occurrence sent shivers down my spine, and I instinctively positioned my hand near the ignition, ready to start the vehicle and flee from whatever unseen presence haunted the area. However, as my rationality kicked in, I contemplated the embarrassment and difficulty of explaining my abrupt departure to my supervisor. Despite the fear that gripped me, I decided to stay put, carrying out my patrols diligently and remaining at my designated post for the remainder of the night. During my patrols on various occasions, I would hear faint conversations that appeared to originate from small groups, engaged in ordinary discussions. Intrigued yet bewildered, I utilized a powerful 2 million candle power flashlight that I possessed at the time. Shining it in the direction of those elusive voices, I fervently hoped to uncover the source of these peculiar occurrences. However, to my dismay, nothing out of the ordinary ever came into view. It was as if these voices were mere figments of my imagination, teasing me with their cryptic presence. Furthermore, the words being exchanged remained incomprehensible, leaving me frustrated and mystified. Eventually, the construction work reached completion, rendering our security services unnecessary at the facility. I moved on to other night security assignments, yet the remnants of those enigmatic experiences lingered within me. From time to time, while fulfilling my duties at other locations, I would occasionally hear a plaintive voice whispering, "Why aren't you here? You belong here." The voice seemed to tug at my heartstrings, conveying a sense of longing and belonging. However, as it faded away, becoming a distant memory, it's been a significant amount of time since I last heard it, as I've moved on to different employment opportunities since, leaving behind the enigmatic realm of night security. These tales from my brief stint as a security guard continue to fascinate me, evoking a sense of mystery and intrigue that has stayed with me throughout the years. Each experience, whether it be synchronized footsteps trailing behind me, or the inexplicable whispers in the darkness, adds another layer to the inexplicable nature of the unseen world that intertwines with our everyday reality. Unlock the doors to the extraordinary with Paranormal M. If you're fascinated by the unexplained and yearn for first-hand encounters with the supernatural, subscribing to our channel is a must. Don't forget to enable notifications. Story number 1. I have a captivating story to share with you, one that takes place in the vast lands of Russia. It revolves around an intriguing character, the father of my beloved girlfriend. This man, unlike the typical law enforcement officers you may encounter in America, was a voluntary cop, akin to an American deputy, but with a bit less authority. His responsibilities primarily involved handling minor infractions, such as individuals strolling across public lawns, or intoxicated individuals serenading the streets with their off-key melodies. Allow me to transport you to a serene evening in this tale. Word reached the ears of our valiant volunteer that a clandestine gathering was taking place in the city park, defying the rules and regulations set forth by the authorities. He made his way to the location, only to discover a joyous wedding celebration hosted by 2 rather large families. Demonstrating his benevolent nature, he offered them his heartfelt wishes for a prosperous union and promptly departed. However, he decided to embark on a shortcut through the ancient cemetery on his way back home. This cemetery, an artifact of World War II, had remained unchanged since those dark days of conflict. Its caretaker, a weathered old man, devoutly guarded the solemn ground, receiving a meager salary in return. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped the aged tombstones, and as nightfall descended upon the land, our hero quickened his pace along the main road. Suddenly, amidst the eerie shadows, he caught sight of a diligent gravekeeper. The old man was meticulously repairing a fence that had been damaged by a fallen branch, while nearby rested his cart, laden with various gardening tools. As mischievous thoughts danced through our hero's mind, he concocted a whimsical prank to play on the unsuspecting gravekeeper. Stealthily, he crept toward the cart, seized one of the discarded litter bags, and deftly wielded his pocket knife to create 2 precise eye holes in the bag. With a mischievous grin, he draped the bag over his head and torso, effectively disguising himself. To enhance the illusion, he produced a lighter, its flame casting an eerie glow from within the bag's makeshift eyes, and commenced his wailing. The gravekeeper, engrossed in his diligent repair work, eventually pivoted to face the source of the unearthly lament. Slowly, his gaze met the peculiar figure before him, and for an entire minute, he studied the enigmatic spectacle. Curiously, he averted his eyes, seemingly undisturbed by the supernatural presence. With a resolute spirit, he resumed his duties, leaving our hero befuddled by the utter lack of response. The gravity of his prank began to weigh heavily upon him, and he was consumed by remorse for his juvenile antics. Without hesitation, he removed the bag, quietly mumbled an apologetic, "Sorry, man," and hastened his pace towards the exit of the cemetery. But fate had an unexpected twist in store for our bewildered protagonist. Just as he reached the very gates of the cemetery, his ears caught the distinct sound of hurried footsteps echoing behind him. Turning around, he beheld the gravekeeper, sprinting towards him unwavering with determination. In a swift motion, the old man brandished his spade and delivered a sharp, albeit painful, poke to our hero's side. With a voice fueled by both frustration and concern, he sternly admonished, "How many times must I emphasize? Dear people, feel free to wander within these hallowed grounds, but I implore you do not venture beyond its sacred borders." and thus concludes this captivating tale from the heartland of Russia, where the unpredictability of pranks intertwines with the unwavering guardianship of a vigilant gravekeeper. It serves as a reminder that even in the realm of mischievous exploits, there are consequences to be faced and valuable lessons to be learned. Story number 2. When I was 12 years old, my dad shared a chilling story with me. One that stuck with him so vividly that he can recall every detail as if it happened just last week. You see, my dad served in the police force for a remarkable 20 years, and during his early days as a rookie, he found himself tasked with conducting nighttime roadblocks to catch drunk drivers. By that point, they had already conducted numerous roadblocks, and this particular night began just like any other routine operation. Little did they know that their lives were about to take an eerie and unexpected turn. It all started when a Toyota Corolla approached their position with something peculiar on its roof. A white blanket flapping in the wind caught their attention, but they initially dismissed it as a harmless oddity. One of the officers even cracked a joke, suggesting that the driver was multitasking by drying laundry and driving home simultaneously. However, the laughter swiftly subsided as the car drew closer, revealing a shocking sight that sent chills down their spines. Resting on top of the vehicle was what appeared to be a woman dressed in white, lying face down. Baffled and unsettled, the officers watched in disbelief as the mysterious figure seemed to slide backwards like a slug, disappearing behind the car before it eventually came to a halt in front of them. The gravity of the situation took a few minutes to register within my dad's team, and they exchanged bewildered glances, silently confirming that they all had witnessed the inexplicable spectacle. Finally, the most senior member of their group summoned the courage to approach the driver and commence the usual line of questioning. However, his voice betrayed a noticeable quiver, evidence of the unease that had settled upon them. With trembling words, the senior officer instructed the driver to step out of the vehicle. As the team conducted a thorough inspection of the Toyota Corolla, they meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, including the trunk, searching for any signs of foul play or unusual occurrences. Surprisingly, their search yielded nothing out of the ordinary, leaving them perplexed and even more intrigued by the enigma before them. The driver, a handsome staff sergeant from the Army, explained that he was returning home from a company event that evening. He admitted to having consumed a few cans of beer, but claimed that he had decided to sleep it off in his bunk before embarking on the journey back home in the early hours of the morning. Around 4 a.m., his sobriety tests came back clean, further deepening the mystery surrounding this bizarre situation. As they continued to question the driver, their curiosity grew, prompting them to inquire if he had witnessed anything peculiar during his drive. Initially, he denied noticing anything out of the ordinary. However, under further interrogation, he hesitantly disclosed that he had been forced to swerve his vehicle to avoid what appeared to be a bird flying upside down, an eerie sight indeed. Although he found it unsettling, he had dismissed it as a trivial detail unworthy of sharing with the police. The senior officer, now grappling with a perplexing conundrum, made a decision. He advised the driver to spend some time at a 24-hour coffee shop before continuing his journey home. It was a local belief that making a pit stop could confuse malevolent spirits, preventing them from setting up shop in one's house. Initially confused by the suggestion, the driver eventually comprehended its purpose and nodded in agreement, grateful for any measure that might safeguard him from the supernatural. Once the driver had departed, my dad and his team promptly reported the incident to the station, opting to cut the night short. To this day, they remain in the dark about the ultimate fate of the driver. Nevertheless, my dad, like me, hopes that he emerged from the uncanny encounter unscathed, free from any lingering supernatural repercussions. And so, that is the tale my dad shared with me, a story that has remained etched in his memory, defying the passage of time. As I reflect on his vivid recollection, I can't help but feel a shiver crawl down my spine, appreciating the enduring power of a truly chilling encounter. Story number 3. When I reflect upon my youth, particularly the period between the ages of 19 and 20 when I resided in Maryland, a wave of nostalgia washes over me. It was during this time that I nurtured an intense passion for capturing the essence of abandoned houses in some of the dilapidated suburban areas surrounding my childhood home. Despite the frequent encounters with law enforcement officials resulting from my trespassing escapades, which invariably led to nothing more than rides home in handcuffs and a gentle admonition, my insatiable desire to document these forgotten dwellings remained unabated. One fateful day, I stumbled upon a local legend about an abandoned house where a police officer had tragically lost his life. The intriguing allure of this macabre tale enticed me to explore the premises. According to the rumors, the house had been deserted for years, devoid of any human presence. Curiosity gnawed at my core as I pondered the mysteries concealed within its dilapidated walls. Undeterred by the warnings or potential consequences, I resolved to visit this forsaken abode and capture its essence through my lens. Upon entering the house, I was immediately struck by the peculiar ambiance that permeated the air. The floor, coated in a thick layer of dust and debris, stood as a testament to neglect and abandonment. It appeared as though the previous occupants had abruptly vacated the premises, leaving behind their entire lives, only for vandals to descend upon the remnants, savagely desecrating the remnants that was once his home. Despite the eerie atmosphere, I didn't sense any overwhelming malevolence or otherworldly presences. The sunlit day provided a semblance of comfort and reassurance, shielding me from any supernatural apprehensions. Eager to capture the essence of this desolate dwelling, I began my photographic exploration on the ground floor. The broken furniture strewn about in disarray added a sense of melancholic beauty to this derelict surrounding. Each snapshot immortalized the remnants of a forgotten era, frozen in time through the lens of my camera. Satisfied with my endeavors on the lower level, I ascended the wooden staircase, its apparent sturdiness providing me with a glimmer of hope for an uninterrupted exploration of the upper floor. Just as I reached the top of the staircase, my senses were abruptly interrupted by the distant sound of a police car's siren, growing increasingly audible as it approached the vicinity. Panic surged within me, realizing that my unauthorized presence in this forsaken abode had attracted the attention of law enforcement. I swiftly called out to announce my whereabouts, hoping to prevent any unfortunate misunderstandings that could ensue. To my surprise, 2 police officers swiftly entered the house, their authoritative presence instilling a mixture of apprehension and relief within me. In compliance with their instructions, I obediently remained stationed on the upper floor, awaiting their ascent. One of the officers, a youthful and seemingly inexperienced rookie, began cautiously climbing the stairs toward my location. It was at this juncture that the inexplicable commenced. With each step the officer attempted, a strange phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. As he distributed his weight upon the wooden staircase, the steps beneath him began to crumble and collapse. It was as if the very structure of the stairs conspired against him, sabotaging his progress with each move. Some steps merely cracked under the strain, encouraging him to persist despite the treacherous path ahead. However, on 2 occasions, the unfortunate officer's foot plunged through the steps, causing him to lose his footing entirely. The surreal nature of this occurrence left me dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the inexplicable events unfolding before me. In stark contrast to the rookie officer's plight, my descent from the upper floor proceeded without incident. Each step as if recognizing my presence, bore my weight with steadfast reliability. It was as though an unseen force shielded me from the chaos that had befallen my unwitting companion. Exhibiting a mixture of relief and disbelief, I nimbly maneuvered past the broken steps and rejoined the officers on the ground floor. Following this perplexing episode, the two officers fulfilled their duty by escorting me back to my residence. The encounter concluded without any lasting consequences, and life returned to its familiar rhythm. Nonetheless, the memory of that bizarre experience remains etched in the depths of my consciousness. I can't help but speculate whether some dormant force within the abandoned house harbored an inexplicable animosity towards law enforcement, orchestrating a strange sequence of events as a testament to its malevolent disposition. To this day, as I reflect upon my youthful indiscretions and my unwavering fascination with capturing the haunting beauty of abandoned houses, the memory of that enigmatic encounter lingers as a testament to the inexplicable mysteries that lie hidden within the forgotten corners of our world. It serves as a poignant reminder of the enduring allure that can be found in the most desolate and unconventional places, igniting a ceaseless curiosity within the depths of my soul. Story number 4. A few years ago, my wife and I embarked on an unforgettable honeymoon adventure in the captivating country of Scotland. We were filled with excitement as we planned our itinerary, deciding to stay in various Airbnbs and cozy bed and breakfasts throughout our 14-day journey. It was an opportunity to immerse ourselves in rich culture, breathtaking landscapes, and warm hospitality of this remarkable nation. As we neared the end of our honeymoon, our penultimate destination was the vibrant city of Edinburgh. Eager to experience the city's charm, we had booked a first-floor flat online. The owner informed us that they resided upstairs and provided us with detailed instructions to access the accommodation. Upon arriving at the flat, we found ourselves running behind schedule for a dinner reservation. Maneuvering the rental car, a standard vehicle, but with the steering wheel on the right side, we hastily unloaded our bags and hurried inside. In the midst of our rush, I summoned an Uber, while my wife attended to organizing our belongings and preparing for the evening. As minutes ticked by, growing concerned about the delay, I dashed back into the building to investigate the cause. To my alarm, I discovered my wife anxiously screaming and pounding on the door. Racing downstairs, I swiftly unlocked the flat's entrance, finding my wife in a state of distress on the floor. It appeared that she had been unable to open the door from the inside. Intrigued yet unsettled by this peculiar incident, I tested the door myself, and to our bewilderment, it opened effortlessly. Nonetheless, we pushed aside our unease and left for our dinner reservation, hoping the strange occurrence would be forgotten. Returning from our delightful dinner, we retired for the night in the cozy flat that we had secured for a 3-night stay. During my slumber, an unsettling dream gripped me. I found myself immersed in a vivid vision of an elderly woman seated in the garden. Her piercing gaze met mine, and she hauntingly uttered, "I'm here with you." The intensity of the experience rattled me to the core, but thinking it was merely a product of an unusual first night's sleep, I chose not to share the details with my wife. The following day, we anticipated meeting the owners who resided upstairs, eager to interact with the locals and gain insights into the city's hidden gems. However, our plans took an unexpected turn when the owners flaked on us, leaving us somewhat disappointed. Undeterred, we embarked on a day of exploration, visiting Edinburgh Castle and strolling through the bustling main streets. Along the way, we indulged in the local tradition of purchasing an abundance of scarves, intended as gifts for loved ones, who might never really wear them. The hours slipped by, and as the sun began to set, we finally returned to our flat. As we stepped inside, a peculiar incident unfolded. A decorative dress adorning one of the walls suddenly tumbled down. I quickly restored it to its rightful place, assuming it was merely an accidental occurrence. However, barely a minute later, the dress inexplicably fell once more. This strange event left us feeling somewhat shaken, but we attributed it to a mere coincidence. Eager to put the odd incidents behind us, we took showers and settled into bed as darkness enveloped the city. Our bedroom boasted a window overlooking the enchanting garden. In the dead of night, around 1 a.m., I awoke abruptly to the sound of my wife speaking in an unfamiliar language, Latin or Greek perhaps, uttering words I couldn't comprehend. Alarmed, I sat upright and listened intently for a moment before waking her up, my own anxiety mounting. She seemed unable to recall her dream, but she took my account of her nocturnal linguistic episode with equal alarm. I vividly remember her mentioning the name Saint Augustine. The inexplicable nature of the incident filled us both with a growing sense of unease. Around 2 a.m., our fear and unease reached their zenith, and we made an impulsive decision to secure a hotel for that night, a different one. Determined to depart at the earliest opportunity, we would have left immediately if not for the remnants of wine consumed the previous evening. Scottish regulations regarding driving under the influence compelled us to postpone our departure until dawn. With every light on in the flat switched, and Netflix shows playing on an iPad to ward off sleep, we busied ourselves with packing and loading our belongings into the car. We had done laundry the previous day, and due to the rain, we had placed the damp garments on the furniture to dry overnight, as there was no dryer in the flat. As we readied ourselves to leave, we discovered the moist laundry had left unsightly marks on the wooden table and chairs, tarnishing their finish. Armed with a hairdryer, we attempted to rectify the situation by removing the white marks. Consulting online tutorials that shed light on the matter especially. But despite our efforts, the furniture remained stubbornly blemished. The unnerving feeling of the flat seemed to be conspiring to keep us captive. We tried contacting the owner for assistance, but our calls went unanswered, intensifying our growing trepidation. Finally, we managed to load all of our belongings into the car before embarking on our journey. I accessed my email to retrieve the address of the hotel that we had booked the previous night. However, my heart sank as I made a distressing discovery. There was no record of our reservation at the hotel. In a disheartened daze, I hung up the phone after a futile conversation with the hotel staff, only to receive an email from the booking website moments later. The email informed us that the vendor had canceled our reservation without explanation. The realization hit us like a thunderclap. We were left with an additional night in the peculiar flat that we had grown increasingly wary of. In that moment, our minds were made up. With a shared glance, my wife and I knew we needed to distance ourselves from this unsettling place as swiftly as possible. The inexplicable incidents, the eerie dreams, and the canceled reservation had converged to create an atmosphere thick with otherworldly presence. We drove away, determined to escape the clutches of whatever enigmatic forces seemed to be at play within those walls. Yearning for solace and safety of a new abode far away from the enigmatic terrors of that Edinburgh flat. Story number 5. Let me tell you about a series of bizarre events that unfolded within the confines of our house. It was a place where inexplicable phenomena became an unwelcome guest, defying the laws of nature and challenging our perception of reality. Strangely enough, I always brushed aside these occurrences, dismissing them as mere coincidences or figments of my imagination. Little did I know that one fateful night would change everything, shattering my skepticism and plunging me into a realm of fear and uncertainty. As the tale goes, I found myself in the solitude of my bedroom when I witnessed something truly unnerving. A decorative hanging on my wardrobe door handle suddenly commenced an eerie dance, swinging back and forth with inexplicable vigor. The sight sent shivers down my spine, leaving me paralyzed with fear. Determined to find solace, I sought the comfort and presence of our family dog, a loyal companion known for his unwavering bravery. I beckoned him to sleep beside me, hoping his presence would alleviate my growing unease. With the lights dimmed, I lay there in bed, my mind racing with questions and trepidation. Sleep eluded me, my senses heightened by the unexplained phenomenon I had just witnessed. Suddenly, the dog sprang to his feet, his body tense and his growls filling the room. He began to circle the space, his eyes fixed on an unseen presence that instilled a primal fear within him. I was taken aback by his reaction, observing his behavior with a mixture of curiosity and dread. Overwhelmed by the mounting terror, I made a hasty decision to abandon my room and seek refuge on the living room couch. With the loyal dog as my steadfast companion, I settled in, hoping that a change of surroundings would bring a sense of respite. Yet, as fate would have it, tranquility proved elusive once again. Approximately 10 to 15 minutes into my new sleeping arrangement, the dog leapt to his feet once more, his barks piercing the silence of the night. Through the faint illumination cast by the street lamps outside, I watched as his entire body bristled with agitation. It was a sight I had never witnessed before, an animal so consumed by anger and fear that its very essence seemed transformed. Following his gaze, I turned my head to face the direction of his relentless barking. There, in the distance, I saw an otherworldly apparition, an ethereal, towering figure enveloped in a swirling mist of white. With a slow and deliberate glide, the mysterious entity made its way through the kitchen, its presence palpable and foreboding. As the seconds ticked by, it gradually dissipated, fading into nothingness before my eyes. In that moment, I felt a chilling realization wash over me. I had encountered a supernatural force, a specter from realms beyond our comprehension. From that night onward, my skepticism shattered like fragile glass, replaced by an unsettling acceptance of the inexplicable. The house, once a sanctuary of warmth and familiarity, now became a domain of unexplained phenomena, an unrelenting fear. Each creaking floorboard, every flicker of light, served as a haunting reminder that we were not alone in this space. To this day, the memory of that tall, white, smoky apparition lingers in my mind, an indelible mark of the paranormal etched upon my consciousness. It serves as a constant reminder that there are forces at play in this world that surpass our limited understanding. A reminder to approach the mysteries of life with humility and an open mind. Story number 6. No more monsters after cleanse. Let me tell you this incredible story that unfolded in my life recently, and I must say it left me both relieved and nervous, causing a mix of emotions that made me chuckle. You see, ever since my family and I moved into this house, my adorable 4-year-old son has been incessantly complaining about monsters lurking in every corner, but particularly in his room, the hallway, and the dreaded basement. Now, I must admit, I too experienced an overwhelming sense of unease whenever I ventured down into that basement, but I made sure never to let my son catch wind of my trepidation. It was just a day or perhaps a month, or even 2 months ago, when my little one was spending some quality time at his father's house, an important detail, mind you, that I decided to take matters into my own hands. I embarked on a mission of utmost assertiveness, armed with bundles of sage and sticks of Palo Santo, ready to cleanse the energy in our humble abode. I went from room to room, diligently opening windows and doors, and with unwavering determination I firmly stated, "Vacate this premises." It was as though an invisible weight in the air was suddenly lifted, and a profound sense of lightness permeated the atmosphere. At the time, I believed this newfound sensation to be a mere psychological trick of my mind, a product of wishful thinking, if you will. However, an astonishing revelation struck me recently. It dawned on me that my son hadn't uttered a single word about those frightful monsters since that fateful day of my cleansing ritual. What truly baffled me was the fact that my innocent child had no knowledge whatsoever of my endeavor. I had deliberately refrained from sharing any details about the paranormal with him, striving to shield his innocent mind from such matters. The implications of this realization were staggering. Could it be that the ritualistic cleansing I had performed had indeed banished the malevolent entities that haunted my son's imagination? Or was it simply a coincidence, an uncanny alignment of events that led to his newfound silence on the matter? The uncertainty that shrouded these questions left me both relieved, knowing that my son seemed free from his fears, and yet nervous as I grappled with the enigmatic forces that might be at play within the walls of our home. Regardless of the cause, I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and relief within me. The mere thought of my son finding solace in the absence of those monsters brought a sense of tranquility to my heart. I resolved to keep this mystical occurrence a secret, to preserve the innocence of his young mind, and continue fostering an environment of love, warmth, and protection. As I reflect on this extraordinary chapter in my life, I'm reminded of the power of belief, the enigmatic nature of the unseen world, and the lengths a parent would go to shield their child from terrors that lurk in the shadows. It's a story that I'll cherish and ponder for years to come, a testament to the strength of a mother's love and the indomitable spirit that dwells within us all. Story number 7. 2-year-old sees eyes in his room. As a parent, my son's bedroom has always been a place primarily designated for playtime and storing his clothes. Since he's only 2 years old, he usually sleeps with my partner and me. However, 2 nights ago, I made a slight deviation from our usual routine. I left his bedroom door open, allowing him the freedom to wander in and out of his room. The layout of our house is such that you can easily see down the hallway leading to his room from the living room, so I didn't consider it a major safety concern. Little did I know that this seemingly innocuous decision would lead to a series of unsettling events. At first, everything seemed normal. My son was quietly playing in his room, presumably enjoying the newfound independence that I had granted him. Suddenly, without warning, he burst out of his room, a clear expression of distress etched across his face. He was yelling frantically, "Scary, scary, scary eyes!" while pointing back towards his room. Naturally, I rushed to his side, concern flooding my thoughts. I anxiously inquired about what had frightened him, but all he could manage to utter was "eyes," repeatedly. Taking his tiny hand in mine, I asked him to guide me to where he had seen these alarming eyes. Together, we ventured back into his room, his tiny fingers pointing to an empty wall. Confusion enveloped me as I failed to comprehend what could have possibly terrified him in the seemingly ordinary space. There was nothing on that wall apart from a window covered by a curtain. His finger aimed to the right of the window, indicating the source of his distress. In an attempt to reassure him and assuage his fears, I assured him that he was safe and that there was nothing to worry about. Privately, I dismissed the incident as a product of his active imagination, believing it to be nothing more than a passing childhood fear. Time passed, and the incident faded from my immediate memory. However, the events of that peculiar night were destined to resurface. Approximately an hour later, my son once again pointed down the hallway, his voice filled with terror as he exclaimed about the presence of eyes. Sensing his distress, I hurriedly moved toward the hallway, preparing to investigate the matter further. Astonishingly, in the very moment I shifted my gaze in the direction he had indicated, he gasped in shock and exclaimed, "Gone!" It was as if the mysterious eyes had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of their existence. Curiosity and concern mingled within me, urging me to seek answers. Unfortunately, my son's limited vocabulary and developing language skills made it a challenge for him to articulate his experiences. All my attempts to extract specific details about the eyes proved futile. All I could gather from his fragmented explanations was that the eyes were undeniably there, and they held a sense of deep-rooted fear within him. Days passed, and life continued its usual rhythm. However, fate had another eerie encounter in store for me. We were babysitting a friend's daughter, a 12-year-old skeptic who remained oblivious to the events surrounding my son's unsettling experiences. Engaged in innocent play within my son's room, she suddenly emerged, her eyes wide with disbelief. She recounted a strikingly similar tale to the one I had encountered only a couple of nights prior. This time I resolved to delve deeper into the matter. Summoning all of my parental intuition, I requested my son to indicate the precise location of the eyes he had repeatedly encountered. Pointing with conviction, he guided his finger to the exact same spot as before. Positioned behind him, he remained unaware of my presence. It was this very moment that my eyes, following the trajectory of his tiny finger, fixed upon the designated area. Astonishingly, my son gasped once more, whispering the word, "Gone." With a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, the eyes, it seemed, had vanished once again, leaving us perplexed and unnerved. Despite my persistent inquiries, my son's limited verbal capabilities hindered any comprehensive explanation. Yet the conviction in his voice and the sheer authenticity of his fear left an indelible mark on my parental instincts. I couldn't ignore the possibility that something genuinely unsettling was occurring within the confines of his room. The enigma surrounding these mysterious eyes persists, shrouded in a cloud of uncertainty. As a concerned parent, I continue to grapple with this unsettling phenomenon, desperately seeking answers that elude me. Until the day my son can effectively communicate the nature of his fear, I remain on high alert, ever vigilant for any signs of those chilling eyes that seem to appear and vanish at will. Story number 8. God mad at me? Years ago, during a fondly remembered evening filled with karaoke, my mom and I found ourselves immersed in a joyous melody and harmonies that echoed throughout the room. We were relishing the music, belting out our favorite tunes with exuberance and laughter. However, there was a fleeting moment, one that still lingers in my memory, when the impulsive and foolish nature of my teenage self took hold of me. Without any logical explanation, I spontaneously grabbed the microphone and shouted with unwarranted defiance, "I hate God!" The words slipped past my lips before I could even comprehend their weight. The room fell silent as my audacious outburst reverberated through the air, leaving a tangible tension in its wake. I watched as my mom's eyes widened in disbelief, her head shaking slowly from side to side, silently reprimanding me for my senseless act. The consequences of my impious proclamation soon manifested themselves in a way I could never have anticipated. As I stepped into the comforting cascade of warm water during my post-karaoke shower, an unexpected and inexplicable force descended upon me. It was as though an invisible entity had targeted my chest with an unfathomable power, delivering a blow that momentarily stole my breath away. The sheer impact was so profound that I recoiled, my body overwhelmed by an overwhelming sense of sickness and discomfort. I could feel my stomach churn and twist, as if caught in the clutches of a restless storm. With an urgency I'd never experienced before, I frantically stumbled out of the shower, my wet feet slipping and sliding on the tiled floor. I barely had time to towel myself dry before uncontrollable waves of nausea erupted within me. And I vomited right then and there, the remnants of the karaoke night now reduced to a pitiful mess. The once cleansing water had become a temporary refuge, abandoned midstream as my body rejected every morsel of sustenance I had consumed. The sickness gripped me with an unrelenting tenacity, refusing to grant me even a moment's respite. It was as if I had been struck down by a merciless stomach flu, cursed to suffer its wrath for an eternity. The following day became a relentless barrage of heaving and retching, each episode seemingly more forceful than the last. My body trembled under the strain, my throat raw from the repeated convulsions. Throughout this grueling ordeal, I found myself contemplating the inexplicable correlation between my ill-advised declaration and this harrowing physical torment. Was it mere coincidence, a cruel twist of fate, or something more profound? Had my thoughtless words triggered a chain reaction in the intricate fabric of the universe, leading to this vicious retribution? Questions swirled in my mind as I lay huddled in my bed, my body depleted, my spirit subdued. Days turned into nights, nights into days, each passing moment blending into a hazy blur of suffering. I became a prisoner in my own body, yearning for the affliction to release its grip on me. My mom, witnessing the agony I endured, remained a steadfast presence by my side, her concern etched across her face. She offered soothing words of solace and brought me remedies to alleviate my distress, but nothing seemed to abate the relentless assault of my fragile constitution. Finally, as suddenly as it had begun, the torment began to wane. The bouts of nausea became less frequent, the violent upheaval within me gradually subsiding. With cautious optimism, I dared to believe that perhaps the storm was passing, that I would emerge from this tribulation stronger and wiser. In the aftermath of this bewildering ordeal, I found solace in self-reflection. I recognized the consequences of my careless words and the importance of mindfulness in my actions. This humbling experience taught me the profound impact of our words, the ripple effect they can create in the intricate tapestry of existence. It reminded me to approach life with greater consideration, to understand that our thoughts and declarations hold immense power, capable of shaping our reality in ways we could never comprehend. Years have passed since, but the memory of that fateful karaoke night remains etched in my consciousness. It serves as a constant reminder of the intricate dance between our choices and the consequences that they yield. I carry with me the lessons learned from that turbulent chapter, forever grateful for the enlightenment born out of my teenage recklessness. And as I navigate the intricate journey of life, I strive to ensure that my words and actions reflect the understanding that sprouted from the crucible of that unforgettable experience. Story number 9. Late Night Driving. My partner and I found ourselves embarking on a journey back home after attending my brother's glorious graduation ceremony. The event had filled us with proud cheers, heartfelt speeches, and the joyous clinking of celebratory glasses. As we set off on our homeward drive, the night sky spread its velvety curtain over the world, casting an enchanting darkness upon the road ahead. The desolate highway stretched out before us, seemingly untouched by the passing of time. It was as if we were the sole inhabitants of this vast expanse, with only a handful of scattered vehicles breaking the solitude. The occasional car would whiz past us, their taillights flickering like distant fireflies, briefly illuminating the otherwise desolate surroundings. However, amidst this serene isolation, a peculiar sight caught our attention. On the side of the road, a lone figure stood, motionless and still. His presence seemed almost surreal, his arms hanging limply by his sides. There was an eerie air about him, something unsettling that sent shivers cascading down my spine. His gaze was fixed upon us, unyielding and piercing, as if he was watching our every move with an intensity that bordered on the malevolent. As our car approached this enigmatic figure, I couldn't help but wonder what had brought him to this desolate place. There were no vehicles nearby that could suggest that he had driven here, leaving us to ponder how he had arrived at this forsaken stretch of road. The barren landscape stretched out for miles, devoid of any signs of civilization, with no cities or towns to seek refuge in for quite some time. A foreboding feeling began to settle within me, a sense of unease that was impossible to ignore. I glanced at my partner, hoping to find reassurance in his eyes, to confirm that I wasn't the only one feeling the weight of this strange encounter. His face mirrored my concern, his brows furrowed and a faint frown creasing his forehead. It was clear that he too was captivated by the inexplicable nature of this encounter. As we drove past the enigmatic stranger, my eyes remained fixed on him, the image of his haunting presence etching itself deep within my memory. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, and there was more to this encounter than met the eye. The silence inside the car was suffocating, each passing second only intensifying the questions swirling within our minds. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through my head as we continued down the desolate road, the headlights of our car piercing through the inky darkness. Who was that man? What was he doing standing there, seemingly unbothered by our presence? Was he a harbinger of impending danger, or merely a solitary wanderer lost in the depths of the night? The minutes turned into hours as we traversed the winding road, each mile bringing us farther away from the mysterious figure. The memory of this ominous silhouette haunts me, its ghostly presence lingering in the recesses of my mind. I wondered if he would ever uncover the truth behind the chance encounter, or if it would forever remain an enigma, forever etched in the annals of our shared experiences. It was a night that left an indelible mark on both of us, a moment suspended in time where reality and the supernatural danced on the edge of perception. The road stretched endlessly before us, and as the car hummed with the steady rhythm of the engine, we couldn't help but reflect on the fragility of our existence, the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown. Ultimately, it was an experience that reminded us of the vastness and unpredictability of the world around us. It taught us that even in the most mundane of situations, the extraordinary can unveil itself, challenging our preconceived notions and shaking the very foundation of our beliefs. As we finally reached the comforting lights of our home, the memory of that peculiar encounter refused to fade. It served as a constant reminder that the world is a tapestry of mysteries, waiting to be unraveled, and that sometimes the most profound moments occur when we least expect them, in the darkest corners of our journey. Story number 10. Animals dying in our driveway. Living in our serene neighborhood in Oklahoma has always brought us with a sense of tranquility, but lately an inexplicable and rather unsettling phenomenon has been plaguing our peaceful existence. It all began innocuously enough with the discovery of a lifeless, desiccated frog on our driveway. Its shriveled form, devoid of vitality, struck us with a mixture of curiosity and mild unease. Little did we know that this was merely the prelude to a series of perplexing incidents that would send shivers down our spines. As days turned into weeks, another macabre addition appeared in the same location, a bird, its once vibrant feathers now dulled and lifeless. The unusual nature of these discoveries was hard to ignore, as the animals seemed to materialize overnight, their remains transforming into eerie reminders of death's grip. But what sent chills down our spines was the realization that these peculiar occurrences were confined solely to our property. None of our neighbors had experienced such disconcerting phenomena, deepening the mystery surrounding our predicament. The unsettling nature of these events reached its peak when just yesterday we made an unsettling discovery. There, on the very spot that had become a haunting stage for these grim manifestations, lay not one, but two small snakes, their bodies twisted and contorted, their vitality mercilessly drained. The sun's harsh rays beat down on their lifeless forms, rendering them even more desiccated and withered than their predecessors. It was as if an unseen force had systematically targeted our driveway, leaving behind a chilling tableau of death. Naturally, we were gripped by an overwhelming sense of confusion and trepidation. What force or entity could be orchestrating these grisly displays? Was it a manifestation of some dark supernatural power, or a series of coincidences that conspired to disturb our peace? We turned to our neighbors, sharing our concerns and searching for any semblance of clarity amidst the enigma that surrounded us. Alas, their bewildered faces mirrored our own, offering no answers, only a shared sense of disquietude. Driven by our insatiable thirst for answers, we embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries that enveloped our once idyllic surroundings. Countless hours were spent poring over books, scouring the depths of the internet, and engaging in countless conversations with experts in fields ranging from biology to folklore. Yet the elusive truth remained elusive, teasing us with its hidden nature like a ghostly specter lingering just beyond our grasp. Speculations and theories danced through our minds, each as varied and non-conclusive as the next. Was it an omen, a forewarning of some impending calamity, or perhaps a vengeful spirit trapped between worlds and seeking to communicate with the living through these macabre displays? We delved into the annals of local legends and folklore, searching for any tale that might hold a glimmer of truth. Yet every thread we pulled led to a dead end, leaving us ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Days turned into weeks and weeks into months, as our tireless pursuit of truth seemed to yield no respite. With every passing discovery, the weight of the unknown bore down upon us, threatening to extinguish the flickering flame of hope that still burned within our hearts. We clung to the hope that one day the puzzle pieces would align and the truth would emerge from the shadows that held it captive. And so, dear listener, here I stand recounting our harrowing tale as the haunting mystery of the dried and withered creatures on our driveway continues to confound us. The journey has been arduous, the answers elusive, but our determination remains unyielding. We beseech the universe and anyone who might stumble upon our story to shed light on the enigma that engulfs our once tranquil existence. For it is through collective knowledge and shared experiences that we may yet unearth the truth behind this unsettling phenomenon and bring an end to the spectral reign that has cast a shadow over our lives. Story number 11. Possible leprechaun sighting. Around 7 years ago, during my stay at my dad's house, an incident occurred that continues to send shivers down my spine whenever I recall it. In the middle of the night, I found myself abruptly awakened by a sight that, although seemingly absurd, I now believe was a leprechaun. Growing up in my dad's house, it had always felt like a place of comfort, devoid of any eerie vibes or history of paranormal occurrences. It was just as an ordinary house, a sanctuary for my childhood memories. That particular night, I was sound asleep in my bedroom, facing the left side of my room as slumber embraced me. However, as fate would have it, I was destined to be jolted awake by an inexplicable phenomenon. I found myself peering into the darkness, my vision yet to adjust to the dimly lit room, and there, roughly 1.5 meters in front of me, stood a small figure, a man, or what I presumed to be a man, standing no more than 3 feet tall. The silhouette was discernible, but the lack of facial features made it impossible to truly comprehend what I was witnessing. This wasn't a mere shadowy specter, it possessed a palpable corporeality. As if an actual person had materialized within the confines of my room. A top hat adorned his head, adding to the surrealism of the scene. But it was the dancing that struck me with both fascination and dread. Describing it proves challenging, for the movements defied conventional description. Hunched over, the figure performed a peculiar and exaggerated tiptoeing motion, akin to a macabre ballet. I remained transfixed, watching this enigmatic performance unfold. The seconds ticked by, stretching into an eternity as I grappled with the incomprehensible reality of this situation. How could this be real? As if sensing my growing bewilderment, the dancing abruptly ceased. The figure turned toward me, locked its gaze upon me, and with an unsettling agility, began hurtling toward me at alarming speed. Terror gripped my soul and a scream escaped my lips as I instinctively flung myself to the other side of the bed, fumbling for the light switch. The room bathed in illumination. I cast a frantic glance toward the spot where the apparition had danced mere moments ago. To my utter disbelief, it had vanished without a trace. Needless to say, that night, sleep evaded me until the sun's gentle rays chased away the darkness and my father emerged from his own slumber. For years, I tried to rationalize the encounter, dismissing it as nothing more than a bizarre encounter with a diminutive hat-wearing intruder. It wasn't until I mustered the courage to confide in my boyfriend about the incident years later that the truth dawned upon me. He suggested what I had witnessed bore striking resemblance to a leprechaun, and in that instant a peculiar realization washed over me. Now, when it comes to finding a rational explanation for what transpired, one might argue that it could be just me waking hallucinations, or lingering traces from a vivid dream. Yet throughout my life I've experienced several instances of awakening in the night only to find myself beholding spectral apparitions. This particular encounter, along with another that felt equally distinct from the others, stands out in my memory. It wasn't a fleeting glimpse or a mere flicker. It had been afforded ample time to observe and absorb every unsettling detail. By the time it lunged towards me, I was fully awake, my senses sharp and attuned to the chilling reality that was unfolding. I struggled to dismiss it as a mere hallucination, for it defied logical explanation and left an indelible mark on me in the process. Whenever the memory resurfaces, my heart quickens its pace, and an eerie chill creeps down my spine. So I pose the question to you, was it just another figment of my imagination? Another hallucination? Or was there something more otherworldly at play that fateful night? Story number 12, Childhood Encounter. When I was 4 years old, I, along with my mom and 3 brothers, moved into a house located in Oak Cliff, Texas. The house was a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom abode, which was a fairly new build. It had my own room, which was decked out in a cute girly theme, and I had my own twin bed, which was layered down a long hallway and near bathroom. My twin brothers, who were 8 years old at the time, shared a room too. The house was a rented 3-bedroom house located in a quiet and serene neighborhood. After we moved in, my mom's brothers, who were 3 brothers as well, moved into a house located in a nearby neighborhood. They were a friendly bunch, always coming over to our house and spending time with us. There was a great bond between all of us, and several times in a week we would gather in a room together, while my younger brothers, who were twins at the time, slept with each other in another room. My twin brothers were very different from me. They were more active and slept in a room together. I had sweet paradise in my own room, which was my own personal haven where I could retreat and spend hours lost in imagination. It was a place where all my dreams and fantasies could come to life, and I could be anyone I wanted to be. My bed was my little castle, and my toys were my loyal subjects. I could spend hours creating stories and playing out different scenarios. As the years went by, I started to realize that my room was more than just a place of sleep and play. It became my sanctuary, my escape from the outside world. Whenever I was feeling sad or overwhelmed, I would retreat to my room and find solace in the familiar surroundings. It was a safe space where I could be myself without any judgment or expectations. Looking back, I can vividly remember those nights when I would lie in my bed, gazing up at the glow-in-the-dark stars on my ceiling. I would imagine myself floating among them, exploring the vast expanse of the universe. It was during those moments that I felt a deep sense of peace and wonder. My room was my launch pad to infinite possibilities. My brothers, on the other hand, were always causing a ruckus. They would wrestle and play rough, sometimes knocking over furniture or breaking things. My mom would scold them and tell them to calm down, but they were just being typical boys, full of energy and mischief. Despite their antics, I loved having them around. We would have secret meetings and plan adventures together. Our imaginations knew no bounds, and we would create entire worlds within the confines of our little house. In the evenings, as the sun set and the darkness blanketed the neighborhood, our house would come alive with laughter and chatter. My uncles would join us, and we would all gather in the living room sharing stories and jokes. It was a warm and cozy atmosphere filled with love and joy. Those moments spent with my family are etched in my memory, and I cherish them dearly. Sometimes we would have sleepovers in the living room, where we would all snuggle up with blankets and pillows. We would tell ghost, is what the text says here. And that is the end of the text. Moving on to the next story. Story number 13. I'm scared I think I might be going insane. I find myself plagued by a persistent, unsettling presence that I can only describe as a ghostly entity. It's an inexplicable phenomenon that's filled me with a profound sense of fear and apprehension. The knowledge that I'm being haunted by an unknown force is enough to send shivers down my spine, for I'm constantly on edge, unsure of what might happen next. What makes this haunting particularly terrifying is the entity's uncanny ability to exploit my deepest fears. It preys upon my vulnerabilities, using them against me in the most sinister of ways. The mere thought of its malevolent intentions sends chills down my spine, and I despise the way that it revels in my discomfort. The intensity of the situation reached its peak recently when I experienced a severe panic attack, triggered by one of the ghost's haunting episodes. The sheer terror and paralyzing fear that gripped me in that moment were unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. It was as if the boundaries between reality and the supernatural had blurred, and I found myself trapped in a nightmarish realm of my own creation. In a desperate attempt to rid myself of this unrelenting torment, I composed a heartfelt letter, pleading with the ghost to leave me be. I poured my emotions onto the paper, desperately hoping that my words would reach some form of understanding. However, deep down, I am aware that my plea may fall on deaf ears. What if the ghost responds with hostility, or even worse, escalates it into haunting with even more terrifying levels? The uncertainty gnaws at my sanity, leaving me paralyzed with fear. One additional source of anxiety stems from the contemplation of confiding in my family about the ghostly encounters that have plagued me. Will they dismiss my claims as the ravings of a troubled mind? Will they perceive me as a mere vessel of delusion, subject to my own imaginative terrors? The prospect of being ridiculed or deemed mentally unstable fills me with trepidation, for I fear that they might not comprehend the gravity of my predicament. The internal struggle continues to torment me, and I find myself grappling with an overwhelming sense of sadness and nervousness. The nights stretch on endlessly as sleep eludes me, haunted not only by the ghostly presence, but also by the debilitating questions that plague my mind. Am I truly losing my grip on reality, or is there a genuine supernatural force tormenting me? Is this a manifestation of some deeper underlying issue within my own psyche? The sheer weight of the uncertainty bears down upon me, and I'm left in a state of profound confusion. I feel trapped within a labyrinth of fear and despair, unable to navigate my way to safety. Each passing moment only serves to deepen my sense of unease, further eroding my fragile resolve. In this state of perpetual distress, I'm left with no clear course of action. The ghostly presence continues to cast its ominous shadow over my life, and I am at a loss as how I might reclaim my sense of peace. All I can do is endure, hope for respite, and seek solace in the shared experiences of others who have faced similar trials. For now, I'm left to grapple with the haunting uncertainty that has become an unwelcome companion. The ghost lingers, a constant reminder of the darkness that surrounds me. I remain ever vigilant, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness that threatens to consume me whole. Story number 14. Mom visited me for the second time since she passed 2 years ago. As the night before Mother's Day approached, I found myself caught in the clutches of my own personal torment. Plagued by post-traumatic stress disorder, my mind was a battlefield, constantly besieged by vivid and repetitive survival scenarios, all veering towards apocalyptic themes. In these dreams, I was perpetually running for my life, desperately trying to evade the clutches of impending doom. Yet to add an additional layer of agony, the person accompanying me in these nightmarish episodes was always someone I held dear, only to betray me in the end, becoming the catalyst for a collective downfall. It seemed as though my subconscious harbored an inherent desire to torment me, denying me any respite from the relentless narrative of struggle and chaos. My dreams were devoid of joy, void of any deviation from the familiar script of my frantic escape. Whether it was navigating through a world ravaged by zombie hordes, seeking refuge in isolated countryside dwellings, or finding myself trapped within the confines of a sinister jail cell, my dreams remained steadfast in their adherence to this recurring theme. There was even a recurring image of a sprawling train track, stretching out into the distance, leading me towards an enigmatic launch pad destined for the vast expanse of outer space. My mind seemed limited by its ability to conjure alternative dreamscapes, locking me into this perpetual cycle of terror. However, it was on the eve of Mother's Day that my dreams took an unexpected turn, ensnaring me once again in the throes of a nightmare where I was falsely accused of a murder I did not commit. My world was abruptly transformed. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of the dream, my mother materialized before me, shattering the illusion of peril and substituting it with a profound sense of astonishment. I stood frozen, unable to fathom how she could be present in this realm, for she had long since departed from the earthly plane. The dream's ominous theme dissipated, leaving only my mother and I enveloped in a sacred cocoon of otherworldly connection. Unable to contain my astonishment, I blurted out, "How are you here? You're dead." My words hung in the air, pregnant with a mix of disbelief and wonder, yet my mother's response shattered any lingering doubts and instilled an indescribable sense of solace within me. "I'm not dead," she gently muttered. Her voice carried a resonance that resonated with the deepest recesses of my being. "I'm with you every single day." The weight of her words reverberated through my soul yet again, permeating the very fabric of my consciousness. Regrettably, at that pivotal moment of connection, I was rudely awakened from my slumber. My eyes fluttered open and I found myself engulfed in a surge of frustration and anger. The ephemeral encounter with my mother had been abruptly cut short, leaving me yearning for more precious moments of conversation. The intensity of the experience lingered, its echoes resounding within the chambers of my heart. In that ephemeral interlude, the boundaries between reality and dreams had blurred, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of awe and certainty. Never before had I been so convinced that my mother in some mystical way would be visiting me in the realm of dreams, bridging the chasm that separated us. Even now, as I reflect upon the surreal encounter, I remain awestruck. The raw authenticity of the dream had shattered the constraints of logic and reason, leaving me with an unshakable conviction that something truly extraordinary had transpired. The emotional impact eclipsed that of any previous dream, leaving an indelible imprint upon my consciousness. In that fleeting moment, the veil between life and death had been momentarily lifted, allowing me to commune with a loved one that transcended all boundaries. And so as Mother's Day dawned upon the world, I carried with me a newfound understanding, a deeper connection to the essence of maternal love. The boundaries of space and time may confine us, but the realm of dreams knows no such restrictions. In those ethereal landscapes, I find solace in the belief that my mother's spirit intertwines with mine, guiding me through the labyrinth of my dreams and whispering words of love and comfort. It is a sacred bond, woven with ethereal threads, and I cherished it with every fiber of my being. Story number 15. Sliders and Long Distances. Ever since I can remember, a peculiar phenomenon has plagued my existence. The streetlights have a knack for going off whenever I pass beneath them. It's a bizarre occurrence that's never failed to astound and perplex me. No matter the time of day or location, the moment I approach a streetlight, it flickers and dies, casting an eerie darkness around me. I've grown accustomed to the bewildering glances and whispers that follow, as the very fabric of reality conspires against me. But it doesn't end there. My peculiar aura seems to extend beyond mere streetlights. Computers crash inexplicably in my presence, their screens frozen in a state of digital despair. The electric currents in my house I grew up in were particularly fickle, often plunging us into darkness for no discernible reason. Batteries and light bulbs meet their untimely demise at an alarming rate, drained of their life force as soon as they come into contact with me. It's become part of my existence, the strange, unnerving phenomenon that seems to define my very being. Yet, as the years have unfolded, the nature of these occurrences has taken on an even stranger turn. It's as if the universe has devised a way to amplify its peculiar sense of humor. No longer confined to immediate proximity, the effects now extend across vast distances. I have observed this phenomenon unfold when I find myself in direct connection with another individual, be it through a phone call, an internet conversation, or even in person. In the digital realm, my presence manifests as chaos. The steady flow of data falters connections, falters the server, as if the virtual infrastructure itself quivers under the weight of my peculiar electromagnetic aura. Online chats become fraught with uncertainty, with messages vanishing into digital abyss, leaving behind a trail of confusion and frustration. It's as if the technology recoils in fear of the unforeseen consequences of my mere presence and what it might unleash. But it doesn't stop there. Even in face-to-face encounters, my strange power takes hold. The lights in the room dim inexplicably, as if cowering beneath an unseen force. Conversations falter and stutter, as if the words themselves struggle to escape the grasp of this invisible interloper. The expressions of those around me shift, ranging from curiosity to a mixture of awe and fear, as they witness the extraordinary unfolding before their eyes. It's as if the universe itself has deemed me a conduit of chaos, an unwitting harbinger of disruption. The connections I form with others, be they intimate or remote, become intertwined with the inexplicable forces that govern my existence. There are times when I yearn for normalcy, to be free from the weight of this strange power that shapes my life, but alas, it remains an inseparable part of who I am. So I continue to navigate this extraordinary existence, ever vigilant and curious about the possibilities that lie within the realms of the unknown. Perhaps in time I will unravel the secrets behind this phenomenon, find solace in the understanding of the inexplicable. Until then, I am destined to be the conduit of chaos, forever connected to those who bear witness to the wonders and mysteries that reside within me, much like the narrator. Story number 16. Sun at Night? Last summer, I found myself reminiscing about a peculiar event that occurred during an unforgettable night when my close friend, who I'll refer to as Sammy, and I were strolling back to my humble abode, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating sleepover. As we sauntered along, tiredness weighed heavy upon our eyelids, an inexplicable occurrence captured our attention and held us spellbound beneath the darkened heavens. Gazing upwards, we were greeted by a sight that left us astounded. The firmament above us seemed to have absorbed every hint of light, rendering it an inky abyss. Yet amidst this vast obsidian canvas, the moon shone resplendently, its luminosity painting the surrounding landscape with an ethereal glow. It was a typical full moon, devoid of any ominous aura or supernatural portents. The time, according to our weary senses, was precisely 9:30 p.m., and the celestial body hovered majestically, casting its gentle radiance upon the earth. However, our attention was swiftly diverted from the moon's captivating allure to an enigmatic phenomenon that materialized within the vast expanse above. Nestled in the midst of the inky abyss, directly in the center of the sky, an enigmatic red orb of light materialized before our bewildered eyes. Its size was comparable to that of a diminutive golf ball, and though its brilliance was undeniable, it failed to cast even a faint glimmer upon the starless night. The peculiarity of the situation struck us deeply, prompting a surge of curiosity within our hearts. We embarked upon a quest for answers, pondering the possible origin and purpose of this celestial anomaly. Considering the time of night, we swiftly dismissed any associations with a lunar or solar eclipse, and an ordinary plane's presence was highly improbable, as the light emitted by the orb remained motionless, steadfast in its position. Nevertheless, perplexed but undeterred, we resolved to continue our journey home, albeit with a lingering sense of wonder. Arriving at my humble abode, it took no more than a handful of minutes for us to carry out the necessary tasks before stepping outside once more. The primal instincts of love and responsibility beckoned us to attend my canine companions, and thus we promptly let our beloved pets venture into the night. However, as we stepped back into the realm of nocturnal mysteries, the red orb that had captivated our attention just moments before had inexplicably vanished. Its sudden disappearance bewildered us further, igniting a cascade of questions within our enigmatic minds. What had we witnessed? Had we stumbled upon a celestial phenomenon yet to be explained by science? Or perhaps an ethereal entity, teasing us with its elusive nature? Our rationality struggled to provide satisfactory answers, leaving us suspended within a realm of uncertainty and speculation. Story number 17, My Experiences. My first paranormal encounter occurred when I was just 13 years old, spending time at my grandparents' house on my dad's side of the family. It was a sunny day and I was diligently mowing the grass in their backyard. As I glanced toward my grandpa's large shed, I noticed something unusual. He had recently installed a massive window facing the house, measuring around 3 feet wide and 7 feet tall. And there, from the floor up at the top of the window, stood a tall, slender figure of a woman. She was entirely white and had the darkest eyes I've ever seen. It wasn't just her eyeballs. Her entire eye area was pitch black. Startled, I stopped mowing, and for a brief 3 to 5 seconds we locked eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any negative energy from her encounter. My second supernatural experience took place when I was 15 years old. By that time, I had chosen a futon over a regular mattress, and it was situated about 1 and 1.5 feet above the ground, complete with handrails. One evening, after turning off all the lights and settling into bed, I heard a peculiar sound coming from my room. It was as if something was flickering random objects from one end of the room to the other. I had an old 24-inch box-style TV at the time, and the last flick I heard sounded like it hit the screen dead center. Anyone familiar with these TVs know the distinctive sound that occurs when something strikes the glass. As soon as I heard that flick, my dark room lit up with static from the TV. Whatever it was had turned the TV on with a mere flick. Feeling a sense of unease, I uncovered myself, turned off the TV, and went back to sleep. A couple of weeks later, another incident unfolded. I woke up to an inexplicable light in my room. Now, it's important to note that I slept in a room devoid of any light, using a thick plastic sheet to cover my window and black out all external illumination. Naturally, I was alarmed by the presence of this light. I lifted the covers to investigate and discovered a child standing there. I say child because the dimensions of my futon and this entity resembled the old woman I had seen previously. She too was entirely white with pitch black eyes, and she stood about a foot taller than the handrail at the end of my bed, near my feet. We locked eyes for what felt like an entire minute, and then slowly she faded away, leaving my room in darkness once again. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any negative vibes from this encounter either. As a spiritually inclined person, my grandma on my dad's side has always been in touch with the supernatural. She had sage and other spiritual items hanging on her walls. I decided to confide in her about my experiences, unsure if she would dismiss them or offer some guidance. To my surprise, she didn't try to downplay my encounters. Instead, she advised me that white spirits are usually benevolent, but it's best to avoid them nonetheless. She emphasized that I shouldn't be scared, as these entities were harmless. My grandma and grandpa had since split up, and she was living on her own at the time. The fourth encounter occurred when I was 16 years old, and spending the night at my grandma's house. It was late in the evening, between 10 and 12 o'clock. Both my grandma and I had gone to bed, but I suddenly woke up to the sound of snorting coming from the end of the hall. Realizing I needed to use the restroom, I started walking down the hallway. As I passed the spare room, I noticed the same woman from my first experience sitting at the end of the bed. Her head was turned, and her gaze was fixed on me. The room was eerily illuminated, as if someone had turned on all the lights. Caught off guard and not expecting to be observed, I panicked and ran about 5 feet down the hall. Then I backpedaled to take another look, only to find that she had vanished. I didn't mention this encounter to my grandma, as I believed this spirit was watching over or protecting her. Just like before, I didn't feel any malevolence emanating from this apparition. My fear stemmed from the unexpectedness of the situation, but both encounters with this woman had left me with a sense of calm. Over the years, I had other experiences involving random noises and even hearing my name being called out. By the time I reached the age of 27, I was married with children and working night shifts. My family would typically go to sleep around 9:30 to 10 p.m. During one particular night when I was doing laundry between 1 and 2 a.m., I was startled by an incredibly loud scratching and banging on the door to the laundry room. Curious and slightly unnerved, I got up to investigate, but I couldn't find anything amiss. To be safe, I left the door open just in case. I returned to the couch and sat down, but moments later the door slammed shut and the banging resumed. This time I was certain I was the only one hearing it. My wife had never experienced anything paranormal in the house. Without hesitation, I checked how much time was left on the dryer, set an alarm, and promptly left the house. I admit, I may have appeared like a coward, but my wife and I joke about it now. Eventually, my wife and I decided to buy a house and added a furry companion to our family, a dog. I became accustomed to hearing strange noises and would often look to the dog to see if she reacted as well. Sometimes she would show no interest, but most of the time she would become completely alert, ears perked up, hair standing on end, and focusing her attention on the source of the noise. Our spare room in particular gave off an unsettling vibe that affected everyone in the family. Even guests who stayed in that room reported feeling uneasy and eventually relocated to the couch in the middle of the night. When I was home alone, I would occasionally hear noises, but on a few occasions I distinctly heard the laughter of what seemed like a 5-year-old girl coming from our kitchen. Strangely enough, our dog acknowledged this as well. The overall energy surrounding these occurrences was undeniably negative. That's when I decided to come up with a solution to the unsettling situation in our house. During a family gathering, perhaps around Easter, I returned to my old room at my mom's house and shut the door. Speaking aloud, I addressed the ghost child I'd encountered in my youth. "Hey, ghost kid," I said. "If you're still here, I could use your help at my house. You've never made me feel threatened, but my current house does. And if you're still around, could you come with me and do your best?" This heartfelt plea occurred 2 years ago. Since then, I've occasionally felt like I caught a glimpse of the ghost of the child from my youth in the corner of my eye. However, all the strange noises, laughter, and negative energy have ceased. Today, we continue to live in the house we purchased, and our dog remains a vigilant observer of the supernatural. While I still hear noises when I'm home alone, they no longer fill me with dread. It seems that my plea to the ghost child brought about a positive change, making our home a more peaceful place. I'm grateful for this resolution, as it's brought a sense of tranquility to our lives and allowed us to enjoy our home without a constant unease. Attention, lovers of the bizarre. Paranormal M is here to satisfy your appetite for the unknown. Subscribe now and hit the notification bell to join our community of enthusiasts as we delve into the most intriguing, real supernatural stories. Story number 1. Unknown Cloaked Being. So it happened last night around 1 a.m., or at least I think it was around that time. I have a habit of keeping my dog in my room while I sleep, but sometimes during the late hours, she insists on going outside. This time was no different. I distinctly remember opening the door to my bedroom, ready to let her out, when something strange caught my attention. For some inexplicable reason, my gaze shifted toward the right, and what I saw sent chills down my spine. There, reaching up to the ceiling, stood a towering figure. It was unlike anything I'd ever encountered before. Its body was covered in a thin layer of long black hair, and its face, it resembled that of a doll, but there was something eerie about it, something that defied explanation. The texture seemed to be a bizarre combination of skin and porcelain. What added to the enigma was the figure's attire. It donned a flowing black robe that extended all the way to the ground, complete with a hood that concealed everything except its haunting face and a few strands of hair. The moment my eyes met its gaze, panic surged through me. Instinctively, I blurted out, "Hell no," and hastily shut the door, making sure my dog stayed inside the room with me. After a while, I mustered up the courage to lay down and attempt to sleep. However, an indescribable feeling of being watched washed over me, causing unease to settle deep within my bones. The logical part of my mind wanted to discuss it as mere hallucinations. I had been awake late into the night and the previous day, after all. But this encounter was so unsettling, so vividly real, that I knew deep down it couldn't be explained away so easily. Story number 2. Girl in my school. When I reminisce about my childhood, one particular memory always stands out, etched deeply into my mind like an indelible mark. It was a time when I was around 10 years old, attending a school that had been built in the early 1940s, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary educational institution held secrets that would challenge my skepticism and ignite a curiosity I could never have anticipated. It all began with my music teacher, a charismatic and slightly eccentric individual who possessed an uncanny ability to captivate his young audience. He would regale us with tales of the school's alleged resident ghost. At the tender age of 10, I regarded such stories as nothing more than a load of horse manure, dismissing them with an air of youthful naivety. However, fate had a different plan in store for me, unfolding an inexplicable encounter that would shake the very foundations of my belief system. It was a day like any other, filled with the mundane routines of academia. Nature's call beckoned, and I found myself in need of a bathroom break. Securing a hall pass, I made my way toward the facilities, completely oblivious to the extraordinary events that awaited me. As I entered the boys' bathroom, anticipation filled the air, mingled with the faint scent of disinfectant. Yet to my surprise, I discovered a figure in the corner, huddled and weeping. It was a little girl, her tears cascading down her cherubic face. Her presence was as vivid and tangible as my own, her appearance as ordinary as any other child's. Confusion and intrigue enveloped my young mind. How had she ended up in a boy's bathroom? Puzzled, I turned away momentarily to attend to my own needs, assuming her presence would be resolved upon my return. With a fleeting glance over my shoulder, I prepared to zip up my pants, only to find an empty corner where the little girl had stood moments ago. She had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an enigmatic aura that tugged at the fringes of my understanding. A sense of foreboding crept up over me as I contemplated this inexplicable occurrence. Unable to contain my bewilderment, I resolved to confide in my music teacher, the one person who had spoken openly about the enigmatic tales surrounding our school. After the final bell rang, signaling the end of the day's lessons, I approached him with trepidation, recounting the events that had transpired within the bathroom's confounding walls. To my surprise, my music teacher's eyes widened, betraying a hint of something more profound than surprise. Before I could vocalize my questions, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Out of nowhere, a radio perched precariously on a shelf sprang to life, its melodic tones reverberating through the classroom. The tune played for a mere 4 seconds before abruptly falling into a disconcerting silence. What sent shivers down my spine was the realization that the radio was not connected to any power source, rendering this inexplicable symphony all the more chilling. My music teacher, his face a mix of awe and trepidation, broke the silence with a trembling voice. He spoke of the countless accounts, hushed whispers, and unexplained phenomenon that had haunted our school for generations. Story of a ghostly presence, said to wander the halls and classrooms, had been woven into the very fabric of our educational institution. As he delved deeper into the lore, I found myself hanging on his every word, a cocktail of fear and fascination coursing through my veins. Evidently, my experience was not an isolated incident, but rather a piece of a much larger supernatural puzzle. From that day forward, I became consumed by a fervent desire to uncover the truth behind the school's haunting reputation. Late nights were spent poring over dusty library archives, searching for any shred of evidence that would shed light on the mysterious little girl and the countless unexplained occurrences within those hallowed halls. While my quest for answers would be fraught with dead ends and unanswered questions, it instilled in me an insatiable thirst for knowledge, an unwavering determination to unearth the hidden realm that coexists with our everyday reality. Years have passed since that fateful encounter, and I find myself reflecting on the significance it held in shaping my outlook on the world. The enigmatic encounter within the boys' bathroom not only shattered the foundations of my youthful skepticism, but also ignited a lifelong passion for the unexplained. As I gaze upon the school, now decades removed from my formative years, I can't help but wonder if the ghostly presence still lingers within those weathered walls. Perhaps the mysterious little girl still roams the corridors, searching for solace or resolution, and although time may have obscured the vivid details of that unforgettable day, the echoes of that encounter will forever reverberate within me, reminding me of the boundless mysteries that await those who dare to venture beyond the realm of the mundane. Story number 3. Then and Now, Dark Silhouette, Shadow Person. The first time I laid eyes on it, I found myself within the confines of my deceased grandparents' house, a quaint abode nestled in the small rural community surrounded by approximately 50 houses, all engulfed by the serenity of a dense forest. A mere 30 kilometers separated us from the nearest semblance of a bustling city. In that dwelling my parents and I resided, our solitude interrupted only by the whispers of nature's symphony. It was during one fateful night, as the nocturnal veil enshrouded the land and the feeble glow of an extension cable cast a dim light within my room, that I experienced an encounter that would forever etch itself into the recesses of my mind. Stirring from my slumber, I discovered a chilling sight, a darkened figure, distinctly human in form, standing ominously beside my bed, the posture of its head subtly tilted to the left, or so I inferred, indicating an intense fixation upon my person. Paralyzed by fear, my instinctual response was to cautiously draw my blanket over my quivering frame, tightly shut my eyes, and tremble in the grip of terror's embrace. With the break of dawn, I mustered the courage to confront my parents, questioning them about any nocturnal visitations they may have made into my room. Alas, they professed no such intrusion. Seeking solace in the wisdom of my mother, who once presided over an esoterica salon in years past, I divulged the details of my harrowing encounter. Although her response carried the weight of convenience, she dismissed my experience as nothing more than a mere dream. Nevertheless, she bestowed upon me a silver medallion, urging me to wear it alongside my silver chain, asserting that it would serve as a talisman of good fortune. Resolute, I vowed to never part with this, steadfastly donning it around my neck for the years that followed. A decade elapsed since that initial sighting, and the memory of the dark figure had gradually receded from the forefront of my consciousness. Fate, however, had chosen a particular night as the moment to sever the bond between myself and that protective medallion. Engaged in the daily rigors of a seafarer's life, toiling away as crew members aboarded a container ship, I found myself in the midst of routine maintenance on the ship's deck when the medallion unexpectedly broke free from its chain. Weary from my laborious endeavors, I resolved to mend it in the morrow, succumbing to the fatigue that consumed my senses. As twilight cast its gentle embrace upon the vessel, ushering the world into a realm of nocturnal tranquility, I awoke abruptly, only to find the specter of my past lurking within the confines of my cabin. The figure stood unwavering in a distant corner, its gaze fixed upon my quaking frame, head still positioned in that inexplicable tilt. Despite the passage of a decade, my resolve crumbled and I succumbed to the overwhelming terror that coursed through my veins. A grown man, now reduced to a trembling soul beneath the shelter of a meager blanket, dared not emit a sound, paralyzed by the weight of unyielding fear. The following morning arrived, heralded by the jarring blare of my alarm, signaling the resumption of my daily duties. A profound emptiness accompanied me throughout that interminable day, its presence suffocating any inclination for conversations with my fellow crewmates. It was only upon concluding my arduous work that I endeavored to repair the fractured medallion, its mended form symbolizing the culmination of my confrontation with the enigmatic specter. From that day forward, the figure's visage eluded me, vanishing into the ether of the unknown. Now, 14 years have elapsed since that initial sighting, the passage of time doing little to assuage the enigma that continues to loom in the recesses of my consciousness. The memory resurfaces sporadically, an enigmatic puzzle that eludes the grasp of rational explanation. At times, I ponder the prospect of once again beholding the figure's shadowy presence, contemplating the possibility of removing the medallion before surrendering to sleep. Yet, thus far, my nerve has faltered, and I have not dared to unravel the bond that tethered me to that otherworldly encounter. Story number 4. So won't stay in my creepy, inhabited room. We're on the verge of securing a place to live, and my significant other has resorted to sleeping in the car due to the lack of quality of sleep in our cluttered living room. As a result, I decided to take action today and clean out my own room. However, much to my surprise, my so expressed a strong reluctance to sleep there, significant other. Now, let me provide some background information, Ever since I was a child, this room has instilled a sense of fear within me. I would frequently witness shadowy black figures and apparitions within the confines of our house, with a particular concentration of these eerie encounters occurring in the back guest room. My claims, accompanied by similar experiences shared by my younger siblings, prompted my parents to seek the assistance of paranormal researchers. These experts discovered orbs, captured electronic voice phenomenon, and other evidence that validated our haunting experiences. At a later point, my aunt moved in with us, but she adamantly refused to sleep in the back guest room. She claimed that a shadowy figure had opened her dresser drawer and loomed menacingly above her bed. Once again, the paranormal researchers were summoned, but this time they brought along a few unfamiliar faces. 2 newer researchers participating in what they claimed was a blind study, unaware of our previous reports or investigations, rushed out of the guest room in a state of panic. According to them, they had witnessed a little girl emerging from the closet while they were setting up their equipment. This revelation struck a chord with me, since I too had previously seen the apparition of a little girl in that very room. Despite seeking assistance from several therapists regarding my hallucinations, they insisted that I was mentally stable and unable to offer any further help. Eventually, I moved out, only to return 8 years later as an adult. Since then, I have resided in the same room, occasionally plagued by visions of a shadowy figure looming right over my closet. However, I had convinced myself that these were merely figments of my imagination. My current significant other holds a firm disbelief in the paranormal. He rejects the notion of spirits, demons, or an afterlife. When I confided in him about the strange occurrences throughout my life, he dismissed them as products of my vivid imagination, affirming that I was not crazy. Nevertheless, today, when I'm informing him of my intention to clean and transform the room into a cozy and habitable space, he surprised me with his vehement refusal to sleep there. Naturally, I inquired about his reasons, and he confessed that the room evoked a profound sense of unease and left him feeling depressed whenever he stayed there. Even during his initial visit, he had expressed a discomfort and an inexplicable feeling of something within the room, resented his presence, especially around me, an unsettling notion indeed. He described his visions of a black angel emerging from the closet, pitch black with piercing white eyes, hovering menacingly above him as he slept. Although he acknowledged the irrationality of his superstitions, I found it peculiar since this room had always been a focal point for the unexplained emotions and sightings. Nevertheless, I assured him that I didn't mind sleeping in there myself. In conclusion, the room's eerie history, coupled with my own childhood experiences and the testimonies of others, have given rise to a formidable aura of mystery and trepidation. While my significant other, who typically rejects the supernatural, succumbs to an unexplainable discomfort and vivid hallucinations within its walls, I remain resolute in my willingness to reside in that room, even amidst its inexplicable phenomena. Story number 5. Does anyone believe in signs or omens? In May of 2013, a year that feels like a lifetime ago, I found myself embarking on a fateful journey through the series of events that would forever alter the course of my life. It all began innocently enough as I walked into my garage, completely unaware of the horrors that awaited me. A putrid smell assaulted my senses, a nauseating odor that seemed to permeate every corner of the space. Determined to locate the source of this repugnant stench, I meticulously combed through the garage, my eyes scanning every nook and cranny, hoping to identify the culprit. As I delved deeper into my investigation, the pungent aroma led me to a shattered window, tucked away at the back of the garage. This window, one of 4 magnificent panes adorned with sturdy shutters, was always kept tightly closed. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, I cautiously swung the shutter open, revealing a ghastly sight that would forever haunt my memory. There, lying in a state of decomposition, was a grotesque sight, an enormous rotting crow. The mere thought that such a creature had found its way into my garage baffled me. I frequented this space multiple times a day, shuttling back and forth on my daily routine, and yet I had never heard any signs of an avian intruder attempting to escape its expected prison. It appeared that this unfortunate creature had been trapped for days, left to decay in solitude until my fateful discovery. Summoning all my courage, I adorned a pair of gloves and gingerly removed the foul carcass, determined to rid myself of this macabre spectacle. Carefully, I disposed of the lifeless bird, ensuring it was deposited far away from the sanctuary of my home. Little did I know that this encounter with death's repugnant visage was merely the prelude to a chain of extraordinary events that would soon unfold. Having successfully cleansed my garage from the macabre remnants, I was ready to embrace the day ahead. However, as I stepped out of my house, my gaze was greeted by a sight that sent shivers down my spine. Above me, an ominous tapestry of storm clouds, dark and foreboding, loomed like an impending doom. Instinctively, I knew I had to alter my plans, for the thought of navigating treacherous roads under the deluge of rain, thunder, and possibly even tornadoes filled me with an inexplicable dread. It was a decision that would prove to be both life-saving and fateful. Within moments, as if mocking my intuition, the sky unleashed its fury upon the world below. A symphony of nature's wrath unfolded around me, as wind gusts violently toppled outdoor furniture and sent fragile plants sprawling across the ground. The weather alerts that accompanied this tempest painted a harrowing picture, a severe thunderstorm, replete with the potential for hail, and the menacing touch of tornadoes was en route. The mere thought of such forces of nature converging upon my humble abode sent tremors through my core. Seeking refuge within the safety of my home, I sat in a state of awe and trepidation as the heavens unleashed their fury. Thunder roared with an intensity I had never experienced before, reverberating through the very foundations of my house. Each thunderclap felt like a battle cry from the gods themselves, reminding me of my insignificance in the face of nature's relentless power. As the cacophony of the force of the elements reached its zenith, the lifeblood of my home, the electricity, succumbed. In the moments of resolute solitude, I found myself grasping my phone, my lifeline to the outside world, hoping for a connection that would tether me to my loved ones. In the midst of this tempestuous chaos, I dialed my husband's number, yearning for his comforting presence amidst the storm. We exchanged anxious words, clinging to each other's voices as the lifeline to our communication. And then, in a cruel twist of fate, a deafening boom resounded through the air, a chilling testament to the nearby lightning strike that had claimed victory over the fragile infrastructure of connectivity. The call was abruptly severed, leaving me stranded in a sea of disconnection, vulnerable to the capricious whims of nature. As the tempest finally relinquished its grip, its fury replaced by a deceptive calm, I ventured outside to survey the aftermath. Rain-soaked and shaken, I was met with a scene of devastation. There, a mere stone's throw away, stood our majestic oak tree, a sentinel of nature's magnificence, now severed in twain by the merciless touch of a lightning bolt. Smoke lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the fire that could have consumed this befallen behemoth were it not for the rain's timely intervention. I stood in awe of the forces that had converged upon my existence, their wrath leaving an indelible mark on my consciousness. In the days that followed, the ebb and flow of life took an agonizing turn. A somber phone call brought the news of my grandmother's ailing health. A centenarian succumbing to the frailty of human existence. The initial assumption that it was a simple cold quickly unraveled as the gravity of the situation became apparent. My family implored me to take the arduous journey to her side, sensing the impending finality of her presence in this world. Obliging their plea, I embarked on a 40-mile pilgrimage, my heart heavy with foreboding. Upon arrival, I was greeted by a harrowing sight, a room transformed into a veritable deathbed, where my grandmother lay motionless, her eyes devoid of light, her breath shallow and measured. It was a haunting tableau, one that spoke of a soul already departed, leaving behind a mere vessel clinging to life. With a heavy heart, I bid my farewells, knowing deep within that this encounter marked the end of a chapter, the farewell to a matriarch who had shaped my existence in profound ways. And as fate would have it, destiny dealt an unforgiving blow, for within the confines of that same fateful day, news reached me of the passing of my godmother, a woman who had been like a second mother to me. The weight of grief threatened to engulf my entirety as the realization was sinking in. 2 pillars of my life had crumbled within the confines of 24 hours, their absence leaving a void that seemed insurmountable. In the wake of the devastating loss, we gathered as a fractured family to bid farewell to our departed loved ones. The funeral processions unfolded in agonizing succession, a solemn burial for my grandmother and a melancholic Wednesday, followed by the interment of my grandmother on a somber godmother. Thursday, tears flowed like rivers. Grief washed over us in waves as we clung to one another for solace and strength. My mother, burdened with unimaginable pain from losing her mother-in-law and dearest friend, sought solace in my embrace, her anguish searing through my own soul. Amidst the haze of sorrow, life persisted, albeit in a fractured state. Days turned into weeks, and as the wounds of bereavement gradually scabbed over, I found myself visiting my parents' house, a place that had become a sanctuary, a respite from the storm of grief. A glimmer of hope shone through the darkness as I witnessed my father, burdened with the responsibilities of caring for my grandmother, now liberated from those obligations. With newfound freedom, he and my mother could savor the joys of life, unhindered by the constant worry that had consumed them for years. Travel and cherished moments with their grandchildren beckoned, promising a respite from the unrelenting weight of sorrow. Yet, as life would have it, tragedy refused to relent. 3 weeks after bidding farewell to my beloved matriarchs, I found myself receiving a call that would forever etch itself into the depths of my being. My father's voice trembled on the other end of the line as he delivered the dreaded news. A stroke had besieged my mother, leaving her helpless and paralyzed. The world around me crumbled, the ground beneath my feet morphing into a shifting terrain of despair. With the heart consumed by fear and a heavy foot on the accelerator, I raced towards the hospital where my mother lay. 2 hours of relentless driving, feeling like an eternity. As I entered the sterile confines of the hospital's emergency room, the sight before me shattered the last remnants of hope within my heart. There, on a sterile hospital bed, lay my mother, once vibrant, independent, and filled with life, now reduced to a mere shell of her former self, her gaze fixed on a distant horizon, unresponsive around her, imprisoned by the cruel grip of a massive hemorrhagic stroke. The agony of witnessing her silent struggle, her voice silenced by the capricious nature of her affliction, threatened to consume me entirely. Days turned into weeks, and the cycle of life intertwined with the relentless march of time. We watched as my mother fought against the limitations of her body, her indomitable spirit occasionally breaking through the veil of paralysis. Laughter and shared moments of joy punctuated the somber routine of hospital visits, but the specter of her affliction loomed ever present. My brother and I took turns, never leaving her side, ensuring that she never spent a night in solitude in her hospital room, and yet, despite her unwavering devotion, fate had already determined the course of events. On a fateful night of July 22, 2013, at the stroke of 2:43 a.m., my phone pierced the silence, jolting me from a fitful sleep. With a sense of trepidation, I answered the call, the voice on the other end bearing news that would inflict the deepest wound upon my soul. My mother's fragile state had succumbed to another devastating stroke, the final blow that would claim her earthly existence. In that agonizing moment, as tears streamed down my face, I was forced to confront the profound emptiness that would forever remain in the wake of her departure. The pain of loss, the weight of grief, and the remnants of shattered dreams became the fabric of my existence. Every event from the ghastly encounter with Death's emissary in my garage to the torrential storm that heralded the demise of nature's resilience wove together a tapestry of suffering and resilience. I had traversed the precipice of mortality, witnessing the fragility of life and the indiscriminate hand of destiny. And so, as I look back on those tumultuous days, forever etched in the annals of my memory, I find solace in the knowledge that my journey through darkness has forged an indomitable spirit within me. It is a spirit that embraces the fragility of existence, cherishing the moments of joy, love, and connection that flicker amidst the ever-present specter of loss. And though the pain of those experiences will forever linger, I carry them as a testament of the resilience of the human spirit, a spirit that endures, rebuilds, and finds hope, even in the face of the darkest storms. Story number 6. My kid had a premonition almost 1 year to the date before my mother died. Every year, our family embarked on a highly anticipated week-long vacation to the breathtaking beach. It was an event that brought immense joy to all of us, especially because our busy schedules and commitments often left us craving quality time together. Like clockwork, we chose to embark on this adventure during the second week of July, a detail that would become relevant in the stories unfolding here. During one of these cherished vacations, my husband and I decided to treat our children to a memorable day at the zoo. The excursion required us to embark on a roughly 1-hour drive from our cozy abode by the shoreline. Naturally, my dear mother, whom we affectionately called Wita, opted to stay behind and enjoy a day of relaxation in the familiar surroundings of our temporary home. With excitement in the air, we set off on our expedition, unaware of the extraordinary events that awaited us. As we wandered through the captivating zoo, marveling at the exotic creatures that inhabited the lush enclosures, time seemed to melt away. The hours passed in a blur of laughter, learning the awe-inspiring expressions on the faces of our 3 beloved sons. However, exhaustion eventually caught up with them, and on the journey back to the hotel, the weariness overcame their young bodies, and they succumbed to the gentle embrace of sleep. Of my 3 boys, my oldest, who was then around the tender age of 6 or 7, possessed a unique temperament. Unlike his more emotionally expressive siblings, he had always been a child who harbored his feelings deep within, rarely displaying overt signs of affection or vulnerability. Hugs and emotional displays were not his forte. Yet on this fateful drive home, his peaceful slumber was abruptly shattered as he awoke, trembling, tears streaming down his bewildered face. Overwhelmed by sobs, he managed to convey the contents of his disquieting dream, the words trembling on his quivered lips. "I had a dream that Wita died." My heart skipped a beat, a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. I exchanged a concerned glance with my husband, who was also grappled with a mixture of worry and confusion. We endeavored to soothe our distressing son, his anguish piercing our souls. Reassuringly, I mustered the strength to assure him that Wita, his beloved grandmother, was alive and well, awaiting our return at the comforting embrace of the hotel. Finally arriving at our beachside condo, our son's distress miraculously dissipated, leaving behind a semblance of normalcy. It was almost as if the episode had been more of a fleeting shadow in the tapestry of our lives. Feeling a profound sense of relief, I summoned the courage to recount the ordeal to my mother, who had patiently awaited our return. She enveloped our son in a warm embrace, her voice brimming with love and tenderness as she uttered, "Baby, I'm here, don't worry, give me a big hug." Yet to our surprise, our son stood there, his countenance stoic, unyielding to the flood of emotions coursing through the room. Time, relentless as ever, proceeded to unfurl its unstoppable march. The second year of July arrived, a year seemingly distant, yet eerily reminiscent of the events that had transpired before. Tragically, and against all odds, my mother succumbed to the devastating grip of a hemorrhagic stroke, leaving a void in our lives that could never be filled. The unimaginable pain of loss washed over us. Each family member grappled with their own unique blend of grief and disbelief. I have never been one to harbor superstitious beliefs, relying instead on the firm grasp of logic and reason. However, the peculiar circumstances surrounding my son's dream continued to reverberate in the depths of my consciousness. The timing, the uncanny connection between his nightmarish premonition and the subsequent loss we endured plagued my thoughts. It was an inexplicable event, an aberration that defied rational explanation. To be clear, I've never witnessed my son exhibit any other semblance of extrasensory perception or psychic ability. This solitary incident stood alone, an anomaly in an otherwise ordinary life. Yet the weight of that dream, the foreboding it carried within its ethereal realm, lingered in my mind, casting shadows of doubt upon the certainties I once held dear. In the grand tapestry of human existence, there are mysteries that elude comprehension, enigmatic forces that defy our attempts at logical deconstruction. The enigma of my son's dream, and its chilling resemblance to the eventual loss of my mother, serves as a poignant reminder of the vast unknown that envelops our lives. We navigate the intricate dance between the tangible and intangible, the seen and unseen, with a blend of trepidation and awe. The human mind, its vast expanses and uncharted depths, remain a realm of limitless potential and inexplicable wonders. We may never fully grasp the intricacies of dreams, the enigmatic threads that weave together the tapestry of our subconscious. And so, the story of that unforgettable vacation, imbued with the weight of my son's prophetic dream, stands as a testament to the unfathomable mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our existence, waiting to be unraveled or forever shrouded in the unyielding embrace of uncertainty. Story number 7. Do you believe in signs prior to having a loved one die? Approximately 1 week before the tragic loss of my dear mother, an unforgettable incident occurred that sent shivers down my spine, haunting my thoughts into this very day. It was a day marred by an ominous storm, one that raged with an unparalleled fury. As if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath upon the earth, the torrential rain fell relentlessly, drenching the world in its sorrowful tears, while gusts of wind howled throughout the night, carrying a foreboding sense of unease. As this tempest raged outside, I sought refuge within the comforting walls of my home, seeking solace from the tempestuous elements that raged beyond my windows. Little did I know that fate had a macabre surprise in store for me, lurking just behind the safety of my house. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of nature's fury, a blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the darkness with an electrifying power. The luminous spear of energy struck a towering tree mere yards away from my humble dwelling, its thunderous crack resonating through the air like a battle cry. Strangely, the tree remained unscathed by the fiery touch of the lightning bolt. Instead, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. The rainwater cascading down the branches mingled with the electronic current, resulting in a smoldering effect that wafted through the air like an ethereal mist. The ghostly tendrils of smoke danced in the aftermath of this surreal spectacle, lingering for hours on end as if reluctant to let go of the scene that had transpired. However, this enigmatic display was not the only perplexity that occupied my mind on that fateful day. As I retreated to the shelter of my garage, seeking sanctuary from the raging elements, a foul stench assaulted my senses, stopping me dead in my tracks. Bewildered, I tried to recall whether this odorous intrusion had been present earlier in the day when I had last ventured into this domain. Alas, my memory failed me, for the putrid aroma was absent during my previous visit. Determined to unravel the mystery that pervaded the air, I enlisted the aid of 2 contractors who happened to be present, diligently working on some repair tasks within the confines of my abode. With desperation creeping into my voice, I beseeched them to lend their expertise in unearthing the sources of this noxious smell that permeated my garage. Perhaps a diseased rodent had found its final resting place within these walls, I conjectured, praying for a logical explanation to this disconcerting conundrum. Together we embarked on a mission to uncover the hidden secret that lay concealed amidst the shadows of my garage. Every nook and cranny was scrutinized, every corner meticulously examined in our quest to unveil the origin of this repugnant aroma that defiled the air. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless searching, one of the skilled workers finally stumbled upon the grotesque truth that had eluded us thus far. Nestled betwixt a window still and the shutter, securely fastened to it, an eerie discovery awaited us: a lifeless crow. Its once majestic wings, forever stilled, lay lifeless in this unconventional resting place. The shutter, designed to be opened like a door, was inexplicably closed, as were the surrounding panels. It defied all reason, for there were no conceivable ways that a creature of such size and wingspan could have squeezed through the tightly shut shutters. And yet, there it was, a lifeless sentinel of darkness, mocking our feeble attempts at understanding it. The sight of this grotesque spectacle sent shivers down my spine, and I observed the contractors' faces contort in a perplexing mixture of fear and disbelief. Whispers escaped their lips, laden with an eerie sense of superstition and trepidation. "This looks like some kind of voodoo-like curse," one of them murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the backdrop of their nervous laughter. Their uneasy demeanor only served to intensify the foreboding atmosphere that had taken hold of us, leaving an indelible mark on our memory. Little did I know that this bizarre encounter with the lifeless crow was but a harbinger of the impending tragedy that awaited me. 1 week later, my beloved mother succumbed to a devastating hemorrhagic stroke, leaving behind a void that could never be filled. The eerie events preceding her untimely demise lingered in my mind, intertwining the threads of fate and coincidence, forever etching themselves into the tapestry of my existence. Story number 8. I just woke up to a deep growl in my ear and a male hand around my neck. I've always been a person who easily gets spooked, but this time I was scared shitless. I couldn't believe what had just happened to me. It felt like a scene from a horror movie. Unsure if it was sleep paralysis or some supernatural phenomenon, I found myself wide awake after a particularly unsettling dream. As I lay there in bed, desperately attempting to calm my racing heart and fall back to sleep, I was suddenly startled by a deep guttural growl that echoed right in my ear. Simultaneously, I felt the unmistakable presence of a large masculine hand wrapping itself around my neck, its fingers extending and spreading out across my chest. It was as if an unseen force was trying to choke the very life out of me. Panic set in, and I realized with horror that I couldn't move a muscle. Summoning every ounce of strength within me, I fought against the invisible restraints, struggling to break free from the terrifying grasp that held me captive. After what seemed like an eternity, I managed to pry my eyes open. The moment my vision cleared, the eerie sensation dissipated into thin air. I was left trembling and shaken, unable to comprehend the terrifying encounter I had just endured. Still quivering with fear, I found myself sitting in my room, the only sanctuary I had at that moment. This wasn't the first time I'd experienced inexplicable phenomenon within the confines of my apartment. From the moment I moved in, I had an eerie sense that something otherworldly resided within those walls. It started innocently enough, with the door mysteriously closing on its own, sometimes even after I had firmly shut it. At first, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence, attributing it to the fluctuating air pressure, or perhaps a faulty latch. However, as time went on, these inexplicable occurrences became more frequent and unnerving. Objects would seemingly move on their own accord, shifting from one place to another while I was away. Strange noises echoed through the rooms, giving rise to an unsettling atmosphere that constantly put me on edge. It was as if the unseen spirits were playing tricks on me, toying with my sanity. Curiously, the supernatural incidents ceased when my sister and her girlfriend moved into the apartment. Their presence seemed to bring about a newfound sense of peace and tranquility within those haunted walls. Gone were the strange happenings and inexplicable phenomenon that had plagued me relentlessly. I couldn't help but wonder if their positive energy and companionship had somehow banished the malevolent force that had tormented me for so long. Yet as I sat there, trembling and reflecting on my recent encounter, a deep-seated unease settled within me. Perhaps the dormant spirits had reawakened, seizing an opportune moment to remind me of their lingering presence. The room felt heavy with an unseen presence, and the air grew thick with an unexplained dread. In that moment, I realized I couldn't continue to live in a perpetual state of fear. I needed answers, an understanding of the supernatural forces that had invaded my life. It was time to seek the help of experts in the paranormal, those who possessed the knowledge and skills to unravel the mysteries that plagued me. With renewed determination, I resolved to embark on a journey of discovery, delving deep into the realm of the occult and the unexplained. Armed with research, spiritual guides, and an unwavering belief in the existence of something beyond the natural world, I would confront the spirits that haunted my apartment and reclaim my sense of peace and security. Little did I know what lay ahead on this daunting path. The supernatural realm held countless secrets, and I was about to unlock a Pandora's box of otherworldly encounters, tests of courage, and profound revelations that would forever change my perception of reality. My journey had just begun, and the true depths of the paranormal awaited me with open arms. Story number 9. 4 months after buying vintage mirror, unexplained things continue to happen. About 4 months ago, I had an intriguing encounter at a yard sale that would soon unravel into a haunting experience. As I perused the various items on display, my eyes were immediately drawn to a truly exquisite solid wood vintage mirror. Its intricate details and timeless charm captured my imagination, compelling me to inquire about its availability. The lady overseeing the sale informed me that she didn't particularly care for the mirror, and rather surprisingly insisted that I keep it as long as I purchased another item from her sale. Eager to make this unique find my own, I agreed to her unusual offer and excitedly brought the mirror home. Upon arrival at my humble abode, I wasted no time in finding the perfect spot for my newfound treasure. The kitchen seemed like an ideal place to begin its journey in my home, so I carefully carried it there. As I proceeded to wash the mirror, a strange occurrence startled me. The lights above me flickered momentarily, casting an eerie glow over the room. Brushing it off as a mere coincidence, I continued with my task, hoping that the mirror's captivating allure would outweigh any peculiarities that it possessed. That night, despite the flickering lights during my encounter in the kitchen, everything appeared to be uneventful. My cats, usually attuned to any disruptions or disturbances, even seemed to revel in the newfound addition to their surroundings. Playfully darting and pouncing behind the mirror, their antics brought a sense of relief, and I began to believe that perhaps my initial trepidation was unfounded. However, as the following weeks unfolded, a series of spine-chilling events began to unfold, leaving me in a state of perpetual unease. It started subtly, with shadows flickering and dancing in the mirror's reflective surface. At first, I dismissed them as mere tricks of the light, but their persistence gradually eroded my skepticism. The mirror seemed to hold an inexplicable allure, drawing me into its depths with an unsettling pull. Alarmed by the increasingly sinister occurrence, I made a bold decision. I resolved to remove the mirror from its place in the bathroom and relocate it to the hallway, hoping that the change in environment would alleviate the strange phenomena. I eagerly moved it to its new spot. However, my relief was short-lived, as even my father, who initially dismissed my concerns, began to witness inexplicable figures within its reflection. His growing apprehension mirrored my own, deepening the sense of foreboding that now permeated our home. Determined to find a solution, I resorted to draping the mirror in a cloth, hoping to conceal its mysterious influence. To my dismay, the cloth placement proved to be futile, as it would invariably fall off by morning, leaving the mirror exposed once again. What perplexed me further was the peculiar journey the cloth embarked on during the night. On several occasions I discovered it in unexpected places, far away from the hallway. It appeared as though an unseen force was not only undressing the mirror, but also toying with our perceptions of reality at the same time. With each passing day, the mirror's presence grew increasingly unsettling. Both my father and I bore witness to shadowy figures lurking within its depths, their forms enigmatic and unsettling. Adding to our distress were the inexplicable instances of cabinet doors being left ajar on nights when I found myself alone in the house. Perplexingly, my feline companions, despite their acrobatic prowess, were incapable of reaching such heights. These inexplicable events only served to deepen the pervasive otherworldly presence that consumed our lives. However, the true pinnacle of terror arrived a week ago, forever ingraining itself in my memory as the most chilling encounter I had experienced thus far. It was an ordinary evening as I stood in my kitchen, preparing for a meal, when an eerie sound disrupted the usual tranquility. Knocking, distinct and deliberate, reverberated from the window just behind me. Startled, I turned over to realize the grim reality. I lived on the 3rd floor, and the only window with balcony access was situated in the living room. Dread coiled within me as I comprehended the impossibility of this occurrence, leaving me trembling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Nightmares plagued my sleep, tormenting me with their vivid and unsettling imagery. Most harrowingly, these nocturnal horrors often featured the mirror at the epicenter of their malevolence. In these dreams, I found myself trapped within the mirror's ethereal depths, my reflection distorting and contorting into grotesque forms. The terror was all-encompassing, suffocating my very soul, leaving me desperate for an escape that seemed perpetually out of reach. Reluctant to keep such an ominous artifact in my immediate vicinity, I made the decision to banish the mirror to the confines of the hallway closet. Perhaps I naively hoped this act would quell its macabre influence and restore a semblance of normalcy to our lives. Alas, the assiduous forces at play seemed unaffected by my feeble attempts at containment. Even now, as I recount these events, the mirror's chilling presence continues to permeate the very essence of our home. Shadows dance and writhe, distorting the boundaries between reality and the ethereal realm. The unseen entity responsible for these haunting manifestations revel in its control, leaving us feeling like mere pawns in a sinister game of its design. In the face of such unrelenting terror, I found solace in the knowledge that I am not alone in this struggle. Together with my father, we face the inexplicable, striving to uncover the truth behind the mirror's malevolence. Our determination burns bright, fueled by the relentless pursuit of answers and hope that one day we will break free from the clutches of this haunting presence. Until then, we tread carefully, ever vigilant, knowing that the next chapter in our harrowing tale may just be a reflection away. Story number 11. Witch Encounter in Mexico. As a child, I was fascinated by the rich tapestry of Mexican folklore, filled with captivating tales of mythical creatures and witches. My maternal grandmother, a firm believer in these legends, would regale me with stories of her encounters with witches, particularly the Lechuza, an archetypical owl witch said to have made a pact with Satan or other evil spirits. According to the folklore, these witches, often depicted as elderly women, possessed the ability to transform into owls, although it was believed that they had to remove their legs and hide them while assuming their owl form. Growing up, I never had any personal encounters with witches, and I considered myself lucky. However, everything changed 2 years ago when I found myself in my dad's hometown, a small Mexican village with a population of roughly 9,000 residents. Our house was situated at the very end of a long dirt road, far away from the bustling town center. On one side of the road stood quaint traditional houses, while on the other side, a deep gully or trench stretched out, once serving as a river with dense woods beyond its reach. It was during the town's festive season, a time when adults sought solace in the plaza, indulging in merrymaking and imbibing spirits, while children reveled in the fair. Feeling tired and uninterested in the revelry, I decided to leave early. Luckily, I managed to hitch a ride with a local resident who lived at the beginning of the dirt road. This meant that I only had to walk about a mile to reach my house, an easy distance to cover. Around 10 minutes into my solitary walk, I heard a peculiar sound resembling birds settling down for the night. Assuming it was merely the avian inhabitants of nearby trees finding their perches, I glanced up to investigate. To my surprise, I spotted a pair of bright orange eyes 10 feet above the ground, fixed upon me. The sight sent shivers down my spine, but I chose to ignore it, pushing forward on my journey. However, my resolute footsteps were soon interrupted by rustling noises behind me. I turned around to find the eyes had vanished, leading me to believe that the bird had taken flight. But then a voice emerged from the depths of the gully, beckoning me with a chilling call. "Hey sir, come here." Initially, I tried to brush off the insistent beckoning, assuming it was just a figment of my imagination. However, the voice persisted, pestering me ceaselessly until I could no longer ignore it. Annoyed and slightly intrigued, I reluctantly made my way toward the edge of the gully, intending to confront the source of these disturbances and demand some respite. As I approached, my eyes fixated on the woman who had called out to me, and I couldn't help but notice something utterly bizarre. Clad in Tarahumara attire, a native costume known for its long skirt, her lower limbs were strangely absent, as if her ankles had been severed. Moreover, she appeared to float above the ground, defying the laws of gravity. The woman's eyes met mine, filled with an inexplicable hatred that chilled me to the bone. In that moment, realization washed over me. She knew that her secret had been discovered. The panic surged through her eyes. Reacting instinctively, I turned on my heels and sprinted toward my house. The air filled with the deafening sound of flapping wings, and I dared not look back. Glancing over my shoulder, engulfed me as I beheld an enormous owl, its piercing orange eyes fixed upon me, soaring through the night sky, relentlessly pursuing me. With every ounce of strength within me, I reached the sanctuary of my house and slammed the door shut, hoping to find solace within those walls. But the respite was short-lived. Barely a few seconds had passed before an eerie banging commenced on the door, accompanied by inhuman screeches that sent shudders down my spine. Panic consumed me as I racked my brain, searching for a means to fend off this unholy menace. And then I recalled my grandmother's words. Prayer was the most potent defense against witches. Desperation gripping my soul, I began to recite fervent prayers, clinging to the hope that they would shield me from the approaching evil. Miraculously, the wailing ceased, leaving behind an eerie silence. Gathering my waning courage, I resolved to fortify my sanctuary further. I hastily retrieved salt from the kitchen and sprinkled it across the thresholds of every entrance, hoping to form a protective barrier. My actions were driven by an instinctual fear, a knowledge that this otherworldly presence would not be deterred easily. As I meticulously laid down the last grains of salt, a sudden crash jolted me from my task. I glanced up, heart pounding, and saw that the kitchen window above the sink had shattered into 1,000 fragments. Before my disbelieving eyes, the familiar owl, its once graceful form twisted my malevolence, attempted to force its way through the broken window. To my horror, the creature emitted guttural, vaguely human utterances, as if it sought to communicate in some twisted tongue. Frantically, I grabbed handfuls of salt, the very substance that I had intended to employ for protection, and hurled it at the owl. An immediate reaction followed. The creature recoiled, retreating from the window and finding a perch on the fence just outside. Its eyes bore into mine with an intensity that could pierce the soul, and I sensed the seething hatred emanating from the creature's gaze. Exhausted and terrified, I retreated to the safety of the couch, perching on its edge, determined not to let my guard down until the break of dawn. Morning arrived, and as I gingerly stepped into the kitchen, I held into the glimmer of hope that the night's horrors had been nothing more than a terrifying dream. Alas, my hopes were dashed when I discovered the shattered glass strewn across the floor, a stark reminder of the owl's violent intrusion. Gathering my resolve, I ventured outside, only to be confronted by deep scratches marred across the front door, a testament to the owl's relentless assault. My gaze shifted to the fence where the menacing creature had perched just hours before. To my horror, the ground and the wooden beams bore the marks of crimson blood, spilled amidst the owl's rage. Unnerved and shaken, I tried to gather myself, to clear away the remnants of the previous night's events. As I swept the glass from the porch, a flicker of movement caught my attention. Across the gully, nestled among the trees, stood an older woman, her weathered face marred by countless cuts and abrasions, as if tiny shards of glass had assaulted her delicate skin. I knew in my heart that this was the same woman, the witch, who had haunted me throughout that fateful night. Without breaking eye contact, I stood my ground, refusing to yield an inch to her malevolence. Gradually she retreated, her figure disappearing into the depths of the woods, and mercifully, I never saw her again. Story number 12. Through Those Innocent Eyes. Back when I was still a young, eager college student, I found myself entrusted with the important responsibility of babysitting my cousin's youngest son. This adorable little boy, at the tender age of 3 or 4, was a bundle of energy and curiosity that seemed to know no bounds. It was on a particular evening, shortly after they had returned home from a fun-filled trip to the mall, that I found myself in the unique position of being alone with him. As his 2 older brothers were still at school, his mother was busy preparing a delicious dinner in the kitchen, while my cousin tinkered away in the garage, attempting to fix their car. In the midst of all of this hustle and bustle, the living room became our temporary haven, where the 2 of us embarked on an adventure of our own. I gently helped him remove his tiny shoes, cherishing these precious moments that I knew would be etched in my memory forever. Suddenly, amidst the quiet ambiance of the room, I heard a delightful sound that lifted my spirits instantly. It was the unmistakable sound of giggles emanating from the young boy. Confused yet intrigued, I looked up at him, our eyes meeting, as I inquired about the source of his amusement. With a mischievous smile gracing his cherubic face, he pointed his tiny finger toward a stone grotto situated within the house. Intrigued by his reaction, I turned my gaze toward the grotto, half expecting to see a family member or perhaps a playful pet lurking in its depths. However, to my surprise, there was no one there. Instead, the stone grotto housed a collection of religious figurines and cherished photographs of our dearly departed loved ones. It was an area filled with memories, a place of solace and reverence. Yet, in this moment, it seemed to be the epicenter of the young boy's infectious laughter. Unable to resist the urge to uncover the mystery behind his amusement, I carefully scooped him up into my arms and made my way upstairs to their cozy bedroom. With each step I took, a sense of trepidation intertwined with excitement as it coursed through my veins. As we entered the room bathed in a soft white glow, I couldn't help but notice the hairs on my arms stand on end, while goosebumps cascaded across my skin. Seeking to comprehend the source of his contagious joy, I gently placed him on the plush-carpeted floor and knelt down beside him. With a mix of curiosity and a tinge of apprehension, I posed the question that weighed heavily on my mind. "Are there people here with us in the room, my dear?" His response was a simple yet profound one. He met my gaze, his eyes brimming with innocence, and offered me a radiant smile before directing his gaze toward the far corner of the room. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of awe washed over me, as if the veil between the earthly realm and something more ethereal had momentarily lifted. My heart skipped a beat and my mind raced to make sense of this extraordinary encounter. Were these unseen spirits, guardian angels, or simply the remnants of fond memories swirling around us? I couldn't say for certain, but one thing was undeniable. I was in the presence of something otherworldly. As time seemed to stand still, I found myself drawn to that corner of the room, my eyes fixated on an invisible force that seemed to transcend the boundaries of our tangible existence. It was as if the laughter of generations past echoed through the air, carrying with it a sense of joy and warmth that surpassed comprehension. In that singular moment, I felt connected to a lineage of love and a shared history that stretched far beyond the confines of my own finite existence. The young boy's laughter persisted, intermingling with the silent whispers of the unseen, creating a symphony of sound that filled the room with an indescribable energy. I couldn't help but smile, overcome with a profound sense of gratitude for being granted this glimpse into the mystical realm that lay beyond our reach. Okay, it's going to rain harder now. Sorry, listeners, but I'm going to continue reading throughout this torrential downpour. Eventually, the laughter subsided, and the room returned to its tranquil state. The young boy, seemingly content with the otherworldly encounter, shifted his attention to a stack of books, oblivious to the profound impact that he had just bestowed upon my soul. As I watched him delve into the realm of colorful illustrations and imaginative tales, I couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of wonder and reverence for the invisible forces that had blessed us with their presence. That night, as I bid farewell to my cousin's home, I carried with me not only the memories of an enchanting evening, but also a newfound appreciation for the mysteries that lie beyond our comprehension. The young boy had unknowingly bestowed upon me a gift, a glimpse into a world unseen, a world that exists in the whispers of laughter, the corners of rooms, and the everlasting bonds of love that transcend the boundaries of time and space, and for that, I will forever be grateful. Story number 13. In light of discovering a sleep paralysis, tag exists. Check 1. The harrowing experience began with the sound of my mother's voice, piercing through my consciousness, rudely interrupting my peaceful slumber. Groggily, I turned my gaze towards the wall, only to be met with the dimness of the early morning. Convinced that it must have been a figment of my dream, I decided to remain still, waiting for the voice to dissipate into the realm of my imagination. Yet to my astonishment, the voice resurfaced, cutting through the silence once again. "Hey, come here now," my mother's voice demanded urgently. Curiosity mingled with a tinge of apprehension, causing me to hesitate. Something deep within me urged me to disregard her call this time. Despite my internal conflict, I remained motionless, rooted to my spot. The voice continued its ascent, climbing up the stairs in disjointed intervals, as though propelled by an otherworldly force. It spoke rapidly, uttering an inexplicable abundance of words within the confined time frame. It was at this moment that I realized I couldn't move a muscle, no matter how hard I concentrated. even the slightest twitch, as others had suggested in similar situations. Soon enough, the voice reached the threshold of my bedroom. Its tone remained unmistakably my mother's, yet it was infused with an uncharacteristic anger and bitterness that sent shivers down my spine. The transformation was so drastic that it rendered her voice unrecognizable, defying any prior familiarity that I had with it. Dread enveloped me as the realization sank in. Then, as I lay there, vulnerable and paralyzed, the voice fell silent, leaving me in an eerie void that seemed to stretch on for both mere seconds and eternal minutes simultaneously. A sinking feeling consumed me when I perceived the unmistakable dip in my bed. It was as if the weight of an unseen presence pressed down upon the mattress, and a surge of terror jolted me from my immobilized state. Frantically, I surveyed the room, scouring every nook and cranny for any sign of an intruder or a hidden being, perhaps, lurking beneath my bed. Yet there was nothing to be found. No open door, no unlocked window, and certainly no cats or malevolent figures concealed within the shadows. It was just me, trapped in the clutches of fear at the unholy hour of 2 a.m., my mind grappling with the possibility of this all being a vivid nightmare. Strangely enough, while the owner of the voice remained elusive in my dream, a vivid image that has etched itself into the recesses of my mind. It feels as if I've encountered this terrifying entity before, and now I shall attempt to describe it to the best of my abilities. Though I must acknowledge the possibility that my own imagination has conjured the most grotesque and horrifying features to attribute to this being. In my mind's eye, it stands tall, towering above me with an imposing presence. Its throat is marred by deep, bruised discolorations, and I can even make out its windpipe, an eerie purple lump protruding unnaturally against the strained skin. Every muscle in its face appears tense and rigid, reminiscent of those haunting photographs of patients afflicted with tetanus. Yet, there is an undeniable human quality to its countenance, further accentuating the disturbing nature of its appearance. Curiously, it reminded me somewhat of the chilling bath scene from the iconic film The Shining, leading me to suspect that my childhood fears and haunts have played a role in shaping this visage. Nevertheless, despite the terrors that have plagued my mind, there is a sense of relief in knowing that it's merely a product of my overactive imagination, allowing me to conclude this unsettling narrative with a hint of laughter at my own dreadful creativity. Story number 14, Ghost on the Beach. In the summer of 2021, during a memorable trip to Myrtle Beach, I found myself immersed in a series of events that would forever leave an indelible mark on my memory. Accompanied by my beloved boyfriend, we had eagerly booked a stunning suite right on the beach, envisioning a romantic retreat to celebrate our cherished 4-year anniversary. It was a picturesque evening as we strolled along the sandy shores, the rhythmic sound of crashing waves serenading our steps. The clock had struck 11 p.m., and realizing my significant other was experiencing some discomfort in his stomach, we decided it was time to retire to our cozy haven. As he opted to lay down, seeking solace in the confines of our room, I felt an inexplicable pull to the balcony, beckoning me to witness the majestic ocean beneath the canopy of the star-studded night sky. Our hotel room, nestled between the lofty heights of the 5th and 8th floors, offered an exquisite vantage point. My eyes beheld a breathtaking panorama, with the beach stretching out before me, a magnificent spectacle illuminated by miles in both directions. On this warm summer's night, a youthful throng of teenagers had congregated directly below, reveling in spirited festivities and unleashing a symphony of vibrant fireworks into the heavens. Mesmerized by the vibrant bursts of color that danced across the firmament, I marveled at the sheer exuberance displayed by the energetic adolescents. However, in the midst of their jubilant revelry, my attention was inexplicably drawn to a figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Like an instinctive reflex, my gaze fixated upon this man, who I perceived with utmost clarity despite the distance that separated us. He stood there, a black middle-aged individual adorned in a plain white t-shirt and dark shorts, his countenance marked by palpable distress. Without pausing to contemplate the implications of my actions, the man executed an abrupt about-face and commenced a rapid sprint along the coastline, away from the very spot where the fireworks had been detonated with resounding enthusiasm. As he distanced himself from the gathering crowd, an astonishing sight unfolded before my eyes. The man's physical form began to fade, gradually melding with the ethereal essence of the surrounding beach. The phenomenon was so surreal that I could discern the sand terrain through his translucent figure, until finally the faintest glimmer encased his outline and he vanished into thin air, leaving me spellbound. My entire being froze, awestruck by the inexplicable occurrence that had unfolded before me. Gathering my wits, I summoned every ounce of composure, cautiously making my way back to the room where my boyfriend lay, determined not to succumb to the overpowering sense of unease that threatened to consume me. Nevertheless, despite my best efforts, an undeniable undercurrent of fear permeated my every thought as I grappled with the incomprehensible sight I had just bore witness to. Yes, I must confess, inwardly, I was still utterly freaked out. As the night wore on, our tranquil haven turned into an eerie theater of unexplained phenomena. Bizarre noises echoed through the corridors, unsettling our senses and sending shivers down our spines. It commenced with a jarring crash, the unmistakable sound of the toilet seat in our private bathroom being violently slammed shut, reverberating through the silence. Subsequently, the contents of our kitchen cabinets rattled incessantly, as if animated by some unseen force. Both my boyfriend and I, imprisoned in this disconcerting symphony of sound, found our repose disrupted. The sleep was so desperately sought, eluding us with frustrating persistence. Time stretched as we lay awake, our minds racing to make sense of the inexplicable occurrences that had plagued our sanctuary. Whispers of supernatural danced on the periphery of our thoughts, fueled by the residual echoes of that enigmatic figure and the disconcerting disturbances that persisted throughout the night. In the face of such unsettling circumstances, it was nigh impossible to find solace or respite. With the first rays of dawn, a tangible relief permeated the room, as if the ghosts of the night had retreated, relinquishing their grip on our fragile reality. Exhausted, mentally drained, my boyfriend and I emerged from a restless slumber, bleary-eyed and yearning. As we reluctantly packed our belongings, the memories of that fateful evening still haunted our minds. Myrtle Beach, once a picturesque retreat that had promised idyllic moments of celebration, now bore the indelible mark of the enigmatic encounter. A night when the extraordinary boundary between the seen and unseen had blurred, and the inexplicable forces of the unknown had infiltrated our lives.